Hey guys, this is Star What If. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see what if Harry Potter became the ultimate Horcrux hunter. Here is short summary. Harry embarks on a relentless quest to track down and destroy every Horcrux, mastering powerful magic and uncovering dark secrets to ensure Voldemort's ultimate defeat. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. Harry had destroyed the diary 4 years ago, while Dumbledore had somehow broken Slytherin's ring. Someone with the initials RAB had stolen the locket from the spot where Riddle had hidden it, and it was missing. Riddle's snake would be easy enough to find, as would Riddle himself. Harry realized that he would have to have all of the Horcrux pieces identified and destroyed before it made any sense to go after Riddle himself. What he didn't know was whether Riddle knew that Dumbledore or Harry had known about them or not. Harry felt that his job would be a lot easier if Riddle or his Death Eaters weren't specifically guarding them. Harry worried about what Dumbledore might have told Snape, and what he would have reported back to Voldemort. Harry noticed the door to their compartment open, and was vaguely aware that Ron and Hermione had quietly walked out of the compartment. Moments later the door slammed shut and Harry felt a very painful poke in his ribs. "Potter, I'm going to give you 5 seconds to get your head out of your ass, or I'm going to hex you from here to King's Cross." Half in a daze, Harry turned and noticed a lithe redhead standing behind him with her wand pointed at his forehead. "I'm not kidding you, Potter. If you think you can just walk away from me, I'll hurt you so badly you won't even remember your name." Harry looked at Ginny and gave her a sad smile. "What's up?" The young redhead was furious and still gathering steam. "What's up? You sat at his funeral and came up with your lame, I don't want to put you in danger BS, and you expect me to stand there while you go off by yourself and get yourself killed. You won't make it that far, Potter." She reached around and grabbed his hair, pulling his face to hers. Several minutes later they broke away, each gasping for air. Delighted at her key asterisk, yet not changed of mindset, Harry replied, "I'm sorry, Gin, I have to." Slap. Ginny hit Harry's cheek so hard that he spun around to the back of the high back seat. "I don't want you to be sorry, Harry. I want you to share your life with me. I want to let you into my life. I don't want you to protect me. I don't want you to hide things from me. I just want you." Tears were streaming down her face. "Don't you get it? But the words failed her. Looking into his emerald green eyes, she would have gladly stuck her elbow into any butter dish that he might have conjured. "Lo." Harry gently touched her cheeks with the tips of her fingers and she froze. "I get it, Ginny. Me too." He pulled her closer to him, and just for a minute the wizarding world wasn't at war. For a moment the only thing on Harry's mind was the young witch leaning into him. For a moment, Harry felt peace in his heart. Ginny faced Harry and asked, "What are you going to do this summer?" Inconspicuously rubbing the spot where she had slapped him, Harry replied, "I need to spend a week or so with my aunt, then I'm going to Grimmauld Place for a few days. Then I'm going to visit my parents' graves at Godric's Hollow. Bill's wedding is on the 12th. I'll be leaving after that." Ginny nodded and said, "Harry, I'm sorry that your year was so horrible, but please don't push me away. I know who you are, beautiful eyes and flaws, and I still want to be with you. Can't you understand that there aren't any surprises between us?" Harry carefully looked at her and understood the message that she had pounded into him. He certainly felt something for her, but honestly didn't know how to act on his feelings. Tears welled in his eyes as he spoke. "I told the professor that Malfoy was conspiring with Snape. I heard them talking. For years that greasy git was sneaking around plotting, and all I ever heard back was, 'I trust Severus.' Look where his stupid trust got him. He was helping me this last year, and we weren't finished." Unlike Hermione and Ron, Ginny didn't press Harry for details that he wasn't ready to give out. Rather, she looked at him and nodded. A moment later he continued, "We think we found the reason that Riddle didn't die that night when I was a baby, and we think we found a way to make him vulnerable. I know what to do. I just don't think I can do it." "By yourself." She looked at him, and after a minute, he nodded. She asked him, "Why do you need to continue this alone, Frodo?" She smiled at him knowing that he had also read the trilogy. It's my quest. The prophecy. Rage flew through Ginny. Seeing the red handprint clearly marking his right cheek, she resisted the option to give him a matching set. Instead she shouted, "Did the effin' prophecy say that you had to abandon every one of your friends and anyone who might care about you? Did Dumbledore ever tell you to push everyone away? Is that what you want? Why won't you let anyone help you?" Somewhat softer she asked, "Why won't you let me?" Harry choked on the words, "I can't." "What? Bull, Harry. That's crap. Of course you can." She pushed him back into the seat and for a rare minute, he gave her his undivided attention. Gasping for air, Harry continued, "Dumbledore trusted." Ginny raged, "The wrong slime ball. Is that the problem? You don't know who you can trust." Harry considered her words for a moment, and realized that she had hit the crux of his concern. He nodded slightly. Seeing that she had hit her mark, she asked, "Do you trust Ron?" Harry nodded. "Hermione." Harry gave another nod. "Me." Harry looked at her and nodded again. Seeing a tear slide down his cheek, she pulled his face into her, and ran her fingers through his unkempt hair. After a minute she asked, "Can you spend a day or two at the Burrow before the wedding?" Harry nodded, "I think so." Still stroking his hair, Ginny asked, "What are you going to do for the next few days?" Harry replied, "I need to go to Gringotts to get some traveling money, then visit with Scrimgeour for a bit. I'll find out if he really can help me or is just trying to help himself." "Are we okay, Harry? I know Mum won't let me go with you right now, but that doesn't mean that we have to be mad at each other." Her hands gently brushed against his reddened cheeks, giving Harry a very pleasant sensation. Harry looked into her bright eyes and nodded. They sat in comfortable silence, each thinking what the coming weeks would bring them. Harry had hoped that he would have had more time to prepare with the professor, but realized that some things couldn't be wished away. Outside the compartment, Ron and Hermione blocked the way of any onlookers. Hermione had cast a silencing charm over the compartment door and let her two friends work out their differences. Even with it, they had occasionally heard indistinct shouting and thumps as Ginny gained and regained Harry's attention. After 10 minutes the noise quieted down and she glanced in to see the two holding each other. As the students were traveling home, Alistair Moody called a meeting of Dumbledore's badly splintered militia, the Order of the Phoenix. Gathered in the Transfiguration classroom were Minerva McGonagall, Remus Lupin, Nymphadora Tonks, Fred Weasley, George Weasley, Pop Pomfrey, Kingsley Shacklebolt, Hagrid, Molly Weasley, Arthur Weasley, Arabella Figg, Daedalus Diggle, Elphias Dodge, Hestia Jones, Tom the Bartender, Sturgis Podmore and Aberforth Dumbledore. Missing were Snape, Mundungus Fletcher and Bill Weasley. As the members were assembling, there was quite a bit of arguing. None of them had ever heard any succession plans regarding the leadership of the Order. Tensions were high between the haves and the have-nots in terms of knowing the most current information. The teachers and Tonks had been at the castle the day that Snape had killed Dumbledore, and had heard Harry's eyewitness account. Also the little fractions that had quietly remained beneath the surface between the members during Dumbledore's tenure had begun to surface. Diggle was arguing loudly with Sturgis while Minerva seemed to be lecturing Fred and George about something. By the time Aberforth and Hagrid arrived, most of the others were in various stages of arguments. Aberforth waved his wand and a sound like a Chinese gong sounded, momentarily silencing everyone. He said, "You are doing my brother's memory a disservice by arguing amongst yourselves. Since Alistair is the remaining member with the longest tenure, please let him begin the meeting." Molly gave Tonks one last scowl, then sat down next to Arthur. Minerva handed Moody an envelope and asked him to open it. Moody examined the envelope carefully for a moment and proceeded to break the seal with his knurled hands. After a moment, he stated, "It's a letter from Dumbledore." In his gravelly voice he began reading it aloud. To the members of the Order. As you may recall, Sir Nicholas de Mimsy Porpington began the Order of the Phoenix over 520 years ago with several ongoing purposes. 1. To serve as a militia in the event of a dark, corrupt or inept minister of magic. 2. To identify and fight dark wizards. 3. To invite and guide the next generation to fulfill these goals as members of the Order. I have updated this letter at the close of each school year, and last revised it on June 6, 1997. It has been clear to me for the last 16 years that Harry Potter is the one who has been prophesied to defeat Tom Riddle, also known as Lord Voldemort. I have been helping him acquire the knowledge this last year to aid him in defeating Riddle. I would ask each of you to give him your complete support as you have given to me these past years. Harry will most likely need tutoring in advanced fighting skills as well as fighting skills. Kingle C., Tonks, and Alistair, please do everything that you can to aid him in acquiring these skills. Minerva, please assist him in any special spell work that he or his chosen companions may ask for, and ask Phileas and Poppy to do the same. Please grant them the latitude that they will need, as much of their work will necessarily take them away from the castle. Remus, please arrange to be by his side when Harry needs you. Much of his work in defeating Riddle will need to be done before they face off together. Harry doubtless has an idea of what needs to be done. He will need help with the actual tasks. Molly and Arthur, please recognize that Harry stopped being a child the second time he faced Riddle, at age 11. Despite his youth, he has faced death many times and has always done the right thing. Harry has never chosen the easy path. Either have his friends. The 5 students who accompanied him last spring all have earned their place in the order. I ask you both to please do not quarrel with my decision in this regard. They have made their choice to fight for what is right. The order always needs new blood, and Harry will be more comfortable if his closest peers are also members. He is a good leader and knows what needs to be done. Daedalus, Harry may wish for some guidance as he comes into control of his rather extensive estate this summer. Please offer to assist him as you can. Hestia, Arabella, Alpheus, Hagrid and Sturgis, I ask you both to continue to serve as you have. Fred and George, your marvelous inventions may well come in handy. I ask you both to consider how you might help protect those that need emergency protection from the Death Eaters. Aberforth, we have spoken many times. I ask you to continue working as you have. Moody growled and cursed several times as he read and skipped the last few lines. He muttered, "Effin' greasy rat shite." He chose not to read Dumbledore's final instructions to Snape, who was currently on the run, wanted for the murder of Dumbledore. Regaining some composure, Moody continued, "Minerva, please issue invitations to join the order to Luna, Neville, Hermione, Ron, Ginny and Harry as soon as practical." She nodded. Moody skipped another line and swore twice. Rolling his eye, he muttered, "Effin' thief." He would never forgive Dung for pilfering Harry's inherited property. Finally Moody said, "Dumbledore also mentioned renewing the wards at the other place." He had intended to say Grimmauld Place, but smiled when he realized that he couldn't say the name. Minerva stood and said, "Phileas took care of it 3 days ago. He will hand it over to Potter tomorrow afternoon." Moody said, "Good. There's also another letter here." He opened it and said, "It's a copy of his will." After examining it for a minute, Moody summarized, saying, briefly he requested that his Gringotts account be divided up equally among each of the current order members in good standing. I guess that's sufficient reason to exclude Snape and Dung. His home in Wales goes to Aberforth. Finally he asked that his personal property not already spoken for be given to Potter. Minerva, he asked that you provide a list of those who would receive a share of his vault cash to the Gringotts Trust Department as soon as practical. Comfortable with her assignment, Minerva nodded, compiled her list, and replied, "Right. I'll see to it this afternoon." In the past week, the Board of School Governors had named Minerva headmistress of the school and given her a 2-year contract. In reality, Minerva knew that she was a much better administrator and follower than leader. She honestly didn't expect to remain as head more than a term or two before retiring. Dumbledore had never been a wealthy man in the sense of the Malfoys, Bones, Potters or the Blacks, but working continuously for the last 140 years had given him the opportunity to build quite a nest egg. As such, the gold that he chose to share with the members of the order would come in handy for all of them, and be a true blessing for Remus, Molly and Arthur. The meeting ended with the understanding that Moody would call the next meeting. As Minerva was delivering Dumbledore's distribution instructions to the Gringotts Trust Department, Tonks was back on order duty meeting the train at King's Cross. The majestic steam engine slowed and students disgorged from the 12 cars. Harry and Ron helped unload Ginny and Hermione's trunks, then went back and got their own. As Harry was coming out of the train, Ginny had found him a cart for his trunk and cage. They made their way past the platform barrier and out into the King's Cross station. Harry saw Petunia waiting for him and waved to her. He waved bye to the Weasleys and Grangers. He said Ginny goodbye and made his way to the Petunia's car. "Hello, Harry," she said to him in a surprisingly civil voice. She had received a visit from the Minister of Magic, Rufus Scrimgeour. He had explained that Voldemort had ordered an attack on Dumbledore and that Harry had done his best to stop it. The reality of Voldemort's return had hit Petunia hard, and brought back memories that she's managed to push away for nearly 16 years. As a senior Auror, he had gone to see her years ago to have her confirm Lily's identity after she had been murdered. "Hi Aunt Petunia, where's Dudley?" Vernon got him a position at Grunnings for the holidays. "They're both at work today," she said as they reached the car. As they had been walking, Harry noticed that the Grangers who were walking a ways in front of them seemed to be arguing with Hermione. Harry waited for Petunia to unlock the boot and lifted his trunk into the car. As he was closing the lid, he noticed Mrs. Granger walk over to them. "Hi Dr. Granger," said Harry, not certain what she wanted. "Hello Harry." "Hello Mrs. Dursley." "Harry, I was wondering if we might invite you over for dinner this evening. I apologize for the short notice. Your aunt would certainly be welcome as well if she wished." Harry could tell that Petunia was very intimidated by Hermione's mum. Dr. Granger was dressed casually, but quite expensively. He looked at her and nodded, then replied, "I think Aunt Petunia already has plans for the evening, but I'd be happy to have dinner with you." Petunia looked relieved and said, "I'll have Dudley put your trunk in your room, Harry." "We'll have him home early in the morning then," said Dr. Granger. "Harry, do you need anything out of your trunk? We've plenty of extra toothbrushes." Harry avoided smirking at the thought of a loo-lined wall-to-wall with packaged toothbrushes. Knowing that Petunia would be petrified if Harry were to open a wizarding trunk out in public, Harry replied, "I'll be fine. Thanks." Waving again to his aunt, Harry said, "I'll see you tomorrow." "Bye." Harry walked over to Tonks, who he realized was one of his minders, explained what he was doing, and followed Dr. Granger back to their car. Hermione's mum got into the back seat and invited Harry to sit in front next to her husband. As Harry got in, the man held out his hand. "Hi, I'm Dan Granger. You met my wife Emma." Harry had always been a polite boy. He greeted Hermione's dad, shook his hand and closed the door. As he began driving, he said, "We're sorry for the short notice, Harry. We're quite concerned about what's happening in the wizarding world right now, and we wanted to ask your opinion about things as well as to get to know one of Hermione's friends a bit better." Harry smiled and nodded. Dan's remark somehow seemed in contrast to what he had seen a few minutes earlier. At the same time, Harry was in no hurry to return to his aunt's house and was happy to have dinner with his friend's parents. They arrived at the Granger home in Crawley. Harry helped Dan carry Hermione's book-laden trunk inside. After settling in, Dan asked Harry what he wanted to drink. "We don't have the butterbeer that Hermione talks about. I have Harp, or Foster's. Either would be fine," replied Harry, who wasn't certain that he'd had either before. "Can I help with anything?" "No, thanks," replied Dan, handing Harry a pint. "Dinner will be ready in a half hour. Please give these to Hermione and Emma," he said, handing Harry 2 half-pint glasses. Several pints and a really great dinner later, the conversation shifted from talk of football and the Royals to events closer to them. Emma asked Harry, "Please tell us what really happened in the last year." Harry looked at Hermione, who nodded. Harry took that to mean full disclosure. Beginning with the battle at the Department of Mysteries, Harry began telling them what happened within the wizarding world. Hermione let him go, backfilling only to explain about the DA club that they had organized. Dan and Emma asked specific questions regarding Fudge and Scrimgeour. They were amazed that Harry had spoken with both men many times. Neither he nor Emma had ever personally met the PM. Hermione let Harry and her parents go for the better part of 2 hours, during which time Dan refilled everyone's glass a time or two. Finally she told them of the prophecy and the concept of the Horcruxes. Reflecting on her words, Harry muttered, "He knew." Emma replied, "What did you say, Dear. Harry said. He knew. Professor Slughorn. He knew that Riddle knew about Horcruxes because he'd told him about them when Riddle was 16. That was Voldemort's name when he was a student at Hogwarts in the early 30s. Riddle committed his first murders when he was in 6th year. First he killed Myrtle, then he killed his father and grandparents in Little Hangleton, probably the summer between 6th and 7th year. By the time he had graduated he probably had created 2 or more Horcruxes, beginning with his diary, a ring and locket that originally belonged to one of the school's founders, Salazar Slytherin. He may have killed Morfin Gaunt as well. Dan asked, "What does that have to do with Professor Slughorn?" Hermione replied, "When Voldemort disappeared after murdering Harry's parents and the killing curse rebounding off of Harry when he was a baby, Professor Slughorn knew that he hadn't been killed. Apparently he never told anyone about it." She looked at Harry in shock, as he nodded confirmation of what she was thinking. Harry continued, "Riddle had figured out a way to split off bits of his soul and embed them within other objects to keep them bound to Earth. When he got his body back in the graveyard, he told his Death Eater followers that his soul had been ripped from his body, but since it wasn't all free, he didn't die. 10 years later he inhabited the body of one of the school teachers, Professor Quirrell, grew stronger and started on the path of coming back. My point was that Professor Slughorn could have told someone like Professor Dumbledore what he knew and they would have had years to find and destroy the Horcruxes." Hermione and her parents nodded, each taking in information that was both fascinating and quite frightening. Harry continued, "Riddle must have left his diary with Lucius Malfoy for safekeeping without telling him what it really was. I bet Riddle was really pissed when he found out that Malfoy had given it to Ginny and it had been destroyed." Hermione asked, "Did Professor Dumbledore ever say where he got the ring from?" Harry replied, "No, I don't know if he'd hurt his hand getting the ring, or destroying it." While they had been talking, Emma had been taking notes. After Dan came back from the loo, she summarized saying, "This Riddle needed to have committed 1 or more murders for each of the soul-splitting procedures that he did." She showed them her notes. Murders: 1943 Myrtle, 1943 Riddle's father, 1943 Riddle's grandfather, 1943 Riddle's grandmother. Horcruxes created. Diary. Cuz. Ring 1943, 1943, Cup 1945, Locket 1945, Snake 1945-1980. Emma said, "Harry, you mentioned that Riddle came back shortly after he had graduated from school and had asked for a job. Does anything seem odd about that?" Harry thought long and hard, trying to recall the different conversations that he'd had with the headmaster. After a few minutes one came to mind. "I remember talking to Riddle when I was in my 2nd year. He said that Dumbledore began keeping an eye on him and he wasn't able to get back into the Chamber of Secrets." Hermione nodded, and replied, "Maybe that's why he wanted to come back to the castle, to be able to go back and retrieve something that he'd left there." Dan quipped, "He couldn't come up to the headmaster and say, 'Excuse me, I left a bit of my soul in one of the dungeons. Could I possibly go and retrieve it?'" Harry wasn't certain if it was the effects of the beer, or the grim humor of the situation, but the 4 of them had a good laugh together. It was getting late when Dan asked, "So who's really working on getting rid of this wanker?" Harry said, "Professor Dumbledore and I were out searching for one of the pieces the day that." Emma saw the pain that Harry was in, and finished adding, "The night that he was murdered." Harry nodded, and she went over to hug him. Dan asked, "What happened?" Hermione put her hand to her mouth, shocked that her father would ask, but Harry seemed to want to talk about it. "We arrived back to the village by the castle and saw the dark mark over the astronomy tower. A student named Malfoy had found a way to sneak a bunch of Voldemort's Death Eaters into the castle. We flew on broomsticks up to the astronomy tower. I was wearing my invisibility cloak and when we landed, I think the professor immobilized me. I could see everything but I couldn't move. The professor was very weak at the time from the effects of a potion that he'd drunk while we were out." Finishing his beer, Harry continued, "Malfoy managed to disarm the professor. Dumbledore tried to get as much information from Malfoy as he could, and I think to stall for time. Anyway, Malfoy didn't have much of an appetite to murder an unarmed headmaster. A minute later, one of Dumbledore's instructors came up and killed him. Dumbledore was pleading with him, and Snape killed him, just like that. Hermione and her mum both had tears streaming down their faces as Harry finished. A moment after Dumbledore died, they ran away. His spell wore off, and I chased them, but I didn't catch them. The Aurors killed one of Malfoy's accomplices, and captured a few of the Death Eaters, and a couple students had been arrested immediately after the funeral. Dan asked, "So how is this your fault, Hermione?" Harry had no idea what Dr. Granger was talking about and turned to his friend as she sobbed. "Harry told me that Malfoy was up to something. He'd been telling me all year, and I ignored him." Dan was stunned, and for once the normally quick-thinking man couldn't find the right words to say. Harry responded, "Hermione, it's no more your fault than Flitwick's. I told you, Ron, Mr. Weasley, Professor McGonagall and Dumbledore himself several times. No one caught on with what he was doing in the room of requirement. A lot of things went wrong. No one blames Tonks for surviving last year at the Ministry of Magic. I'm just glad that you're alive." Dan was glad that he'd said nothing. Hermione's friend had found better words than he'd ever have been able to come up with. A lot had been said, and emotions were spent. They all sat in comfortable silence for a few minutes. Finally Emma said, "Harry, it's late. We all need some rest. Let me show you to your room." When they reached the door, she said, "Thank you for sharing your story with us. It cleared the air about a lot of things for us." Harry looked at his friend's mum and said, "You're welcome. Good night, Dr. Granger." He closed the door behind him and slept fitfully in the comfortable bed, thinking over and over that Slughorn wasted 10 years. Harry wondered how many lives would be lost trying to make up that time. As Emma was saying goodnight to Harry, Severus and Draco were hidden a quarter-mile away from Snape's dilapidated home at Spinner's End. It was being systematically searched and everything of value was being removed by a large group of Aurors. Despite the planning that Malfoy had made to get the Death Eaters into the castle, neither man had made any preparations for life on the run. Draco looked at Snape with some concern, asking, "Now what, Professor?" It had become apparent to Snape that the Dark Lord had not really expected Malfoy to survive, let alone that they would have been successful in murdering Dumbledore. Life on the run had not been easy for either of them. Between them, they had 2 wands and 3 galleons. In truth, Snape had not been part of the original plan, nor had he known the exact planned moment of the attack. Rosmerta, under the Imperious Curse, had been forced to send word to Malfoy that Dumbledore had left the castle on an errand. Malfoy had used the repaired Vanishing Cabinet as well as the one in Nocturne Alley to get 4 Death Eaters into the castle past the wards. Once there, McGonagall had asked Flitwick to alert Snape that the castle was under attack, expecting that he would help defend the castle, not murder the headmaster. Damn that unbreakable vow. Snape had been forced to help Malfoy, and his life had been forever changed. He had left his vault key and other valuables in his office. Draco whispered, "I'm surprised that there are so many Aurors at your home." Snape replied, "It is to be expected. We have become the 2 most hunted men in Britain." Draco shook his head and said, "You surely haven't forgotten the Dark Lord." Snape silently wondered at the lack of intelligence that Lucius' son occasionally displayed, intelligence closer to Goyle's level than Granger's. Snape hissed, "Every Auror would rather be assigned to tracking you and me down than the Dark Lord. They must have all volunteered for the duty." In truth, the same thing was happening at Malfoy Manor as they were speaking. Narcissa Malfoy would be homeless within the hour. Voldemort had abandoned using Riddle Manor as a hideout, and had wisely elected to stay away from the Malfoy estate as well. He was currently staying at the home of a couple of Muggles that he'd murdered earlier in the week. With him were Wormtail and Bellatrix. Pettigrew had informed Riddle that Snape had completed Draco's assignment. He asked, "Master, should I find Snape and Draco and bring them here?" Riddle considered the idea for a moment and replied, "No. Find them, but leave them be for a few days. I want to find out how resourceful they are on their own. Bring them back here Friday evening. Don't let them see you." The little rat bowed and scurried away. In truth, the death of Dumbledore aside, the last year had not gone well for Riddle. Between the capture of his senior Death Eaters at the Ministry, and the removal of Fudge, he had lost much of his power base. Lucius had done much in the years that he'd been gone to weaken the ministry and place either weak or bigoted people in positions of either power or influence. Much of that had taken place under the lie that Riddle had been killed, or through the purchase of influence or votes. The last 2 years had seen a reversal of many of those changes. The Board of School Governors had lost 3 dark side members, Umbridge had been found lacking in any diplomacy skills and now was up on charges. Scrimgeour had proven to be a much tougher minister than Fudge. "What would you have me do next, Master?" asked Bellatrix, watching the Dark Lord stroke the snake's head. Riddle thought for a moment and replied, "Without Dumbledore to guide the boy, he is all but defenseless. According to Draco, he has no great skills other than luck. I shall finish him off this summer. Find where he is staying. He cannot stay with his Muggle relatives forever. When Wormtail returns, have him look in on that flock of red-headed blood traitors and see what they are up to. Send for Knott's son and Goyle. I want to see them tomorrow morning." Bella nodded and took her leave without commenting. In truth, she had been bested by Potter a year ago, and had considerably more respect for him than to pass his accomplishments off as mere luck. Early the next morning Theodore Knott was nervous to see Bellatrix Lestrange walk into the family room of his parents' home. He had seen her in his home several times the previous summer after his father had been captured. He was fairly certain that she had provided his mother with the funds to send him to school the last year and for her to live on. In truth, Bellatrix had done that with funds that the Dark Lord had arranged to be drawn from the Malfoy account. Bellatrix looked the teen in the eye and said, "Good afternoon, Theodore. You will come with me. The Dark Lord wishes to speak to you." Knott had spoken enough with Draco to realize that this was not a request, rather an order. She picked up his copy of Quidditch Weekly and created a portkey. Before handing it to him, she hissed, "You will kneel in front of the Dark Lord and not look at him until he calls for you to rise." She tapped the magazine, and together they vanished. If Knott was nervous in the presence of Lestrange, he did not show it. He was in fact terrified to be in the presence of the Dark Lord. He followed Bellatrix from the kitchen where they had appeared into the sitting room. Quickly noticing the huge snake coiled up at the side of a high-backed chair, his fear only grew. Bellatrix knocked on the doorframe and said, "Master, Theodore Knott is here at your request." Riddle hissed, "Enter Theodore, and come before me." Knott did as he was told, and knelt down as Lestrange had told him. Voldemort spoke in a low but commanding voice. "How is your mother?" In his best Slytherin thinking, Knott replied, "Sir, she is getting by, thanks to your generosity." "Thank you." His voice was even, and barely cracked from fear. "I'm told that you did well in school this year, better than Draco, though I don't think he is concerned about his grades at this point. Has he contacted you?" "No, sir." Riddle was using legilimency to test the boy, and found him to be telling the truth. "I want you to deliver this to Borgin at his shop in Knockturn Alley. If he is not there, wait for him outside the door. He will be there before nightfall." Riddle handed Knott a quill and said, "He will know how to use it." Knott nodded and said, "Yes, sir." Riddle commanded Knott to rise and face him. Screwing up his courage, Knott did so, and looked Riddle in the eye without flinching. Riddle nodded, pointed to a bag of galleons on the table next to him and said, "Give this to your mother after you have completed your task. Bellatrix will give you a portkey back to your home. You will register for school for the fall term, and appear to support McGonagall. Keep your eyes and ears open for news of Potter this summer. Say nothing of this meeting to anyone. Do not fail me. Leave now." Knott replied, "Thank you, sir," and went back into the kitchen. Moments later he was back in his own sitting room. The bag that the Dark Lord had given him contained 5,000 galleons. Knott left the bag on the kitchen table for his mum. Using the Flow network, Knott appeared at the Leaky Cauldron at 7 a.m. He didn't notice the mousy-haired girl who was paying her breakfast tab walk out the door shortly after him. He made his way directly to Knockturn Alley and went to Borgin's shop. The sign on the door said, "Closed." For 2 hours Knott went from shop to shop, occasionally going back to Borgin and Burke's, checking to see if it had reopened. Finally about noon he saw the sign in the window had been switched to open. Knott walked in the door, took out the quill, set it on the counter and immediately walked out. From there, He went back to the leaky cauldron and took the flow back to his home. After Nott left, Borgin looked around the shop to be certain that there were no other customers wandering around the cramped aisles. He locked the front door and went back to the counter. Borgin dipped the quill in the special ink, set the quill on a parchment, tapped it and said the prearranged incantation. The quill scratched out the message. Withdraw 100,000 galleons from the account and be prepared to leave by midnight. The quill set itself down on the edge of the parchment and within seconds, both had burst into flame leaving no ashes. Borgin was surprised that he hadn't heard from either the Death Eaters or the Aurors prior to this time. He had no way of knowing that Draco had bragged to Dumbledore about how he'd snuck the Death Eaters into the castle from the cabinet in Borgin's shop while Harry was hidden just feet away from the professor. He was relatively certain that his days in the shop were numbered and took several of the more expensive objects with him as he locked up for the day. Acting on Lestrange's words, Peter Pettigrew apparated to within a half-mile of Ottery Street. Catchpole assumed his rat form and scurried across the woods to the edge of the Weasley property. Seeing no one outside, he scurried to the planted flowerbed and found an empty gnome hole to hide in, hoping that he might pick up some useful information without being seen. Several hours later, Fleur walked out leading a wedding consultant behind her. The mesmerized man took notes as she explained the arrangements that she wanted for the wedding. Remember, the ceremony is at 5 o'clock in the afternoon on the 19th of July. You must have everything set up by 2 so there will be time for some photographs. She smiled once and the man nodded before leaving. She could have asked the man to swim the channel with his arms tied together and he would have agreed. A few hours later, Pettigrew was woken out of a restful slumber. A garden gnome had seized his tail and had sunk its razor-sharp teeth into the pencil-thick tail, nearly severing it. Pettigrew turned and slashed the little gnome in the throat with his equally sharp silver paw. The little gnome died moments later. Bleeding badly, Pettigrew raced out of the hole across the yards and into the woods as fast as he could. Feeling like he would pass out at any minute, he crossed the property line and changed back to his human form. Tapping the portkey that Lestrange had given him, he vanished and appeared in the kitchen before passing out. It was an unlikely pair that were photographed robbing the BP station several miles away from where Severus Snape, former potions master, former professor, used to have a home. Minutes after the home had been stripped of all of its contents, it had been torched and was now little more than a crumbled hearth and ashes. The BP attendant had been stunned, the cash drawer opened. Oddly enough, the only things taken were a case of beer, several tins of Altoids, a bottle of shampoo, 3 loaves of bread and all of the coins that were in the drawer. The hapless thieves left all of the banknotes. A customer came in several minutes later and awoke the attendant who summoned the police. In reviewing the videotape, investigators concluded that the attendant was knocked unconscious after being hit with a pole or other object that one of the men must have been carrying. The police nicknamed the pair the Coin Collector Bandits and posted their photographs in local police stations, public houses and video arcades. The photo had remarkable clarity of both men, who apparently hadn't noticed the camera or the sign in the front door warning that the entire premises was under video surveillance. Remarkably, the men ran away on foot, apparently moving away from the field of view of the camera suddenly. Convinced that the Dark Lord had wanted them elsewhere for a while, they broke into a vacant Muggle home several miles away. Without specifically being summoned, they had no clear way of knowing where the Dark Lord was. Due to Wormtail's injury, Riddle decided to leave them on their own for a week. As Nott was visiting with Riddle, Emma Granger was making Hermione and Harry breakfast. Dan had left earlier with early morning appointments at the surgery. Handing him his plate loaded with pancakes and bangers, she smiled at him and said, "Harry, Dan and I wanted to thank the both of you for being so candid with us last night. We know that you were uncomfortable with much of what was said, but I think for everyone's sake, it needed to be said. You have certainly suffered more than your share of horrors and betrayals, and nothing that Dan or I could say could ever minimize that." Hermione said, "Mum, I think it helped both Harry and me to have someone to talk these things over with. There's a lot to do, and it helped organize my thoughts about what needs to be done. I'm sure that Harry feels the same way." Never as articulate as his friend, Harry nodded in agreement. Emma screwed up her own courage and asked the question to which she dreaded hearing the answer. "Harry, what can Dan and I do to help you in your quest?" Harry had hoped against hope that one or the other of them would have asked the question. He responded with his usual less than verbose style, saying simply, "Disappear." Both Emma and Hermione gave him a questioning look. Harry expounded on his answer saying, "The best thing that the two of you could do would be to go to New Zealand for a few months. I think it's highly likely that your home will be attacked in the next few days and I'd hate to see you get hurt or worse." Harry had come to realize that there truly were things worse than death. He continued, "If you can't leave Britain, I have a home in London that I think might be safe for you all to stay at. You don't need to answer right now, but please consider it, and if I can help, please let me know." Just then, there was a knock on the door. Somewhat shaken by Harry's words, Emma went to answer it. As Emma was about to answer the door, Tonks spotted Theodore not walk through the lakey cauldron. Quickly paying her bill, she followed him, being careful not to be noticed. As she followed not into Nocturne Alley, she saw him attempt to enter the closed Borgin shop. She gave the signal and her partner for the week, Michael Wood, who was under one of the department invisibility cloaks, stood outside the door. Several hours later he followed Borgin into the shop and waited. 15 minutes later he had read the message as the parchment ignited. He followed Borgin as he left his shop and locked the door. 20 minutes later Wood was in the office of Magical Law Enforcement Director Connie Hammer, who had been promoted when Amelia Bones had been murdered a year ago. Hammer was a no-nonsense woman who, like her predecessor, had more than earned her way up the ladder of a mostly male organization. She was a good investigator and a good leader. "Who do you want assigned at Gringotts?" asked Wood. "See who's available. My preference would be to use yourself, Shepard, Dawlish, and either Tonks or Steele depending on who is available." She expected Borgin to come alone and give up without a fight, but didn't want to lose any oars today, and decided to overstaff for the capture. "Tonks is assigned to Potter for the next 48 hours. I could ask." "No, use Steele instead. Tonks is a good match-up with Potter." "Good work today, Wood." In reality, Wood had done little of the real legwork, and was willing to admit it. He responded, saying, "Tonks picked him up first, Director." Hammer realized that this operation had the potential to be a huge win for the light side. She smiled at him and replied, "Nonetheless, good work." Wood was pleased. Hammer didn't give out praise often, but when she did, it was heartfelt. He replied, "Thank you, Director. I'll make the arrangements to have everyone in position as soon as they open." "Good. Contact me as soon as he comes in." Back in Crawley, Emma opened the door. It was Professor McGonagall and Remus Lupin. "Please come in," said Emma. Remus spoke first. "Good morning, Dr. Granger. It's good to see you again. Harry, if you're ready to go, I can take you to your aunt and uncle's home now." Harry nodded, and said, "I'm ready now. Hermione, Dr. Granger, thank you for dinner and having me over last night. Please consider my offer." Emma and Hermione both nodded and gave him a hug, and they got up to leave. As they made their way to the back door, McGonagall said, "I'll see you later, Mr. Potter." They walked out to the back garden and Remus pulled out a pencil. They both grasped it, and an instant later they were in the back garden of number 4 Privet Drive. Petunia Dursley had been looking out the back window from her kitchen when she saw the two men appear. Momentarily startled, she recognized Harry, and smiled at the magic that she had just seen. She knew that the years had not been easy for Harry, but a small part of her was happy to see him again, knowing that he would soon leave and likely not return. She opened the back door and invited them in. Offering both of them tea, she announced that she had to go to the grocery market, and would be back in a few hours. Harry replied, "I need to go to Gringotts later. Would you like me to help with dinner?" Petunia looked thinner than Harry remembered. She replied, "I have time. We'll eat at 6 after Vernon and Dudley get home." Remus said, "Tonks should be meeting us here within an hour. You can get ready, we can visit for a bit to catch up until she gets here, and then we can go." Curious if Harry was interested in anyone, Petunia asked, "Who's Tonks?" Remus replied, "She is one of the Ministry Aurors. She offered to." Remus considered his words, Watch Harry, guard Harry, be his minder, bodyguard. None of them seemed to fit, and he didn't want to anger or embarrass Harry by saying the wrong thing. He continued, saying, assist Harry. He has some business to transact at the Wizarding Bank that she could help with. Satisfied with his answer, Petunia excused herself and went to the Tesco grocery store. After she left, Remus said, Harry, it looks like you have a busy day ahead of you. How did things go at the Grangers? Harry realized that Remus wasn't crying or implying anything. It was just a straight question. He answered, I told them what has been happening in the wizarding world. In general terms, I let them know what the professor and I had been working on for the last year. Harry was somewhat pleased to see the look of confusion on Lupin's face. Apparently the professor hadn't told the order about the Horcruxes. He continued, I told them in no uncertain terms that the professor's death wasn't Hermione's fault, and no one would ever think that it was. Lupin nodded in agreement, but didn't say anything, hoping that Harry would keep talking. Harry continued, Moony, did the professor ever mention what he was working on to the order? Remus was surprised, and responded, of course he did. We talked about Death Eater sightings, events at the Ministry, the sacking of Fudge. He always kept us up to speed on events. Seeing Harry's expression, Remus finished, asking, didn't he? Harry asked, did he ever talk about the prophecy? Remus replied, he said that it contained information that could be used against Voldemort. He told us that it concerned you. Glancing out the window and seeing the perky Auror with pink hair coming to the door, Harry asked, do you absolutely trust Tonks? Without hesitation, Remus replied, with my life. Harry asked, with mine? Remus nodded, and Harry opened the door, greeting her. Hi Tonks, you look very tidy today. Watch her Harry. She smiled at him, gave him a hug, then leaned up to Remus and gave him a peck on the cheek. Have a seat, Tonks. I think Harry has something that he wants to talk with us about. Tonks was about to fire off a cheeky comment, but glanced at the serious look on Lupin's face and immediately complied. Harry paced for a moment, then said, you've obviously read The Prophet and their take about me being the chosen one. They both nodded, but didn't say a word. Harry took a breath and said, for once they were right in one. Remus remained silent while Tonks took a second to sort through Harry's words and asked, you mean? Harry replied, the prophecy that you were all guarding for a year, it was about Riddle and me. In short, it said that either of us must die by the other's hand. Dumbledore had heard it several months before I was born. He told it to me the night of the battle at the Ministry. We figured out why Riddle didn't die the night that he killed my parents and were working on a way to finish him off. In the 25 seconds that Harry had been talking, Remus felt the weight of the world crash onto his shoulders, sadness at the remembrance of two of his best friends, and relief at the prospect of the weight being partially lifted. He simply asked, how? Harry said, I was hoping to talk about that after we got back. Remus replied, I meant, how have you managed to cope for a year? Most people would be crushed carrying a burden like that. How do you do it? Harry smiled at the two, and replied, by having good friends, I guess. Are we ready to go? Tonks said, I have a portkey already made. Let me run to the loo first, then I'll be ready. As Remus was talking to Harry, the Ministry Aurors had gotten themselves into position. Dawlish and Shepherd were stationed outside the doors under invisibility cloaks. Wood and Steel were inside the lobby, disillusioned. Unfortunately, none of them had a clear idea of what Borgin really looked like, as none of them had ever spoken with him. Diagon Alley was unusually crowded that day. Perhaps it was the prospect of so many students being home-schooled in the fall, the fact that term had ended, or just fate, but no one noticed the well-dressed, gray-haired man walk in carrying an expensive-looking oversized briefcase. After closing up his shop, Borgin had apparated to his home, put on his best robes and applied a glamour charm to change his appearance from that of an older-looking version of greasy Snape to a younger-looking May with longish, neatly washed and trimmed hair. Borgin went to the counter, and handed the goblin the vault key. After examining it for nearly a half-minute, the goblin called for another goblin to escort Borgin to the vault. Tonks came back to the living room at Privet Drive. Harry and Remus were ready to go. They went out to the back garden, and Harry locked the door behind him. Each touching the pencil, they were transported to the lakey cauldron. Tom nodded at the three as they walked through and left through the back door. They quickly made their way up the alley to the marble steps of Gringotts. They waited in line for a few moments at the counter. Harry asked if Griphook could take him to his vault. The counter goblin replied, "He's just finishing with another customer over there. Please stop by the counter when you complete your business, Mr. Potter. One of the trust goblins would like to speak with you." Borgin had magically expanded the case and charmed it to be 1/50th of the actual weight. Even so, it was quite heavy, and Borgin was worried that the locks would break. Griphook stopped the cart and held out a hand to help the wizard out of the cart. Brushing off the goblin, Borgin managed to get out of the cart and lifted the heavy case out of the cart and to his side. As Harry was walking from the counter to the cart, Griphook said to the man, "Good day, sir." Borgin sneered, "Good day yourself." For an instant, Harry's mind raced back to the memory of being in Borgin and Burke's shop in Knockturn Alley. He would never forget the conversation that Lucius Malfoy and the shopkeeper had had while the 12-year-old Harry had hidden in the vanishing cabinet. As the gray-haired man walked by, Harry whipped out his wand and wordlessly stunned him. Borgin stumbled as he fell, dropping the case. Borgin's intuition regarding the case had been correct. When it hit the marble floor, the latches gave way, revealing a rather large pile of gold. Wood appeared out from under his invisibility cloak a moment later at the other end of the counter. He shouted, "Seal the main entrance." Dawlish ran over, demanding, "What did you do now, Potter? Who is this? You've ruined an important investigation." Harry ignored Dawlish, pointed his wand at the gray-haired man lying on the floor and said, "Finite incantatem." Moments later, greasy-haired shopkeeper Thomas Borgin was visible for all to see. Dawlish stammered, "How did you know?" Harry never did like the man. He simply said, "I just did. He helped in the murder of Professor Dumbledore." A half-dozen Aurors led by Director Hammer came through the front door and quickly made their way over. "Good work, Auror Dawlish." A moment later, she saw Tonks, Harry Potter and another man standing nearby. Tonks, who never really cared for Dawlish or his snobbish remarks, said, "Director, Auror Dawlish never even saw Borgin." Harry Potter recognized him even though Borgin was wearing a glamour and stunned him. She scowled at Dawlish. "I see," said Hammer. "Well done, Mr. Potter. Thank you for your diligence against the dark side. You doubtless had other business that you were here for. If possible, could you stop by my office sometime Saturday morning? I'd like to visit with you if you have the time." Recognizing that it really wasn't a request, Harry nodded, and said, "I'll be there at 9. Hammer nodded at him and replied, "Good. I'll have tea waiting." Or Tonks, "Perhaps you could accompany Mr. Potter as well." "Thank you. Enjoy your day, Mr. Potter." As they walked over to Griphook, who was waiting at the cart, Tonks said, "Poor Harry, you were fast in stunning him. How did you know it was Borgin?" Somewhat embarrassed, Harry replied, "The first time I ever used the Flow network, I accidentally ended up in his shop as he was doing business with Lucius Malfoy. I hid in the vanishing cabinet that Draco used to sneak the Death Eaters into Hogwarts. I recognized his voice when he was talking to Griphook." "Well done, Harry," said Remus, patting him on the back. A moment later Tonks went back and quietly spoke to Hammer for a few minutes, then returned. While they were waiting for Tonks, Griphook asked, "Which vault, Mr. Potter?" Replied Harry. Remus had anticipated some confusion about this from Harry and said, "Harry, you have at least 3 vaults. One or more from the Black Estate, your parents' vault, probably one from the Potter Estate, and the school vault that your parents set up for you. What do you need right now?" "Some galleons and currency. Why don't you use your school vault, if you have enough in it to accommodate what you had in mind?" suggested Remus. Harry nodded, gave Griphook his vault number and considered how much gold and currency he thought that he'd need. When they got to the vault, Griphook stopped the cart, helped Harry out and said, "Key please." Harry handed him the key and a moment later opened the door to Vault 687. Harry scooped out about 5,000 galleons, thought for a moment and scooped another 2,000. He lifted the heavy sack, and walked back to the cart. Remus noticed the weight of the sack, and said, "If you wish, I'll do a lightning charm on it for you." There's no sense in getting too used of underage magic notices in one day. Harry had bad memories of the last time that he'd received such a notice, and said, "Thanks." Tonks said, "Harry, don't worry about that. You'll probably get a reward for stunning Borgin, not punished." Harry said, "I'm not so sure. The last time, I faced a full Wizengamot hearing. The professor got me out of that one." Remus smiled sadly. Nothing was ever easy for James's son. Scrimgeour and Hammer were being direct with Borgin in the conference room that they were using at Gringotts. Hammer had immediately contacted Scrimgeour as soon as she verified that Borgin had been captured transporting a significant amount of gold. The news that Tonks had relayed to her about Borgin being involved in Dumbledore's murder had made her job much easier. Scrimgeour realized that many of Voldemort's supporters were funding him, while Riddle was funding others to do his bidding. No matter which side you were on, running a war wasn't cheap. He took a chance that Borgin hadn't emptied the vault where he'd gotten the money and said, "Here is my one and only deal for you. Take us back down to the vault where you got that gold, empty the vault for us and you will be sent to a wizarding prison outside the country for a 1-year stay. Or do nothing, go on trial as a conspirator for the murder of Albus Dumbledore, get convicted as you certainly will, and get key-ed this Saturday." Borgin realized that his life was forfeit if he was released from prison and the Dark Lord was still in power. He replied, 2 years, and my wife goes with me." "Done," replied Scrimgeour. 2 hours later the funds had been tallied and transferred to the Ministry Law Enforcement account vault. Just over 3 million galleons were recovered, not including the 100,000 that Borgin had been caught with. Scrimgeour and Hammer both hoped that the loss of funds would create a serious problem for Voldemort and his Death Eaters. Scrimgeour told Hammer to bring the case that Borgin was carrying back to Ministry headquarters. While Scrimgeour and Hammer were talking with the Borgin, Harry was talking with another of the goblins regarding his accounts. The old goblin looked at Harry from across the desk. He deemed the young man as someone to trust and worthy of his help. He said, "Mr. Potter, you control several of the larger accounts at this branch. Combined they represent the largest of our private accounts, second only to the Ministry accounts. According to our records, you have not even visited 4 of your vaults. I would recommend that you take the time to meet with your account advisors and learn about them." Harry knew that Pickhandle's advice was sound and nodded in agreement. Pickhandle continued, "I also recommend that you start building a large family as soon as practical. You should create a multi-tiered will to protect your wishes in the event of an untimely death." "I see," replied Harry. Pickhandle continued, "Fortunately, I gave your father similar advice immediately after you were born, and you had sufficient means to get by with until your 17th birthday, which I believe is a few weeks from now." Harry nodded and asked, "Who are my account managers?" Pickhandle replied, "Liplock and Clawhammer. They both have worked with the larger old family accounts for a long time." "I see," replied Harry. He interpreted old family to mean pureblood. He asked, "Can I pick an account manager, or are they always assigned?" "You can have your choice of any of the employees. Did you have someone in mind?" Harry replied, "Actually I did, Bill Weasley and Griphook." Pickhandle wasn't surprised that Harry had made such a request. He knew of Harry having requested Griphook's assistance before, but didn't know that he knew Weasley. Pickhandle replied, "I shall make the changes. Mr. Weasley was injured recently and won't be back for a few more days. I shall inform him when he returns." "Thank you," replied Harry. "Is there anything else that we might be able to assist you with today?" "I wanted to convert half of this for sterling notes. I have some shopping to do." Pickhandle tapped the table twice. A goblin appeared, took the sack with him and returned a moment later with Harry's bag, now half filled with gold, and a 5-inch stack of 50-pound notes. He handed both back to Harry, and said, "It was a pleasure to serve you today, Mr. Potter." Harry looked at the young goblin and replied, "Thank you." He also turned to Pickhandle and said, "Thank you for your advice. I will be back in a month or so." Pickhandle nodded, and said, "You're welcome, Mr. Potter. I will have Griphook prepare the papers and show Mr. Weasley what he will need to learn." He opened the door for Harry and pointed him back to the lobby. Harry met Tonks and Remus waiting in the lobby. Tonks saw him and said, "Poor Harry. You were in with Pickhandle for over an hour. Sorry, replied Harry. He had a lot to talk about. Tonks shook her head and said, that wasn't my point, Harry. He wouldn't give the Minister of Magic an hour of his time. He runs the London branch of Gringotts. Was he able to help you? Asked Remus, a bit more quietly than his spirited friend. Harry noticed his threadbare robes and knew what he wanted to do. Yes, replied Harry. I changed account managers. Remus didn't know much about the account managers that Gringotts assigned to the larger accounts. Compared to his own, the Weasley vault was huge. He replied, what did you decide to do? Harry replied, I requested that Bill Weasley and Griphook be assigned to my accounts. Tonks was surprised and said, and Pickhandle agreed. I don't think there are any other wizards who are account managers. I bet Bill will be surprised. I hope he'll be okay with it, said Harry. I just wanted to work with people who I trust. The other two sounded kind of dodgy to me. What do you mean? Asked Remus. They mostly worked with pure blood accounts. I really don't want the Malfoy account managers minding my accounts. I understand, said Remus. Where to next? I need some new robes and some regular stuff to wear as well. Do we have enough time? They both nodded, and headed out the reopened doors over to Madame Malkin's. Harry talked to one of the assistants for a moment, who went in back. A moment later, Madame Malkin herself came out. Harry told her that he wanted 4 sets of robes for himself and the same number for Tonks and Remus. What did you have in mind, my dear? She asked. 2 sets of dress robes and 2 nicer sets for everyday wear. She nodded, and then asked, let's do the everyday sets first. What colors did you have in mind? Harry thought for a second and replied, gray and burgundy. He'd worn nothing but black robes at school and wanted something different. While Madame Malkin was measuring Harry and pinning up different fabrics, the 2 assistants came out. Madame Malkin nodded at them and then went to Remus and Tonks respectively. Remus started to protest, but Tonks cut him off, saying, look Remus, Harry wants to do something nice for you. Give him a break. He doesn't need another fight on his hands. Enjoy it. Okay. She winked at Harry, who smiled back. An hour later, Madame Malkin announced, I'll have these delivered to each of you tomorrow afternoon. Harry thanked her and the assistants, paid the bill and they left. Thank you, Harry, said Tonks and Remus. Where to next? A wand holder, watch, new glasses, stacks of muggle clothing, trainers, dragon hide boots, dress shoes and the rest in shrunken sacks in hand. Harry pleaded with Tonks to go back to Privet Drive. They returned and greeted Aunt Petunia. Where have you been? Asked Petunia. We've been out shopping, and Harry went with, said Remus, a bit amazed with the morning's events. And Harry, here, caught a dangerous criminal, said Tonks. I see, replied Petunia. A Mrs. Horcrux was here to see you this morning. Are you in some kind of trouble again? I expect so, replied Harry, suddenly a lot less pleased with himself. She left this for you, said Petunia, not happy to see her nephew in trouble with the law again. She handed him a thick, official-looking envelope. Better open it, said Remus, also a lot less happy than he was earlier. Dear Mr. Potter, you have quite enough to be worrying about without any more receiving underage notifications from my department. Please find enclosed the following. Use of magic license, apparition license, driver's license. Best wishes in your endeavors. Mafalda Horcrux. Harry looked at the other papers and handed them to his aunt. A small smile found its way to her face, and she handed the papers to Tonks. It had been countersigned by Rufus Scrimgeour, Minister of Magic. Good on you, Harry, she said as she wrapped him in a hug. Remus waited until Tonks had let go of him and shook his hand. Let's go put your stuff away, Harry, said Tonks. She placed all of the miniature bags on the little bed, waved her wand and it became piled high with shopping bags, each filled with things that Harry needed. She opened Harry's little closet, and the smile left her face. Harry, I always thought you were trying to make a fashion statement with the grunge look. Is this what you were given to wear every day? Harry looked down at his feet and nodded. He desperately wished that Mrs. Weasley or someone had taken him shopping years ago. She called down the stairs, Remus, can you come up here, please? Remus walked in the room, looked around and was saddened by the open closet and drawers that she was pointing to. In a less than happy tone, Tonks asked, "How long has the Order been keeping an eye on Harry?" Remus replied, "Most of Harry's life." "Why?" She smacked him on the back of the head. "Why?" Poor Remus. He probably wasn't ever given decent clothing to wear. He was skinny as a rail last summer when I met him. His aunt apparently saw fit to meet only his most basic needs. Do you suppose he took a lot of pleasure in walking around in taped-up trainers? She was just getting going. "Harry's about the nicest bloke that I've met, and yet no one bothered to tell Dumbledore that the kid needed more to eat and better clothing to wear. How about a bicycle or a football? All these people were supposedly watching him, but who took the time to see what was happening?" Remus knew better than to say anything. The spirited Auror had far too much in common with Ginny Weasley to argue with. Besides, he agreed with everything that she said. He'd seen Harry's shabby clothing 4 years ago when he'd been at Hogwarts, and just mentally passed over the possibility that no one was taking care of Harry. She turned to him and said, "Harry, this isn't your fault. I'm not even blaming your aunt. She probably wasn't too pleased with the arrangements that weren't made properly. You're the most famous wizard of our age, and no one at the ministry bothered to check in with you and see how you're doing. I'm sorry, Harry. A lot of people let you down. I don't intend to be one of them." She started tossing his graying underpants, threadbare socks, impossibly large t-shirts, and the rest of Harry's old clothing in a pile. Handing him a pair of new black jeans, flannel boxers, socks, a colorful shirt and his new boots, she said, "Harry, take these into the loo and get changed." She kept emptying the rest of his drawers as if on a mission. 5 minutes later, a new and improved Harry emerged. Tonks took a look at him and smiled. "Hand me your old stuff, Harry," she said in her Auror command voice. Harry complied. A wave of her wand, and a childhood full of bad fashion vanished before his eyes. Harry could only manage a big grin and said, "Thanks." Remus and Tonks had helped put his new things away. From time to time, Tonks would hold a shirt or trousers up to Harry and wink suggestively, saying, "Ginny will like these." When she was done, she smacked Remus on the back of the head again and said, "We're going through your closet next, lover." As Harry started laughing, he heard Petunia say, "Harry, someone else is here to see you." Crucio. The helpless Death Eater wished that he'd never been near the Dark Lord that morning when he was told to go keep an eye on Gringotts Bank. While Harry was out shopping, Borgin had been led out of the bank, flanked by a dozen Aurors. As Marcus Flint writhed on the floor, hoping to lose consciousness, he wondered what insanity had caused him to believe Malfoy's promises of power and riches. As Riddle kicked Flint's unconscious body out of the room, he hoped that he'd only taken 100,000 galleon hit today. As insurance, he told Lestrange to go pick up Borgin's wife. Wand drawn, Harry walked down the stairs to see Alistair Moody standing in the living room. Petunia was obviously quite frightened of the man and went into the kitchen to prepare dinner. Glad that Harry had his wand out, Moody said, "Good work at Gringotts today, Potter." "Wand still out," Harry replied, "constant vigilance," with a hint of a smile on his face. "Where did you tell me never to stick my wand?" A smile crept onto Moody's face as he replied, "I may have mentioned something about losing a beep a year or so ago." "Glad to hear that you remembered. Good thing that you asked too. You never can be too careful." Harry nodded in agreement as he put his wand away. Sensing that they were quickly wearing out their welcome, Tonks said, "Let's go get something to eat." "Harry, what would you like?" Harry replied, "Pizza would be great. We never get it at school. I'll be right back." He ran upstairs to put his money sack back into his trunk, grabbed a few banknotes, locked his trunk and returned. Not wanting to put Harry's apparition skills to the test quite yet, she made a portkey. Moments later, they were outside a family pizza restaurant near Brighton. Looking around for a moment, she was convinced that everyone nearby were Muggles on holiday or locals. They went in and ordered. After the server had taken their order, Tonks said, "Remus and I are going to walk around for 15 or 20 minutes. You two visit for a while. Save us a few pieces, okay?" Moody nodded. After they left, Moody waved his wand arm and put up a silencing charm around the booth. Noticing his action, Harry asked, "What did you want to talk with me about, Moody?" Not one to mince words, Moody got to the point. "I wanted to talk with you about joining the Order, Harry." Last summer Harry would have done anything to join the Order. Now he wasn't sure that he'd trust them to guard Hedwig, but was polite enough to at least hear Moody out. Harry replied, "Go on." Moody said, "It was Dumbledore's wish that you and the witches and wizards who went with you last year be invited to join the Order this summer. What do you think?" Harry replied, "My experience with the Order hasn't been too great. One member betrayed my parents, one murdered the professor, and another stole my stuff and was caught selling it." Moody suppressed a laugh. He really liked this young man. "Point taken, Potter. Who do you trust?" Harry thought for a moment and said, "I trust 5 students from school, Hermione's parents, the Weasleys except for Percy, McGonagall, Flitwick, Hagrid, you, Tonks, Remus, Shacklebolt, Madame Pomfrey, Dobby, and to a lesser degree, some of the students who were in the DA and the Gringotts Goblins. That's about it." Moody nodded, considering what Harry had said. The young man had excluded over half of the staff at Hogwarts, a good part of the Order, and most of the Ministry. Moody smiled, certain in the knowledge that Potter would be drinking out of a hip flask before the war was over. He replied, "I'm pleased to be a part of your short list, Potter. A man like you needs a short list. Dumbledore always wanted to see the best in people. That's a good attribute for a schoolmaster. That kind of attitude would get an Auror killed sooner or later." Harry nodded. He looked over and saw Tonks and Remus chatting with the server. Moody noticed, and removed the silencing charm. A moment later, the server brought over 2 large pizzas and 4 more glasses of harps. They thanked her, and she walked off to look in on the other customers. Moody recast the charm, and asked, "What were you and Dumbledore working on?" Harry hesitated before answering. Dumbledore had told him to tell no one about the Horcruxes besides Ron and Hermione. He had even refused to tell McGonagall. But he knew he needed help with this. He decided to trust Moody too. He proceeded to give a detailed version of the creation of the Horcruxes, what he knew of them and what objects he guessed them to be. Moody asked, "Who knows about this?" Harry replied, "On our side, the 4 of us, Ron and Hermione, and possibly Professor Slughorn." Moody asked, "Who needs to know?" Dumbledore had obviously kept it a close secret. Harry replied, "I know what they are, but I don't know how they work. I was going to ask Professor Flitwick." Moody replied, "You can ask, but they're far too dark for him to have ever spent time with. I know a guy in the Department of Mysteries who owes me a few favors. I'll talk with him tomorrow." "What were your plans?" Harry said, "I need to find and destroy the Horcrux pieces before Riddle finds me. In my spare time I need to train up to the point where I have a chance to go against him." Lestrange saw the smoke rising from the burning home. The Aurors had given the home a quick search, and filled one trunk with valuables and personal items such as photos. They filled another trunk with obviously dark items. 15 minutes after arresting Borgin's wife, they torched the home. After seeing how long he held Flint under the Cruciatus curse, she was not looking forward to reporting back to the Dark Lord. As Harry and Remus gobbled up the pizza, Moody continued, "So you destroyed the first one 4 years ago, and Dumbledore somehow destroyed one 9 months ago. Did he ever say how he did it?" Shoveling another slice of pepperoni down, Harry replied, "No. He told me that it would be an interesting tale to hear, but he never told me." Moody said, "Tonks will take you to Hogwarts Saturday evening at 8 to meet with the rest of the Order. You can decide what you want to do, and let me know before the meeting." Harry nodded, and Moody said, "Potter, you're the only one here who thought to bring any Muggle money. I guess that means that you can pick up the check." Harry laughed. In their time together, Dumbledore had told him of his friend's extreme reluctance to ever pick up a check. He said, "I'll get it. Thanks for the advice. I'll see you Saturday evening." When they got back to Privet Drive, Tonks said, "We'll be by Saturday morning at 8:45. Good night, Harry." As he drifted off to sleep, Harry realized that it would be an eventful summer. On Saturday morning, Harry woke up early, showered and thought about the last few days. He was hoping that he would hear from Hermione and her parents. He was hoping to hear from Ginny. What he hadn't hoped for arrived at 6:30 a.m. Harry paid the owl, carefully untied the newspaper and read the headline. Harry Potter foils dark side at Gringotts. Harry Potter, the Chosen One, made the news again yesterday afternoon after he foiled a large transfer of gold from one of the Dark Lord's major supporters. Thomas Borgin 51 and his wife Claire were both arrested on various charges ranging from accessory to the murder of Wizengamot head Albus Dumbledore to illegal funds transfer. Minister of Magic Rufus Scrimgeour was on the scene shortly after the arrest. He told the Daily Prophet, Mr. Potter was instrumental in identifying Thomas Borgin, who had entered into the bank wearing a disguise. The wizarding world owes yet another debt to Mr. Potter for his quick thinking. While not specifying the exact amount of gold that was confiscated, an unnamed ministry source said the amount recovered was significant. Harry glanced further down the page and saw a small article that interested him. Mysterious fires destroy wizarding homes. Ministry spokesman Percy Weasley confirmed that fires had been reported at several wizarding homes yesterday. Weasley speculated that the fires may have begun due to faulty cauldrons. Weasley said that a ministry investigation several years ago found that several hundred substandard cauldrons had been illegally imported into the country. The thin-bottom cauldrons could have easily leaked and started a fire or explosion. Law Enforcement Director Hammer cited Weasley's example of checking his own bottom on a regular basis as being in character with the man that he is. Having read enough, Harry wrote Ginny a quick note letting her know that he was fine and would try and come for a visit Sunday afternoon. Harry attached the note to Hedwig and sent his beautiful owl on her way. Harry went downstairs to find his aunt sitting alone at the kitchen table staring at her cup of tea. Seeing Harry come down, she got up, poured him a cup, handed it to him and in a low voice asked, "Are the Death Eaters responsible for all of the improbable accidents that I've seen on the Beeb lately?" Harry nodded his head and said, "Most of them, I reckon. Sometimes stuff just happens on its own." Petunia nodded and asked, "That man from your school, Dumbledore? He was killed last week." Again Harry nodded. Petunia hesitated for a moment and asked, "Were you there when he was murdered?" Harry nodded, not really knowing what she wanted to hear. Petunia looked sadder than ever and said, "I'm sorry. He seemed like a decent man." Harry replied, "I suppose he had his faults like everyone, but he always tried to do the right thing." Petunia asked, "You're wrapped up in all of this somehow, aren't you?" Harry nodded and replied, "Before I was born, it was prophesied that a boy would be born who could defeat Voldemort. It turned out to be me. That's why he killed my parents, to kill me first." Petunia considered his words for a moment and asked, "Can you really do it?" Harry replied, "I hope so. He killed your parents, your sister, my Dad's parents and a lot of other good people since then. The professor helped me find a way to finish him off, and a lot of people are trying to help me." "Will he come here for?" Petunia didn't finish. Harry said, "Probably. Would you and Uncle Vernon move to the States if I was able to help finance it?" Petunia realized that the young man sitting across the table had the means to save their lives. She realized that her family would be wiped out if she didn't take action. Petunia replied, "I'll talk to Vernon tonight. When would we need to leave?" "Dumbledore told me that the protection that Mum invoked would end on my 17th birthday. That leaves a bit more than a month." Petunia gave a small smile and said, "He won't be happy about this." Harry said, "I'd rather that the three of you be angry with me for the next 50 years safe in Boston than." Petunia nodded, and said, "I understand. Thank you, Harry." Refilling his cup, she asked, "Will you be having many visitors this next week?" Harry said, "A fair number. I need to go into London this morning. I expect to be back after lunch. I hope to go visit Ginny later this afternoon." There was a knock on the back door. Petunia looked out, but didn't see anyone. Harry got up and looked out. Professor Flitwick was at the door. Harry held the door open and said, "Good morning, Professor. Please come in. Can I get you some tea?" The diminutive wizard walked into the kitchen and said, "Good morning to you, Mr. Potter." "Thank you. I'd love a cup." Harry got a cup, while Flitwick sat at one of the chairs. Harry said, "Professor, this is my aunt, Petunia Dursley." Flitwick held out his hand. "Phileas Flitwick. I'm pleased to meet you." Petunia put on her bravest face and held out her hand. She said, "Are you here to help Harry?" Flitwick said, "Yes, as much as I can, as will a lot of people. Harry, if you have an hour, I'd like to take you to your London home and transfer the wards to you." Harry nodded, and said, "I can go now if it is convenient." Flitwick finished his tea, thanked Petunia, and they left out the back door. Flitwick asked, "How are you coming on your apparition, Harry?" Harry replied, "I was given a license yesterday without even testing. I did okay in the practice sessions at school." Flitwick said, "I'm certain that you did. You can do anything that you put your mind to. Can you picture the alley behind the building?" Harry nodded, and Flitwick said, "Then place yourself there." Harry focused, and a few seconds later disappeared. He appeared with a tiny pop. A few seconds later, Flitwick was standing next to him, saying, "Very good. Let's walk over to the front door." He showed Harry a slip of paper that read, "Harry Potter's house is at 12 Grimmauld Place." The door appeared between the two other buildings. Flitwick handed Harry the key to the door and said, "You need to turn the lock, claim the home as your own and open the door." Harry put the strange-looking key into the keyhole, twisted the key, and said, "This home belongs to Harry James Potter." He felt a surge run through his arm. He walked into the darkened mansion. Flitwick said, "Come to the hearth in the library. We need to transfer the wards as soon as possible." They walked through the dark hallways and into the library. The velvet curtains blocked out almost all of the light. Flitwick pointed his wand at the fireplace, and a moment later, the fireplace gave off a merry light. Harry asked, "What do I need to do?" Flitwick said, "Place both hands on the mantel. Good. Think of the address here." Harry nodded, and Flitwick said, "Fidelius." Harry felt another surge run through both arms. Harry asked, "That's it?" Flitwick nodded and said, "No one will be able to know of this place or see it from the outside unless you specifically give them permission. The fireplace is disconnected from the flow system. You can have it reattached if you wish. If you do, I'd recommend that you pay the extra fee and have it password protected." Harry said, "Thank you, Professor." Flitwick nodded and replied, "It was the least that I can do to help you, Harry." "What else do you need?" Harry asked, "Professor, do you know what Professor Dumbledore was working on this last year?" Flitwick said, "No, to be honest, I don't think he told anyone. A number of the staff wondered what he was doing when he was gone from the school, but I don't think anyone knew for sure." Harry was pleased, thinking that there was less chance that Snape had found out. He continued, asking, "Professor, do you know about Horcruxes?" Flitwick thought for a moment and replied, "In general theoretical terms. Obviously I have no personal experience with them." Harry said, "Professor, it would be of great help to me if you would look through the library and see if you can find any information on them. You mustn't tell anyone about the research that you're doing. No one must know. Can you do that?" Flitwick asked, "What specifically are you trying to find out?" Harry replied, "I need to know how to destroy one, whether the person that put a bit of themselves into one would know if one had been destroyed, and if that person would be physically weakened if their Horcrux had been destroyed." An epiphany of thoughts came together for the little professor. He said, "I understand. I can give it almost my complete attention for the next month. I'll report back to you each week." Harry said, "Thank you, Professor. Please don't go outside the castle looking for information. There are several pieces that have been hidden, and I can't risk them getting moved before I can locate them." Flitwick asked, "When you say pieces, how many do you think there are?" Harry replied, "I believe at one time there were 6 Horcruxes. I destroyed one 4 years ago. The professor found one last summer. It may have been the reason that his hand had been injured. He said that he managed to destroy it, but he never told me how." "Why don't you ask him?" asked Flitwick. Harry looked at the little professor, confused at his words. Flitwick smiled and replied, "His portrait woke up yesterday. I don't know when the essence image was made, but if it was recent enough he might be of some help." Harry looked a bit confused. "Do you mean like a file backup on my cousin's computer? His painting would know what he knew as of a certain date." Flitwick replied, "I believe that you understand the basic theory. I don't know too much about them myself. I personally find them to be a bit annoying. I'm not certain if they know all of the details or are just the essence of that person's personality. I'm certain that it would tell you if it knew. Thank you, Professor. Harry, regardless of your other plans, I'll do some quiet research. Initially, I'll just look through the restricted section and the staff library to see what if anything is available. If I haven't heard from you in a week, I'll contact you. I recognize the importance of what you're trying to do, and I'll help you in any way that I can. Do you need me for anything else here today? No, thank you, Professor. Harry was truly grateful for the help. Flitwick replied, all right. Since I helped you with the charm, I know about this building. You would need to have a slip of parchment that you could show to anyone else that you wanted to come here. I understand. Thanks again for your help. I really appreciate it. You're more than welcome, Mr. Potter. Enjoy your day. Remember to lock your house when you leave. With that, the little wizard went out the back door and vanished. As Harry was getting ready to leave, he wondered what he'd acquired with the mansion, and what had been stolen from him. He'd never really had anything growing up, and having people steal his things wasn't something that he was familiar with. An hour later, Tonks and Harry found themselves being shown into the office of Connie Hammer, Director of Magical Law Enforcement. Harry wasn't surprised to see Rufus Scrimgeour seated in one of the guest chairs. Seeing the look on Harry's face, Hammer cut him off, saying, Harry, I'm told that you don't like publicity or extra attention, but sometimes it can't be helped. This wasn't the reason that I asked to speak with you today. Tonks, for your part in the confiscation of over 3 million galleons yesterday, you are awarded a cash reward of 50,000 galleons. Scrimgeour handed the speechless woman a Gringotts Bank draft in her name. Her eyes welled with tears. That was equivalent to about 10 years' net salary for her as an entry-level orer. She stammered out a heartfelt, thank you, Minister, and sat down again, light-headed. This would brighten her future with Remus considerably. Harry beamed at her and gave her a hug, saying, good on you, Tonks. I'm so happy for you. She kissed his cheek, and smiled before sitting down again. A moment later, Scrimgeour handed Harry a rather heavy brushed aluminum case, and said, Mr. Potter, for your part in this, the Ministry awards you a cash reward of 100,000 galleons. Harry was stunned, stammering, I just tried to do what was right. Scrimgeour said, I know, son. You always have tried to do what was right. This time, the Ministry is in a position to say thank you in a different way. Getting up, he said, I know that Director Hammer wants to talk with you both about some different issues. I'll take my leave now. Both of you enjoy your day. Perhaps we can visit sometime next week. Yes, Minister. Thank you again, said Tonks. Thank you, Minister, said Harry, still embarrassed. Hammer had watched the two carefully as Scrimgeour had made the presentations. Clearly they knew each other better than she had been aware of. Harry was an enigma to her. Competent, but embarrassingly shy, he'd walked into her office looking like he had the weight of the world on his shoulders. The door opened, and an aide brought in a tray of tea and biscuits before turning around and closing the door again. Harry glanced up and noticed that it had been Percy Weasley. She said, Thank you for coming today, Mr. Potter. We really haven't been properly introduced before. She stood and held out her hand. I'm Connie Hammer. Harry Potter, he said with a smile on his face. She noticed his disarmingly bright emerald eyes. Please call me Connie, Harry. Tonks smiled at the way Harry was warming up to her. Hammer replied, Thank you, Harry. I worked with Kingsley Shacklebolt for 15 years, and Amelia for 6 years before that. I believed that Sirius Black was innocent, but we have no basis of doing much about it until Pettigrew is found, dead or alive. She sipped her tea before continuing. She could sense Harry's comfort level rising. Putting down her cup she said, Harry, picture yourself in my position for a moment. If you had my job right now today, what would you be working on? Surprised at her question, Harry smiled. He replied, Thanks for asking. Also thanks for asking in private instead of having me be part of some press conference. She smiled at him, recognizing his sincerity. Harry said, I'd do 5 things. He thought for a moment and continued, I'm not sure of the order, but I'll tell you the best that I can. Hammer said, Take your time. Harry started, saying, I'd personally visit with the parents of each student at Hogwarts, if only for 5 minutes each, to let them know that you have their child's safety as one of the ministry's highest priorities. If half of the kids are pulled out of school, it will be a real tragedy both for the school as well as their individual futures. Muggle parents aren't in a position to homeschool their kids. Hammer nodded, taking notes. She said, go on. I'd compile a list of the known or suspected Death Eaters and go after them. From what I've seen, everything that the Ministry has done has been reactive. Maybe you shouldn't go after Voldemort himself, but his Death Eaters are just witches and wizards hiding behind stupid white masks. She smiled and said, go on. She wondered what he meant by shouldn't. Harry continued, I'd physically check every kid that goes to school. Expel and arrest any kid who shows up with the mark branded on them. Go on. I think galleons can be used as weapons just as easily as guns or wands. Lucius Malfoy was probably buying influence the whole time that Voldemort was gone. Go after their money. Tonks noticed a beetle crawling on her robe. Instinctively she flicked it off her robe and squashed it with her foot. Taking out her wand, she vanished the squished bug and said, sorry director. Harry, go on. Harry suppressed a surprised look and said, the home defense sheet that we were sent a year ago was a joke. Wooden houses aren't worth dying over. The Ministry should provide people with the means of getting away to safety if their homes are under attack from Death Eaters. Maybe Percy Weasley should be taught how to create and distribute emergency portkeys rather than make a career out of brown-nosing whoever his boss happens to be. Hammer was sipping her tea and choked on his last words, before letting out a wonderful laugh. Putting down her cup, she said, thank you for coming today, Harry. You're so refreshingly honest. Sensing that she was genuine in her words, and that he wasn't being dismissed, Harry asked, how many Death Eaters do you reckon that there are? Hammer replied, fewer than the wizarding public would imagine. Probably no more than 100. Harry nodded and said, I was there the night 2 years ago when Voldemort got his body back. The first thing that he did was touch his wand to the dark mark branded on Pettigrew's inner forearm. It called his Death Eaters to apparate to his location. About 35 witches and wizards showed up. They seemed to run in families, the Crabs, Goyles, the Malfoys. Knots, added Tonks. Harry's right, we can't win a war strictly by playing defense. I understand your points, said Hammer. I believe that I'm correct when I say that Minister Scrimgeour will concur with all of your suggestions, Harry. I also understand your desire to keep yourself out of every issue of the Daily Prophet and Teen Witch Weekly. Harry nodded. She continued, saying, I would like to talk with you from time to time if you wouldn't mind. Harry replied, I'd be happy to. She stood up and said, thank you both for coming in. Or Tonks, if you have just a minute more, I'd like to have a few words. I'll wait outside, said Harry. Thanks again, Harry. Seeing him stand without it, she added, remember your case, Harry. You did earn it. After Harry had left closing the door behind him, Hammer asked, or Tonks, how well do you know Mr. Potter? Tonks replied, I met him several years ago through a study group that Professor Dumbledore had led. Hammer looked at Tonks a bit impatiently and said, you're referring of course to his fabled Order of the Phoenix. The group was less of a secret that you might have imagined. Go on. Guarding Harry was one of the things that the group was involved in. There's nothing more to the. Tonks' hair turned red. She replied, no director. Strictly professional. I have a steady relationship with. Hammer said, Mr. Remus Lupin. I know. We do keep an eye on our own as well. Or Tonks, are you happy with your current assignment? Acting as Harry's bodyguard. Yes, director. Very much so. Actually, Tonks was surprised to be asked. Choosing assignments was virtually unheard of under Hammer. Good. Please continue with it through the month of August. Dismissed. Thank you, director. Thank you for everything. Hammer smiled and replied, you're welcome. Your cooking is crap. I needed a decent meal. Draco. This was a bad idea. I told you not to burn the bangers. After eating their lunch, and quibbling like two old biddies the entire time, they went to the cashier. The barman said, the bill comes to 28 quid, Governor. Malfoy took out the handful of coins that they'd stolen from the BP, handed the cashier 2 of the £1 coins and said, "Keep the change." The barman's tone changed instantly. He growled, "Change my ass, you little rodent. No one stiffs Thomas Kelly out of." He never saw the jet of red light hit him in the side. Malfoy went around the till, scooped all of the coins, and the two ran out the door. Again, as luck would have it, the pub had installed a surveillance camera. Minutes later the constable had been summoned. Replaying the video gave a rather clear photo of young Malfoy as he was scooping the £1 coins out of the till, again leaving the £10 and £20 notes in the bill slots. The investigating officer wrote up his notes, and released a photo of the two to the local papers. The morning paper would carry the article about the coin collector bandit's latest caper and publish the accompanying photographs. Wormtail knew that he'd never sit comfortably again. Bellatrix had found him unconscious from blood loss on the kitchen the day before. More skilled at killing than healing, she administered the poorly made blood restorative potion. Hours later Pettigrew had woken up with a blinding headache from the poorly mixed potion. As Malfoy was making a fool of himself at the pub, Pettigrew was summoned before the Dark Lord. "What did you learn, Wormtail? One of the Weasley sons are getting married on July 19th. They are having the wedding ceremony at their home at 5 p.m. It might be a good opportunity to attack and show our strength." Riddle nodded, his snake-like eyes flashing at the thought of dealing a crippling blow to one of Dumbledore's closest supporters. Noticing his stiff movement, Riddle asked, "Good work, Wormtail. How were you injured?" Pettigrew replied, "I was attacked while in my rat form, Master. I suppose it is a risk, but in this case, it was worth it. Rest a bit, then check in on Snape and Draco. Bring them back to me when you find them." Pettigrew bowed and left the room. Riddle called, "Bella, summon Stephen Bulstrode to me." Harry and Tonks returned to Privet Drive after leaving Director Hammer's office. After Harry was safely inside, Tonks said, "Harry, I need to go see Remus for a few minutes. I'll be back early this afternoon." Harry smiled, knowing that she would want to share her good news with her lover. He replied, "Say hi from me. Thanks for coming with me today. I'll be at Guinea's later in the afternoon." Minutes after the excited Auror had left, there was a knock on the door. Harry opened the door to find Professor McGonagall standing there. He greeted her, "Please come in, Professor." "Good morning, Mr. Potter. I understand that you've had a busy summer already." A wry smile crept onto her face. Harry let out an all too rare laugh, and McGonagall felt joy to see the slight twinkle in his emerald eyes. Handing his favorite professor a cup of tea, Harry replied, "Trouble just seems to find me." "How can I help you, Professor?" McGonagall said, "We have several things to talk about. First, I'm hoping that you will consider coming back to school in the fall, even if on a part-time basis. I recognize that career consoling in the normal sense isn't needed in your case, and I recognize that you have things that you'll need to do that will take you away from the castle from time to time. I'm trying to say that I'd like it if you would attend, and I'll do everything that you need to accommodate your unique situation." Harry said, "I can't commit yet, but I truly appreciate your offer and I hope to be able to attend if I can." McGonagall nodded. She had received a similar answer from the Grangers, but knew that far more students would attend if they knew that Potter was attending. She let the subject drop for the moment and continued, "Professor Dumbledore left you most of his personal possessions, including a number of priceless books and his pensive. I'm told that the sword that you found in your second year already belongs to you. I could have them stored for you, or—" Harry replied, "I'd be happy to come by and collect them. Also, Professor, I was wondering if it would be possible for me to come by and talk with the painting a bit. We had some unfinished business, and I could use the professor's advice." "Right. You are welcome to come by anytime. I will notify Mr. Filch." "Thank you, Professor." Harry was fairly certain that McGonagall hadn't yet gotten to the real reason for her visit, and waited for her to come around to the topic. Putting down her teacup, she said, "Potter, the other reason that I came by was to invite you to join the Order of the Phoenix." Harry had been expecting this after conversing with Moody. He replied, "Professor, stating it a bit differently, I'd like the Order to join me, or at least most of the Order. I guess I'd like everyone to try out for their spot again. As I told Moody earlier, the Order hasn't been too good to me. Members have betrayed my parents, stolen from me and murdered the professor. There are some of the other students that I'd like to have join as well. I see, said McGonagall, somewhat surprised, but quite pleased that Harry had put so much thought into this. She didn't mention having already spoken to the other 5 students. She asked, "What else?" Harry asked, "How effective would you say that the Order would be as a fighting unit?" He knew the question might come off as insulting, but didn't know a better way to ask. McGonagall was at least honest in her evaluation and after a half-minute answered, "Not very, but that hasn't been the primary focus of the group." "I understand, Professor, but times have changed." "Yes, unfortunately they have." She recognized the absolute truth in his words. "What time is the meeting?" 8 p.m. tonight at the castle. Here is a portkey. It will be in my classroom. Actually, please come at 9 instead. Is that acceptable? I'll see you then. He shook her hand. She rose to leave. "Thank you for the tea, Harry." "You're welcome, Professor. Thanks for coming by." McGonagall got up, walked out the back door and vanished. After she left, Harry found his aunt and asked, "Are there any chores that you need help with today?" Petunia thought for a moment, and replied, "None that can't wait until next week." "It sounds like you have a busy day. Will you be home for dinner?" Harry said, "No, I'll probably be home late." Petunia thought for a moment and replied, "Here's the key to the back door. Please come in as quietly as you can." Harry replied, "I will. Thanks." 15 minutes later, Harry was standing in the backyard. He had a shrunken bag containing his burgundy robes in his pocket. He focused on the spot by one of the Weasley outbuildings where Dumbledore had apparated him to last summer. With a tiny pop, he reappeared. He started walking towards the house. Moments later, a red-headed fireball ran up and wrapped herself around him. Harry felt himself holding 105 pounds of a very lively young woman. "Hi Ginny, I've missed you too." As Ginny was greeting Harry with great enthusiasm, Bellatrix Lestrange apparated a quarter-mile away from Dan and Emma's home. Walking with purpose, the evil witch walked up to their front door, drew her wand and knocked on the front door, intent on murdering whoever was unlucky enough to answer. Meanwhile at the burrow, Ginny held on to Harry as if for dear life. In all objectivity, Harry was doing the same. Running her hand on the outside of his shirt, she sent shivers down his spine in spite of the warm weather. After several minutes of nonverbal communication, Ginny smiled and innocently asked, "Harry, are you all right? The paper said that you got into a fight with a Death Eater at Gringotts." She was smothering him with keys and other messages to the extent that Harry could barely comprehend her words. "It wasn't anything, Ginny. It was over in a few seconds. I just recognized Mr. Borgin in the lobby at Gringotts, took out my wand and stunned him before he could get away. Everyone's making a big deal out of it." As Ginny was leading Harry into the home, he was nearly smothered by Mrs. Weasley, who, several inches shorter than him now, clung onto Harry like he was a lost child saved from death, which was exactly how she felt about him. She took his bag and his case, set them down at the table, and said, "Harry, you looked starved, let me get you something to eat. How could you find yourself in such danger after only a few minutes in Diagon Alley?" Smiling indulgently, Harry replied, "Mrs. Weasley, it's great to see you too." "Hi Ron." Molly said, "Ron, go put Harry's things away in Percy's old room." "Harry, sit down, sit down." Harry dutifully sat down at the table while Ron picked up the duffel bag that Harry brought and the brushed aluminum case that Scrimgeour had given him. Harry had taken the feather light charm off of the case and was about to mention to Ron to be careful when the teen yelped, "Bloody hell Harry, what have you got in here?" Molly was on the lanky teen in an instant. "Watch your language Ron. You've no right to ask Harry what he's carrying." Harry recharmed the case, and said, "Sorry mate. I forgot that it was a bit heavy. I'll get it. You sit there and finish eating dear," said Molly, looking daggers at her son. "Ron will bring your things up and think about his language before he comes back down." "Yes, Mum," replied Ron, knowing that arguing was fruitless. As Molly was trying to talk Harry into a third piece of fruit pie, Ron came back down. Seizing the opportunity, Harry said, "I can't take another bite, Mrs. Weasley, but Ron looks like he could use a piece." Everything was delicious. Thank you so much. You're welcome, dear, replied Molly, begrudgingly giving the last piece to Ron. Have you heard from Hermione? Asked Harry. As Harry was being greeted by Molly, Dan and Emma were returning home. Dan had just turned onto their street in their gray BMW with Hermione riding in the back. They had been out shopping and were coming home after a late lunch. As luck was with them, Hermione happened to be looking out of the window of the car and saw the thin witch knocking at their front door. Recognizing Lestrange, Hermione said in a surprisingly steady voice, "Keep going, Dad. Don't stop, whatever you do." Fractions of a second from braking and turning into their driveway, Dan made a life-saving decision and took his daughter at her word. Bellatrix never noticed the car as it drove by. A minute later, she gave up and apparated away. Turning around to see her daughter taking calming breaths as they sped away, Emma asked, "What's wrong, dear?" "Who was that woman?" Hands shaking, Hermione replied, "That was the witch who murdered Harry's godfather, Bellatrix Lestrange. She knew that it was unlikely that she would ever live in her parents' home again. We need to go find Harry." During the First War, Riddle had divided his war chest into 3 pieces. Each at one time had about 1,000,000 galleons. The largest, wisely invested over the years by Lucius, had grown considerably over the years but was currently unavailable to him due to Malfoy's imprisonment. Malfoy initially had used much of the gold to buy influence and eventually skimmed back hundreds of thousands of galleons of ministry funds in his crooked dealings with Fudge. At the time of his imprisonment, it was nearly 2,000,000 galleons. Borgin had used his to expand his shop. He had done well over the years trading in gray artifacts, but had maintained an inconspicuous personal profile over the years, unlike Malfoy. Borgin had never taken the mark. In spite of that, Riddle had placed a degree of trust in his former employer, and up until recently, Borgin had lived a comfortable life on the edge of wizarding society. Prior to his arrest, Borgin had never been asked to tap into the fund. Stephen Bulstrode hadn't done as well as either Malfoy or Borgin. He'd been arrested as a Death Eater after the First War, but released after 5 years, largely due to Malfoy's efforts. At the time of Voldemort's rebirth, Bulstrode's careful stewardship of the account had brought its balance to slightly over 2,000,000 galleons. Since then, Bulstrode had been asked to tap into the account a dozen times since to finance Riddle's efforts. The unsuccessful defense of the Death Eaters caught at the Ministry had taken 200,000 galleons. Riddle repaid the unsuccessful solicitors back by having their families tortured and murdered before their eyes. Bulstrode wasn't surprised to receive another summons to appear before Riddle. The sandy-haired man and his pug-faced wife ran a polyjuice prostitution business. Muggle clients paid them large amounts of money, believing they were acquiring the services of supermodels. In fact, most of the toothless witches that they employed had seen the Great War, and had rather enjoyed the ruse. As Bulstrode was handed the portkey from Pettigrew, there was no doubt in his mind what he would be asked to do. Bulstrode's only questions were the requested amount, currency and the timing. Lestrange was in a foul mood. Unsuccessful in her attempts to find Potter or his friends, she refused to settle for the knowledge that they would have another opportunity at the wedding. She decided to recruit some additional followers and launch another attack on the Mudblood Witch in a day or two. Harry was finishing lunch when the cellular telephone that Dr. Granger had given him rang. He picked it up and answered, "Hello." Hermione was on the other end. "Harry, do you have someplace that my parents and I could stay?" Harry replied, "Of course. What's wrong?" "Bellatrix was at our front door as we were coming back from lunch." Her voice was calmer than Harry would have imagined. Harry asked, "Where are you?" "We're in the parking lot at the Tesco store by our house." Harry asked, "Is there anything that you absolutely need from your house?" "I'll call Director Hammer and ask her to have some orders meet you at your parents' house to pick up what you need. My home is at number 12 Grimald Place. Do you remember where it is?" Having been told, Hermione remembered that Harry had inherited the mansion from Sirius and knew how to get there. She replied, "I remember." Harry said, "Can you wait a half hour before going back? The Aurors will probably want to check the house for jinxes or curses first. I'll call you after I talk with Hammer." "Okay, thanks." "No worries. I'll take care of you." "I know. Thanks, Harry. Bye." Harry called Director Hammer. She would have a team of Aurors there in 10 minutes. Harry called Hermione back. The entire time he was on the phone, Ron, Molly, and Ginny were sitting at the table gawking at him. Ron had only used a telephone once, and had never even seen a cellular telephone before. Molly and Ginny were equally amazed. They held Arthur's fascination with Muggle technology with a bit higher esteem after Harry's demonstration of instant communication. Molly asked, "What can we do to help?" Harry replied, "They're going back to their house to pick up some stuff, then they're going to stay at my house. They'll be there in a few hours. I need to go to the Ministry in Diagon Alley for a few minutes." Molly replied, "We'll go with you, dear. It's not safe to go alone." Harry knew it was a losing battle to argue. They took the flow to the Ministry visitor entrance. 10 minutes and 200 galleons later, Harry had a passworded flow access to his home. As they were walking back up to the visitor lobby, Harry had an idea and asked, "Mrs. Weasley, is there a shop in Diagon Alley that sells wizarding cameras?" Molly replied, "Of course, dear. Sally's Ocular is right next to the twins' shop. What do you need?" Harry said, "I'd like to get a wizarding camera, and some film for it." 5 minutes later Harry had a high-quality camera that easily fit in his pocket and film for several hundred photos. He also bought 4 more cases like the one that Scrimgeour had given him. They went back to the Burrow and then to Grimmauld Place to wait for the Grangers. As Harry was unlocking the back door, he wished that Dobby was available to help him. Much to his surprise, the little elf appeared 5 minutes later accompanied by Winky. Each was carrying a small bag. Dobby ran to Harry and said, "Harry Potter, sir, Dobby and Winky are honored to enter into your service, sir." Dobby has been hoping for years that Harry Potter would ask Dobby to serve him. "Thank you, sir." Embarrassed at the little elf's display of affection, Harry replied, "Okay, Dobby. You and Winky can work for me and stay with me as long as you like. We'll talk about the arrangements later. Can you help get this place ready for people to live in again?" "Oh yes, Harry Potter, sir. Wees will do a good job. What did you want?" Harry explained what he had in mind. As he did, the 2 elves listened carefully. Harry gave Winky the sack of galleons that he'd gotten that day at Gringotts and told them to let him know when they needed more. As Winky went to the market to buy groceries and paint, Dobby went to work like an elf possessed. When Winky returned 20 minutes later, Dobby already had the peeling wall coverings removed from the second floor where most of the bedrooms were. Molly, Ginny and Ron went back to the Burrow to get some things to help Harry with his house. Seizing the opportunity, Harry divided up the gold that Scrimgeour gave him into 5 piles and refilled each of the 5 cases. After he closed and labeled the cases, he met with Dobby and Winky. She wanted to be bonded to Harry whereas Dobby wanted to remain a free elf and work for him. Harry replied, "I'll agree to both of your terms, but I have a few of my own. Dobby, you must accept double the pay that you were getting at the castle, you both must take a day off each week, and you must take one of the rooms in the house as your own. If you'd rather each have your own room, that's fine too. The only other thing that I request is that you keep my secrets and wear good clothing. Is that agreeable?" Looking up at him with her big eyes, the tiny elf squeaked, "Yes, Harry Potter, sir." Dobby nodded solemnly and replied, "Oh, yes, Harry Potter, sir." The elves went back to painting the rooms. Fortunately the weather was warm and sunny, allowing them to pry the windows open. The paint dried quickly. A few minutes later, Harry heard a knock at the back door. Dobby beat Harry to the door and answered it. The Grangers had arrived, having filled up 2 cars with their possessions. Hermione was nearly as shocked as Dan and Emma to see the 2 little elves scurrying around the home. Seeing the look on Hermione's face, Harry said, "I'll explain later. Pick out any rooms that you like." "Where is your room, dear?" asked Emma. "I don't know," replied Harry. He had never really picked one out. Dobby replied, "Harry Potter sir's room is on the 3rd floor. The other bedrooms are on the 2nd floor. May I show you, sir, madam and miss?" Dan and Emma followed the little elf as he bounced up the stairs in excitement. Hermione looked at Harry and he said, "They just showed up. I'm paying Dobby as much as Dumbledore paid them together. I gave them their own room and a day a week off." Winky insisted on being bonded rather than being employed. Are you okay with that? Hermione frowned for a moment, and replied, they seem very happy. What about Creature? Dobby told me that he'd died during the school year. Oh, replied Hermione. She had a hard time feeling too sorry for him. As the Grangers were settling in, Winky began getting dinner together. They were eating earlier than usual, as Harry wanted to go to the castle early. Hermione asked, how come? Harry replied, the professor had left me some things and I wanted to look through them for a bit. Dan said, Harry, I noticed that the house doesn't have electrical service. I did some dental work for an electrician and his family, and he owes me a pretty big favor. If you'd like, I would be happy to have him wire electrical service to your house. Harry replied, that would be great. Thank you. I'll leave some money out to cover the costs. How much do you think it would cost? Dan replied, he'll do the work for free. The wiring and outlets themselves won't be too expensive. If you want, Emma could pick out some ceiling lights for you. Harry said, please. Thank you. I never did like the gas lights here. Actually, he never liked anything about the house, but had to admit that even in the few hours that Dobby and Winky had been working on it, there had been substantial improvements. Dan said, I'll make the arrangements. I'm fairly certain that he'll be here on Monday. After Dan had called the electrician, Harry talked with him briefly and gave him the address. After dinner, Hermione asked her mum if she could leave early with Harry to go to the castle. Emma replied, of course, dear. How will you be getting there? Harry said, I had the fireplace hooked up to the flow network. We could use it or we could apparate. Hermione, do you have a preference? She said, we might as well get some more practice apparating. Harry replied, okay. I'll be ready in 10 minutes. We might as well wear our robes. Hermione was surprised that she was ready before Harry. He came down carrying what looked like a shrunken brass trunk. She asked, what's that for? Harry replied, I'll be bringing some books and stuff back. It's a 3-compartment trunk. We should go now. Will your mum and dad be okay? Emma replied, we'll be fine here. Will you be late? Harry said, we'll most likely be back by midnight. Dan said, be careful. Moments later he watched in amazement as Harry and his daughter vanished before his eyes. Filch had a scowl on his face as he let them in. Mind ya, don't make a mess of things as you troop around the place. He had lost his one friend in the castle, and with Snape gone had decided to retire at the end of the month. On the way to the headmistress' office, they met Professor Flitwick. Pleased to see them, he said, good evening, Miss Granger and Mr. Potter. I'm glad to see that you've taken my advice. The password is Fox. The gargoyle stood aside and they stood on the moving spiral staircase. It spun around once as it lifted then to the oaken doorway. McGonagall had left the Gryffindor knocker on the door. Harry knocked and McGonagall replied, come in. The office had barely changed since Harry had last been in it, as if McGonagall was hesitant to put her own scratch on the job. She stood up, shook both of their hands in a friendly manner and offered them tea. Thank you, Professor, replied Hermione. They had about an hour until the order meeting was to begin. Harry had been invited to come an hour later than the rest. McGonagall pointed to the wall in the open room behind the door, and said, all of Albus, things that were in the castle were left to you, Harry. He also had a box that had your name on it. If there are things that you do not wish to have, place them in the trunk over there. I see that you brought a trunk for the things that you want to keep. You doubtless recognize that many of the books that he left you are irreplaceable. Please be careful with them. Yes, Professor. He also left you his pensive and quite a few memories. I hope they serve you well. I have to meet with the house elves now. I'll leave you be. Hermione, you are invited to the meeting at 8, in my classroom. Harry, please come at 9. After she left, Hermione said, I'll start in his apartment. Harry nodded, thanks. He carefully placed the different stacks of books into the trunk, but left the pensive out. He looked at the sword that had found him in the Chamber of Secrets, and carefully placed it in the trunk. Hermione called out, Harry, what size shoes do you wear? Harry replied, 10, why? She answered, there are several pair of really wonderful dragonhide boots in here that you might like. As they sorted through the collection of ordinary and unusual personal items, Harry found an American .45 pistol and Dumbledore's Order of Merlin, first-class medal. They looked at it together for a moment before putting it in the trunk with the other things. Hermione looked at Harry and said, "You'll be able to hang yours next to it someday." Harry didn't say anything. Dumbledore had received it in 1945 for defeating the Dark Lord of the Day, Grindelwald. Harry hoped that his wouldn't be given out posthumously. After a while, Harry said to Hermione, "I don't really need all of this stuff. Are there things that you'd like?" Hermione said, "Thanks, Harry. I'd really like this arithmancy book and one of these photos. Maybe the members of the Order would each like something as a memento. Why don't you finish packing up what you'd like and you can call them up after the meeting?" Harry nodded, hoping that he'd find what he was looking for. A moment later Hermione said, "I should go now." "Why are you coming an hour later?" "Dunno," replied Harry. As she opened the door to leave, she noticed Dumbledore's painting, regretted that he was sleeping again and said, "I'll see you soon." As soon as Hermione left, Harry headed for the pensive. Tapping it with his wand, he soon found the memory that he was looking for and stuck his head into the bowl. It was the memory that Bob Ogden had from the day that he visited the Gounts. Harry pulled out his camera and hoped that his idea would work. When he saw the locket that Riddle's future mother Merope wore, he took a photograph of it. He also took a photo of the ring before leaving the memory. Tapping the wand again, he found the memory of young Riddle being shown Hufflepuff's goblet and took several photos of it. Harry extracted 2 of his own memories and placed them in the bowl. He took several photos from each of them before leaving the pensive and replacing the memories. Following the instructions that he'd received from the camera store, he took the film out, said the appropriate incantation and made 2 copies of each of the photos. He put one set in his trunk and put the other set in an envelope. As Harry was reviewing the various memories, Moody had finished inducting Ron, Ginny, Neville, Luna and Hermione into the Order. He stood again, and said, "The next bit of business concerns Harry Potter. I'm placing 2 items up for a vote and discussion. The first is that he be nominated to join the group." He looked and saw the nods of the members, both old and knew that that part of his plan would easily pass. Continuing, he said, "The second item that I want to put to a vote is that Harry be elected leader of the Order." There was a bit of murmuring. The Moody asked, "Is there a second to Harry's nomination to become a member?" Minerva seconded, and everyone said, "Aye." Moody began, "We've all heard at least part of the prophecy regarding Potter's role in facing off with Voldemort. Some of you might know it all. The short of it is that at one level or another it's Potter's fight. We can do what we can to help, but it's his fight. Are there other comments before we put this to a vote?" Molly stood and said, "I love Harry like a son, but he's just too young to lead a fight against he who must not be named." Lupin stood and quietly asked, "If not Harry, who would you suggest, Molly?" "I agree with Alistair. It's Harry's fight. He and Albus were working together all of last year. Who here has more experience directly fighting Voldemort?" He sat down again. Quite a few people nodded in agreement. Molly nudged Arthur, who shook his head and said, "No, Molly. I agree with Remus. It is unfortunate that any of us have to be here tonight regardless of our age. I will follow Harry." Minerva stood and said, "We received our instruction a week ago from Albus. If we help him as we were asked to, perhaps we can help end the war earlier and save some lives." "I will follow Harry." Molly pleaded, "There has to be another alternative. He's too young to be thrown into this." Tonks stood up and said, "Then face Voldemort yourself. He's done it a handful of times. None of us have even once. The only other person to face Voldemort off and live to talk about it was Dumbledore. Some of us here can't even say his name. I will follow Harry." Molly glared at the young Auror. Hermione stood and said, "Before we vote, I want to say 3 things. First, Harry is the bravest man that I've ever met. He was the one who faced down a 40-foot basilisk and Riddle to rescue Ginny when he was 12. Second, he is a great leader. All 5 of us are here tonight because of the skills that he helped us learn a year ago. Last, if we do vote him as head of the Order, we should expect to take a loyalty test. Harry doesn't trust many people." She took a breath and said, "I will follow Harry." Moody stood and asked, Are there any other comments? No one had anything new to say. Moody called for a vote. Of the 23 members there, 21 voted yes. Molly and Alpheus abstained from voting. When the votes were counted and announced, Alpheus Doge resigned his membership and left the group. A few minutes after the order had finished voting, Harry walked into the room. As he did, everyone stood and applauded him. Moody performed the initiation rite, and congratulated Harry. After doing so, he said, "Harry, before you came in we all voted, and would like you to be the leader of the order. Will you accept our offer?" Harry looked at Remus, Tonks, McGonagall, Hagrid, Bill, Ginny and some of the others. They all nodded at him. Harry stood and said, "I accept your invitation. I will do my best to keep everyone safe and end this war." While Moody was talking, Hermione had created another of her charmed loyalty oath documents, signed it and gave it to Moody. The old Auror looked at it carefully, signed it and called Flitwick over. Flitwick looked at it, smiled and signed the document before passing it to Hagrid. Within a few minutes, everyone had signed it and Hermione gave the document to Harry. He looked at it, signed it and nodded. Taking one of the butterbeers that were on a tray, Harry cast a silencing charm over the door and sealed it. He said, "The reason that Riddle didn't die the first time that he tried to kill me was because he had split his soul up into several pieces and encased them into objects called Horcruxes." He held up several photographs and placed them on the table. Picking up the first one he said, "This is a photograph of Tom Riddle, the man who calls himself Lord Voldemort." Everyone looked in rapt amazement. Few had ever seen Voldemort, and no one had seen a photo of him. Harry drew the letters from the name Tom Marvolo Riddle with his wand and rearranged them to read, "I am Lord Voldemort. Riddle was an orphan like me. He began killing people when he was 16. After he began murdering people he began creating the Horcruxes." Harry held up a photograph of Riddle's diary. This was the first one that he made. It was an enchanted diary that he'd given to Lucius Malfoy for safekeeping. Riddle must have never told Malfoy exactly what it was, because Malfoy slipped it into one of Ginny Weasley's school books when she was 11 to cause her trouble. Harry held up another photo and said, "This is a picture of the diary being destroyed. It gave off a blinding light when I pierced it with the basilisk fang. I never thought much about it at the time. I was too concerned about Ginny." There was absolute silence in the room as Harry was telling about the color photos. Molly had tears welled in her eyes. "Here is a photo of Slytherin's ring that Riddle made into a Horcrux when he was about 18. That's Tom Riddle wearing it. Professor Dumbledore found it last year and destroyed it." No one made a sound. Dumbledore had never told any of them anything like what Harry was telling them. Harry held up the next photo and said, "Here is a photo of Riddle's mum. She was abandoned by her husband and died giving birth to Riddle. Notice the locket that she was wearing." Harry held up the next photo. "Here is a better photo of the locket. It had originally belonged to Slytherin. Notice the letter S on the back of it." Harry held up the next photo. "This is a photo of a cup that Helga Hufflepuff owned. Like the locket, Riddle put bits of his soul into it and made them into Horcruxes. We have no idea where this one is hidden away." No one said a word. Harry half wondered if he'd placed a silencing charm on the entire group by mistake. He held up the last photo. "This is a picture of Riddle's snake Nagini. Riddle put a bit of his soul into her as well. Professor Dumbledore thought that Riddle had also created one more Horcrux while he was still a student, but we don't know what it might be. He placed the photos on the table so people could look at them later." Minerva stood and asked the question that was on everyone's mind. "Harry, how on earth did you obtain these photos?" Harry replied, "I used the pensieve and went back into the memories. While I was in them I used my new camera. I made them while I was waiting to come here." Moody asked, "Great idea, Potter. Whose memories were these?" Harry replied, "One was from an old Auror before Riddle was born, one was from a professor when Riddle was 16 and one was from a woman who had purchased the locket and the cup when Riddle was 18. The others are mine." Minerva asked, "Harry, is there anything else that you can tell us about the Horcruxes?" Harry said, "A bit. Some is based on guesswork. Some is based on what the professor and I were able to learn this last year. Some is based on what the professor was able to tell me about Riddle, or I've heard myself. Did you have specific questions? Moody asked, is there some kind of connection between the items? Harry replied, in one of the professor's memories, he showed me that Riddle liked collecting souvenirs. We believed that both the locations and the objects themselves held significance to him. Tonks asked, where did Professor Dumbledore find the ring? Harry said, Riddle had hidden it at the remains of Gaunt's shack in Little Hangleton. Gaunt was Riddle's grandfather on his mother's side. Arthur asked, how was the ring destroyed? Harry replied, I don't know. Does anyone? No one answered. Remus asked, Harry, do you have any idea where the other objects are hidden? Harry answered, the day Snape murdered the professor, he and I had gone searching for the locket. We found where it had been hidden, by a place where the orphanage had taken Riddle and the other orphans on outings. It had been guarded by enchantments and inferi. Someone had found it before we did and replaced it with a fake locket. Do you have the fake locket? Asked Kingsley. Harry pulled the locket out of his pocket, surprising himself that he was still keeping it. Kingsley looked at it and asked, does anyone remember someone with the initials RAB? No one could think of anyone with that name. Hermione voiced a question that had been bothering her. If this person stole the locket, and apparently knew what it was, why would they go to the trouble of replacing it with a fake? Again, no one could think of an answer. Finally Bill asked the question that had been on their minds for the last hour. Harry, what can we do to best help you? Harry replied, I think we should group ourselves into 3 teams for a while. The first team should be made up of those who might be best at research and healing. There are things that we'll need to look up, spells to research, and information that we'll need. He continued, the second team will be primarily searching for the Horcrux pieces. They will work to try and figure out where they might be and how to get to them. This might be a dangerous task. We don't know how the professor hurt his hand. Harry finished, saying, the last team will primarily be a fighting unit. I want to go after the Death Eaters and train to go after Riddle and live to tell the tale. Take a few minutes to decide where you'd fit the best. Harry let people talk together for a bit then said, Horcrux team, please meet in that corner. Research team, please meet in the corner over there. Fighting team, please meet in the far corner. Hermione, Luna, Flitwick, Poppy, Arabella, Diggle, and Tom the bartender made their way to the research table. Professor Flitwick immediately said, Hermione, you far and away have the best research mind in the group. I nominate you as team leader. Everyone else agreed and that was that. Harry walked over for a moment and said, initially I'll need you to focus on researching what the missing Horcrux might be, and battlefield healing. I've previously asked Professor Flitwick to research the Horcrux curse itself so we can understand how to safely destroy the objects when we're ready. Poppy will need to teach you as much battlefield healing as possible. I know that we'll need those skills sooner or later. They nodded and he went to the Horcrux team. At the Horcrux team table Remus, Arthur, Hagrid, Minerva, Sturgis, Ron, Bill, and Ginny all sat down. Minerva nominated Remus. When Harry got there, he told them that they would follow up on the leads provided by the research team and physically recover the Horcruxes themselves. He said, Bill, I'm glad that you volunteered for this group. I wish that we'd had your curse-breaking skills the day the professor and I went after the locket. This is dangerous work. Riddle guarded the locket with a lake full of inferi. He went to meet with the fighting team. Moody was pleased to see Kingsley, Neville, Tonks, Fred, George, Hestia and Aberforth follow him to the table. When Harry arrived Moody asked him what he had in mind for the group. Harry replied, I'll be a member of this team until the Horcruxes are found. I'd like you and Kingsley to help train us to learn and practice advanced tactical fighting techniques so that we can effectively go and attack a small group of Death Eaters. Moody and Kingsley nodded. They knew that Harry's words were objectively spoken and not a slam on the Auror group. A few minutes later, Harry gathered everyone back together. When everyone was seated he said, we don't need another police group that is trained primarily to react. I want to be able to set an ambush and go after the Death Eaters offensively. Initially, I want the fighting team to become a major thorn in Riddle's side to distract his attention away from the Horcruxes. I want the research team to try and find where the Horcruxes might be located and what the last piece might be. After they have been found and recovered, I want to resort the order into a battlefield healing team and a fighting team. I would anticipate that most of the Horcrux team would join the fighting team. Everyone nodded, pleased with their new assignments. Harry wanted to end the meeting soon, but had one more story to tell. He said, I want to tell everyone what happened with the locket and up in the tower. I don't want to be accused of keeping a lot of secrets from the group. Early in the morning, Professor Dumbledore and I had set out to go to Dover. The professor had found a cave where he thought one of the Horcruxes had been located because it was a place where young Riddle may have tormented some of the other kids at the orphanage when he was growing up. Harry went on to tell about the blood spell at the secret door, the pond full of the undead, the island, the potion bowl and recovering the fake locket. Then he told them of returning to Hogsmeade, seeing the dark mark and a chilling first-hand account of Dumbledore's murder. As Harry was finishing his story, they could hear the beautiful phoenix song, and saw a flash of flame as a young phoenix appeared before their eyes. Slightly smaller than Fawkes had been, the young female had red and white plumage. It flew to Harry's shoulder and sang for a minute. Harry stroked the beautiful bird as everyone gathered around to see her. Other than Fawkes, only Hagrid had ever seen another phoenix before. Harry thanked everyone for coming, asked that the individual groups arrange to meet at least once during the week and that the full group meet again next weekend. Remembering one last thing, he took the shrunken trunk out of his robe pocket with the professor's extra things. Hermione helped me sort through the professor's personal things. I kept the books, his pensive and some other things that might help me. There are a lot of photographs here, some robes, scarves, shoes and the like. Please take a look through the trunk and take whatever you'd like either for a keepsake or to be able to use. The rest will be given to Gladrags. The wizards and witches sorted through the box with everyone selecting a dozen items that they could use as well as a photograph or two. Harry and Hermione took the flow back to Grimmauld Place, exhausted after a very long day. Ron and Ginny said that they'd be over in the morning. Sunday, June 16th. Sunday morning Harry awoke with a start. The young phoenix had returned. Hedwig looked on with interest as Harry greeted the new arrival. Hello girl, are you looking for a place to stay? The phoenix trilled an affirmative response. Harry said, I'll get you a really nice perch this morning. Will you be all right staying by Hedwig in the meantime? The phoenix let out another affirmative trill. By this time, Emma and Hermione had come up to see what was making the heartening song. Harry, what's that beautiful bird? Asked Emma, obviously mesmerized by the bird. Morning Emma, said Harry, who was obviously pleased with the bird's presence. She's a phoenix. She came to me last night. Emma looked at her carefully, amazed at the coloring. We never saw anything like that when we first took Hermione into Diagon Alley for school supplies. Where would you buy one? Hermione said, you could never buy one, Mum. A phoenix chooses a witch or wizard to stay with. This one just came to Harry last night when we were at the castle. Only a few witches or wizards have had phoenixes bond with them. Dumbledore, Nicholas Flamel, Godric Gryffindor, Agrippa, Circe, and Harry. She looked at him strangely. Amazing, said Dan, who had come up to see what everyone was talking about. Harry, what are you going to call her? Asked Emma. Dunno, said Harry. Hermione suggested, how about Brigid? She was a Celtic goddess of inspiration and healing. The young phoenix trilled at the name. We'll go get you a perch after breakfast, said Harry. Winky. Breakfast is ready, Harry Potter, sir. The little elf looked up at him hopefully. Harry looked at her and said, thank you, Winky. We'll be down in 10 minutes. She beamed at him, and then popped away. It's them coin collector bandits, officer. I'm sure of it. The barmaid was doing her best to keep her voice low on the telephone. Okay, ma'am, we'll send a patrol over right away. Putting down the telephone, she returned to their table and said, how about some more coffee or tea, gentlemen? Maybe a pint to start the day. Not today, said the older one. We must be on our way. How much do we owe you? 7 quid. I'll bring you your bill in just a moment, she said, hoping to stall them for another few minutes. Draco winked to Snape, why can't I keep track of the money? I was doing fine. You ordered more than we had funds for the last time we went out, and caused another disturbance. These coins have nowhere near the value of a galleon. We don't want to get. Hands up, gentlemen, and you won't have any trouble. The officer and his partner were looking at the two with some disdain, having a hard time connecting the two apparent losers in front of them with the reported armed robbers. Don't do anything, Draco, hissed Snape. Malfoy nodded, both hands in plain sight, but he had his wand in his wrist holster, ready for instant use if needed. How can we help you, officer? Said Snape politely. He was exercising a much better grasp of the situation than Malfoy. You two need to come with us, said the partner. Yes, sir, said Snape. We need to pay for our breakfast first. We'll just be a moment. Snape pulled 7 of the £1 coins out of his pocket and handed them to the server. The officer led the two into the back of the police car, and went back in to join his partner, taking a statement from the pub server. A moment later they returned to the car to find it empty, both back doors still locked. They never heard a disillusioned Snape hiss "Obliviate," eliminating any memory of the two. The video camera mounted in the front of the police cruiser would clearly show the two being led to the car, though neither officer had any recollection of the two men. By Monday, their photographs would be printed in every newspaper in Britain. Back at their hideout home, Snape berated Malfoy, saying, "Conjure something yourself next time if you don't like my cooking. You could have gotten us arrested or forced a fight that we don't need." Malfoy said, "Your cooking tastes like shite. Is it one of your ingredients?" At that moment, they felt the dark mark burn on their left forearms and forgot their verbal feud. Homing in on the source, they apparated to the back garden at the home where Voldemort was staying. As they apparated and formed a circle around the Dark Lord, Riddle was pleased to see Snape and Malfoy together, but noticed that neither one looked very good. In all there were 40 wizards and a few witches in the circle. However, well more than half were new recruits, some since Dumbledore's murder. Malfoy nodded at Zabini, Nott and Millicent Bulstrode, who were standing in the center without masks. Riddle turned around to look at each of them, then began. "Welcome, Death Eaters. The fortunes of war and planning have been on our side lately." He handed them each money bags with several thousand galleons. Continuing, he said, "2 of our number managed to remove a great obstacle from our paths by eliminating the mudblood-loving fool, Albus Dumbledore. Draco, Severus, please come forward." Both men came forward and knelt before the Dark Lord. "Draco, you executed a difficult plan. You now have full Death Eater status. Rise." Draco rose and bowed his head slightly to Voldemort, who nodded back. "Severus, you completed the task for Draco. Let it be known that you have joined Bella and Wormtail in my inner circle." Snape bowed deeply to Riddle, who tapped his shoulder with his wand as if knighting him. He continued, "In 4 weeks' time we will launch an attack against the Ministry officials. That muggle-loving fool Arthur Weasley's son will be marrying a part human. The ceremony will be held at the Burrow. I expect that the Minister of Magic Rufus Scrimgeour, most of the department heads, the traitorous Hogwarts professors, and several hundred guests will be there." On the surface the plan didn't look very promising. 45 Death Eaters, mostly half-trained, against 200 to 300 armed witches and wizards and at least a dozen Aurors. No one said anything, hoping for the rest of the plan to be announced. To even the odds and create panic, I will be bringing in 200 Dementors. We will attempt to set up anti-apparition wards over the property to minimize the possibility of escape. I want you to initially focus on attacking Potter, Scrimgeour, Hammer, and the Hogwarts staff for the first 10 seconds, then parry with them until the Dementors can begin to consume the witches and wizards." Quote, "To create a diversion, Bella has arranged to have an attack at Potter's mudblood friend Granger tonight and another house raid a week before the wedding. I don't want to lose any Death Eaters at these house raids. Get in, seal and torch the house, fire the mark and get out. Bella will announce the selections after I am finished." He noticed quite a few of the new recruits looking excited at the possibility of the raid. He continued, "If we achieve the level of success that I anticipate with the attack at the Weasley wedding, I expect that we will be in a position to liberate our fellow Death Eaters who are awaiting us at Azkaban." Voldemort looked out at the hungry Death Eaters. Wormtail had found useful information and Bella had turned a good lead into the potential to massacre the opposition in a single afternoon. No longer concerned about Snape's true loyalty, he could announce his plans much earlier and create more complex plans with the individuals assigned to different roles. I also expect that several of the goblins from Gringotts will be in attendance. Under no circumstances are they to be targeted. He did not wish to alienate the goblins further than he needed to. With Scrimgeour out of the way, Voldemort was certain that he could gain control of the Ministry and renew his sources of galleons. With the unavailability of the account that Lucius had been managing and the Ministry theft of Borgin's account, Bulstrode's account was being depleted rapidly. He would need to correct the situation before the end of the year. Bella had selected 10 of the newest recruits to be on the Granger raid. Her plan was to apparate to the home slightly after midnight and group up with the Death Eaters. She would have 2 pairs of 2 recruits stand guard on either end of the street. The other 6 would circle the house and cast the Colloportus charm, sealing the doors and windows, while she cast an anti-apparition ward on the structure designed to prevent the occupants from escaping. They would then fire the house by simultaneously casting incendio charms. If everything went as planned, the time on the property would be less than 30 seconds. Bella liked using that method because it was almost as terrifying for any witches or wizards who might come onto the scene as it was for the occupants. She selected a different set of new Death Eaters for the raid at the Creevy brothers' home. As Lestrange was explaining her plan, Voldemort found Bulstrode and asked, "What is the account balance, Stephen?" 1,100,000, Master. How may I serve you? Bring me 200,000 galleons by late evening. Riddle never even considered the possibility that Bulstrode might be stealing from him, but he always let the overly large man become nervous anyway as he looked at him. As you command, Master. Leave now. I have others to speak to. Mrs. Weasley saw a gnome in the back garden and called Ron and Ginny to come out and degnome it. A twig was out of place and she told Ron to trim the entire hedge when he was done. Ron said, "Mum, we were going to go visit Harry and help him with one of his rooms." His protests fell of deaf ears. If they start coming back, they'll infest the whole garden and we'll never have them cleaned out in time for the wedding. Harry won't mind if you go visit him later in the afternoon. Ginny can leave after you're done with the gnomes. Why doesn't she have Flem go and charm the gnomes away? Muttered Ginny. If they're anything like you, Ron, she could offer to key them once and they'd follow her anywhere. Ron's face turned redder than it already was. He still hadn't developed much immunity around Bill's fiancée. He tossed the gnome that had bitten Wormtail over the hedge. He said, "Tell Harry I'll be there by 2. Ginny finished getting changed and took the flow to Harry's home. Stephen Bulstrode had practiced the transaction and hoped to be at the bank no more than 10 minutes including the cart rides. He reached the apparition point in Nocturne Alley and carried the large case with him. He made his way to the shortest teller line and handed the goblin his key. He never noticed the dark-haired teen standing in the next line as the goblin said, "This way, Mr. Bulstrode." Harry looked at the case that Bulstrode was carrying and recognized it as being identical to the case that Borgin had been carrying. After Bulstrode got into the cart, Harry went out and thought hard about his new Phoenix friend, Brigid. In a flash she appeared. Stroking the beautiful bird, Harry said, "Brigid, will you please get this to Tonks immediately? It's very important." Brigid bowed her head, fluttered into the air for a moment, and vanished in a burst of flame. A minute passed, then another without Tonks appearing. Harry was certain that Bulstrode must be on his way back up. He was pretty sure that Bulstrode would have someone watching his back once he got outside the bank. Another minute passed and Harry made up his mind. He drew his wand and concealed it in his sleeve and walked into the bank. As he was walking up the lobby, Bulstrode was walking out. There was another wizard at his side that Harry didn't recognize. Hoping against hope that he'd remain lucky, Harry fired a stunner and hit Bulstrode squarely in the chest. The other wizard had been alert and fired back a jet of purple light at Harry, who rolled to the side and fired again and grazed the other wizard. At that moment, Aurors Tonks, Alex and Dawlish burst into the door. Dawlish said, "Nobody move. Ministry Aurors." The other wizard took another shot at Harry, and missed. The green jet hit Dawlish, who immediately went down. Harry fired a Reducto curse and the man flew backwards in a giant splatter of blood. Alex tried to help Dawlish as Tonks ran to the other wizard. Harry went to Bulstrode and kicked his wand over to the side. As Harry reached Bulstrode, another team of Aurors along with Director Hammer ran to the scene. The goblin guards sealed the doorway. Alex hadn't even graduated from the Auror Academy yet. She was only 3 years older than Harry, and was a second-year cadet. Dawlish had been giving her a lesson on battlefield evasion tactics when Tonks had burst in the classroom looking for immediate help. In 10 seconds, she had learned a life lesson that would last her entire career: never lose concentration in a firefight. The other Aurors immediately rushed on Bulstrode as Hammer pulled Harry into one of the conference rooms. Sitting him down in one of the chairs, she closed the door and without a trace of a smile said, "Explain yourself, Mr. Potter." Harry immediately realized that he was in a much different situation than he had been in with Borgin. He hadn't been accompanied by an Auror and was completely on his own. From one perspective, he had simply drawn his wand on a wizard in a completely unprovoked attack. He placed his wand on the table and pushed it to Director Hammer. She looked at his wand, and at his blood-splattered robes and said, "Speak." She didn't want to arrest Potter, but needed some answers, and needed them now. There was a knock on the door. Hammer opened the door, walked out for a moment, closing the door behind her to get a report from the investigating Aurors. 3 minutes later she walked back into the room, followed by Tonks, Minister Scrimbour and Auror trainee Alex. They all sat down, and a goblin brought in tea. Hammer poured each of them a cup and said, in a much less threatening voice, "Please tell us what happened, Harry. You aren't in any kind of trouble." She ran her fingers along his wand and handed it back to him. Harry said, "I was in line at the counter and a man walked up to the next counter. I happened to look over at him because he was in the next line and the teller mentioned that his name was Mr. Bulstrode. I know that his daughter is a big Voldemort supporter. Then I noticed that he had the identical carrying case that Mr. Borgin had been carrying when he was taking all of that gold out of the bank." Harry took a breath and continued, "I got out of line and ran outside. I called for my Phoenix to help me get a message to Auror Tonks as soon as possible. I waited as long as I could, then went back into the bank. Mr. Bulstrode was about to leave. I fired a stunner at him. The man that was walking by him fired a purple spell back at me. I dodged it, and fired a stunner at him. I didn't hit him squarely. He fired a killing curse at me and missed. I hit him pretty hard with a Reducto Blast. The next thing I knew, Aurors were coming up. The only other thing I did before you found me was kick Bulstrode's wand away from his reach." Hammer asked, "Auror Tonks, do you have anything to add?" Tonks shook her head and replied, "Not much, Director. I was down in the Auror gym when I saw a Phoenix flash and dropped me a note." Tonks handed the note to Hammer to look at. "Tonks, I need help now. Gringotts, Harry," Tonks continued. "I looked in the canteen and the classroom for some help. I asked Senior Auror Dawlish and Cadet Alex to immediately come with me to Gringotts. We apparated to the steps of the bank and ran in the door. Dawlish announced us as Aurors. He was hit with the killing curse that Harry referenced about the same time that I witnessed Harry disable the attacker. Cadet Alex checked on Dawlish and I verified that the second attacker was disabled. He died a minute later. I checked his arm. He was wearing the mark. I checked the other wizard that Harry had stunned. He also had the mark on his arm. He is currently being held in the next room. Here is the case that he was carrying, Director." Harry almost certainly stopped another money courier. Scrimbour looked like Christmas had come early. This would be very good press for him, even if an Auror had been killed. Hammer asked, "Cadet Alex, do you have anything to add?" "No, Director. Senior Auror Dawlish was dead when I checked on him. I couldn't do anything to help him." Her face was red from tears and she looked badly shaken by the action. There was a knock on the door. It was Bill Weasley. "Director, I'm Bill Weasley, curse breaker for Gringotts. If you don't object, I'd like to examine that case before it is opened. We have reason to believe that Stephen Bulstrode may have spelled it when he was in the vaults. You and your party may wish to leave the room for your own safety. The choice is certainly yours." Scrimbour, Tonks and Cadet Alex led Harry out of the room. 2 more goblins walked into the room to help Bill. Harry noticed that the bodies of Dawlish and the other man were being removed. He felt sick. He had killed a man. He slumped to the floor and a moment later threw up, retching until his stomach was empty, and still was heaving. Hammer walked up to the other Aurors, gave them instructions and walked over to talk with the Goblin Bank officials. 10 minutes later Weasley and the goblins walked out of the conference room. Bill looked at Harry and the young Auror slumped on the floor with Tonks sitting by them, but couldn't say anything. He had to report to his own bosses. Scrimgeour and Hammer went into the other conference room. A minute later 2 beefy-looking Aurors had Bulstrode on his feet, Frog marching him toward the tunnel carts. An hour later they were back at Ministry headquarters with the remaining 900,000 galleons from the vault as well as a completed count of the satchel that remarkably contained 200,000 galleons. What they didn't know was that over the course of a weekend they had effectively bankrupted Voldemort. At that moment, the Dark Lord barely had enough gold on hand to make the payroll for the next month. Harry had originally gone to Diagon Alley with Ginny, Hermione and Emma Granger. He had left them at the Magical Menagerie, for 10 minutes, tops, to run to Gringotts to sign a paper. 15 minutes passed, then 30, with no sign of Harry. The women left the perch that they had picked out at the store to go and check on Harry. Emma wasn't worried until they got to Gringotts to find the doors sealed, with Aurors and Goblin guards standing outside. Neither Ginny nor Hermione recognized any of the Aurors, and none of them looked to be in the mood to give out information. 5 minutes later, the door opened and 2 covered bodies were carried out on stretchers to be portkeyed back to the Ministry morgue. By now a crowd had gathered outside the bank and the women began to panic. It was obvious that some tragedy had occurred in the bank and each of them silently knew that it somehow involved Harry. 5 minutes later, Scrimgeour opened the door and went out with 2 of the Aurors. A reporter from the Daily Prophet asked him what happened. Scrimgeour said, Mr. Harry Potter helped Ministry Aurors uncover another money laundering scheme that Lord Voldemort had set up years ago. A substantial amount of gold is being seized. A Ministry Auror was killed attempting to arrest the 2 Death Eaters. 1 Death Eater was killed and another taken into custody. The Ministry is saddened by the loss of one of our Aurors who was killed in the line of duty. The names will be released later this afternoon. The Ministry wishes to formally thank Mr. Potter for his part in bringing these 2 criminals to justice. Unfortunately there isn't time for individual questions right now. Good day. After Scrimgeour finished, Tonks, Hammer and a half-dozen Aurors escorted Harry out of the building. Tonks saw Ginny and the others and waved them over. We need to take Harry to the Ministry for about an hour. You can either meet us there or back at Harry's home. Naturally the 3 women walked to the Ministry building and were shown to the lobby outside the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. After sitting on the wooden bench for a few minutes, they were met by Arthur, Fred, George and finally Percy. He was carrying a tray of tea and said importantly, Minister Scrimgeour asked me to bring this out to you. They're inside meeting with Mr. Potter. Arthur asked, Percy, what happened? Percy said, Mr. Potter was somehow involved in the death of a Ministry senior Auror and a Death Eater. I think he was probably a witness and is being questioned. I have other important business to attend to. Good afternoon to you. With that, he left as if to go meet with the Queen. Prat, muttered Fred. I say he's closer to a rat's ass at the moment, replied George. Hermione and Ginny snickered, thinking that the prankster's assessment was probably right. Tonks came out a minute later. She told them what had happened, handing Emma a brushed aluminum case. Please hold this for Harry. What had you originally come for today? Asked Tonks. A perch for Harry's new phoenix, replied Hermione. We forgot all about it. We'll go get it, said Fred and George. We'll bring it to Harry's place in 10 minutes. Tonks continued. Harry killed a man today, and he's understandably broken up over it. Emma asked, is he facing any legal issues? Dan and I might be able to. Tonks smiled sadly, and said, no. He stopped a second money courier for Voldemort in as many days. That case you're carrying is his reward gold. Emma said, not to pry, but it felt like the case was empty. Tonks took out her wand, told Emma to place the case on the floor, and took off the lightning charm. She said, now try it. Emma couldn't move the case. It weighed over 200 pounds. Tonks recharmed the case. Emma said, the Ministry must be very grateful for his help. Tonks nodded. Ignoring her mum's apparent fascination with Harry's briefcase, Hermione asked, aren't there counselors who would be assigned in a case like this? Tonks replied, "No, the wizarding world is way behind the rest of the population in that regard. I need to go back in now." Emma nodded as Tonks left and said, "This isn't an isolated incident. So many of the victims and participants are teenagers." Hermione replied, "Susan Bones cried for weeks last term. People just avoided her rather than doing anything constructive to help." A few minutes Harry came out and said, "Let's go home now." Arthur patted Harry on the back and said, "Molly and I will bring over dinner for you tonight, Harry. We're all thankful that you weren't injured." Harry nodded weakly and replied, "Thanks, Mr. Weasley." Emma said, "We should go now. We'll see you later, Arthur." Harry, Hermione, Ginny and Emma were escorted out of the building into Emma's car. Scrimgeour incorrectly assumed that they had captured two of many account couriers that Voldemort was using to move his money. As such, he believed the Death Eaters to be numbered in the hundreds rather than the 50 that Voldemort truly had. Scrimgeour had done nothing to improve relations with the goblins, and as such, they had no reason to cooperate by helping him find any of Voldemort's other vaults. Scrimgeour felt like he needed Potter now more than ever. In truth, Harry had publicly done more to aid the war effort than all of the rest of the Ministry combined. Potter had originally refused the 200,000 galleons that Scrimgeour had given him as a reward. Only after he had told Potter that Dawlish had no living relatives and Potter had designated half of the gold to go to a victims' relief fund would he agree to accept the other half. Potter initially refused to have his photo taken, but had agreed to after Scrimgeour promised him that Stan Shunpike would be released within the hour. Seeing an opportunity to right a wrong, Harry immediately had agreed, and several photos were taken. They were slowly creating an informal working relationship. It was a quiet ride back to Grimmauld Place. The only sound came from Emma's CD player. When they got back, Emma asked Harry where he wanted his case put away. As he was climbing the stairs to go to his room, he said, "Just put it in the library, please." He went to his room and quietly closed the door behind him. Emma put the aluminum case in the library and was shocked to see 5 other identical cases arranged in a neat little row. An hour later Harry was still in his room crying into his pillow. He had killed a man. He was a murderer. No one could ever love him, or look at him the same way again. He hurt so badly that he never noticed Ginny come into the room and curl up beside him. Later, when he had quieted down, she nuzzled his neck with her nose, and the smallest of smiles crept onto his face as he looked into her bright eyes. She softly said the words that he so desperately needed to hear. "I don't hate you, Harry. No one here thinks badly of you. I love you." She made certain to maintain some sort of skin-to-skin contact, touching his cheek or his face, so he wouldn't slip back into one of his pools of depression. He stopped sinking, and his breathing evened out. A few hours later, she nudged him and asked, "Are you ready to get up now? Dinner's almost ready. Go take a shower and be back down in 10 minutes. She keyed his cheek and gave him a gentle squeeze. "Okay." Harry nodded as she got up. The shower did feel good. When he got out of the bathroom, Harry noticed that Ginny had set a pair of comfortable jeans and one of his shirts that she liked best on his bed for him. While the two had been napping, Molly had walked up the stairs to check on them. Unable to find anything inappropriate with their behavior, and feeling so much love for the young man, she let them be. Having her daughter hopelessly in love with Harry Potter wasn't really new or unexpected. She was delighted that Harry seemed to have feelings toward her Ginny in return. At the same time, her greatest fear remained that one of her children or their loved ones would be claimed by the war. The war had struck at so many of her friends' homes. Molly was ever grateful that she had remained lucky. Covering both of them with a light quilt, she smiled to herself and went downstairs to start dinner. Dinner was generally quiet. Tonks and Lupin, Dan and Emma, Ron and Hermione, Harry and Ginny, Molly and Arthur each held individual conversations. None of them could really find the words that were so hard to say. After dinner Tonks left for a moment and returned with Auror Cadet Alex. Alex greeted the Grangers, and said, "Hello Hermione. It's good to see you again." Hermione smiled at the former Ravenclaw who was 3 years older than her. They had studied together from time to time, and had remained friendly since Hermione's first year. Hermione said, "It's good to see you again, Alex. How have you been?" Alex's winsome smile disappeared and she replied, I was called on an emergency assignment today at Gringotts. One of my instructors was killed. Harry saved us. Hermione hugged the young woman with the glistening blue eyes and said, he does that kind of thing. You get used to it after a while. I'm glad you weren't hurt. Alex's voice was anything but steady. Hermione, I was so scared. We had walked into Gringotts a moment earlier and Instructor Dawlish just fell over. Harry stopped the other Death Eater a few seconds later. I'd never seen a man hit by the killing curse before. He didn't even have time to close his eyes. I was so scared, I was sure I would be next. She walked over to Harry, gave him a hug, and said, thanks Harry. I owe you my life. Arthur and Ginny piped in, us too. Harry looked down at his feet and replied, I just did what had to be done. I was really scared too. She was still holding him. Hermione and Ginny exchanged knowing glances at each other over Harry's obvious embarrassment. Alex was a very healthy young woman. Ron came in with a bucket of butterbeer bottles. He stared awestruck at Alex, still hovering by Harry, and said, Busty beer anyone? Tonks whacked Ron on the back of the head and said, that will be so expensive, my dear. You will pay and pay over that slip. Then she smiled at the stricken teen, took several bottles from him, and handed them out to Alex, Harry, Hermione, and Ginny. They had a better evening together than any of them would have guessed. Together they kept Harry out of a funk and kept away Alex's nightmares. Tonks left about 11 to take Alex back home. Before she left, Alex went up to Harry and said, thanks again, Harry. You're a good man. Harry replied, I'm glad that you're safe, Alex. I'll see you later. Good night, Alex, said Hermione and Ginny. At midnight, the Death Eaters assembled at the park near the Granger house. As by clockwork, Flint and another new recruit, Raiden, broke off to stand at one end of the street while two others went to the other. The lights on in the home indicated that the residents were still up. Silently the 6 Death Eaters circled the house and waited for Lestrange to give the signal. Lestrange took almost a minute to cast the anti-apparition charm around the home. When she finished, a blue crackle of light like static electricity shot around the home. There was no change in the lights inside, so Lestrange assumed that they hadn't been seen. She raised her arm, giving the signal for the recruits to begin sealing the home. Nott and Zabini called, Colloportus, in an overly loud school classroom voice. Their words seemed to reverberate through the night air. Apparently they hadn't been paying attention when Snape had taught his students to cast silently. Next door a dog began barking in the backyard, and a yard light went on in the neighbor's back garden. Bella knew that they had mere seconds to complete their task without engaging the neighbors. Incendio, incendio. Within seconds, a dozen individual fires had been started at the doors of the house and along the roofline. Leave now, said Bellatrix as she cast the dark mark into the sky above the flaming home. The Death Eaters began to disapparate, or in some cases pull portkeys from their robes if they could not yet apparate away from the home. In the darkness none of them saw Moody cast tracking charms on 2 of the Death Eaters before they left. The raid had taken nearly 3 minutes. Saturday, July 12th. Nearly 3 weeks had passed since Alistair Moody had informed the dentists that 11 Death Eaters had destroyed their home in the middle of the night, hoping to murder them at the same time. Dan and especially Emma had been saddened by the loss, but all 3 of the Grangers were grateful that they were alive. They were even more grateful that several days earlier they'd had an hour to remove their important papers, photos and their keepsake possessions from their home. The local authorities could find no evidence of arson. As such, it was being handled as an accidental fire insurance claim rather than an act of war. At Hermione's pleading, her parents had temporarily closed their surgery, and were safe at hand staying at Grimmauld Place helping out as they could. In reality, they were 3 more refugees of an undeclared war. The subgroups of the order that Harry had created had begun meeting in earnest that week. Flitwick and Hermione began their searches for information about Horcruxes in their respective locations. Flitwick scoured the Hogwarts restricted section, the staff library, and even went through Snape's private quarters. Flitwick had found several references regarding Horcruxes, while Hermione hadn't found anything in the Black Library. Bill had used his contacts with the Gringotts Cursebreakers to find that the Horcrux objects themselves need only be destroyed to release their contents. No special ritual would be needed. None of them had found conclusive documentation that indicated whether Riddle would know if one had been destroyed or would be somehow weakened when it happened. Bill told them that once bound to an object, there was no known means of reattaching the soul piece back to the person. The rest of the research team had begun their training in battlefield healing. Poppy worked with Luna, Molly, and Diggle. Mrs. Fig had been given lists of potions to brew. Harry was somewhat shocked to find that she was quite skilled in brewing potions. While growing up he had always thought that her home smelled of cabbage. In fact, it was the cauldrons brewing potions in her cellar that gave off the different aromas. Harry directed her to develop some stock of blood replenishing potion, pain relief potions, Skelligro, Veritaserum, Polyjuice potion and the Felix Felicis potions. Tom the bartender helped her quietly obtain the more difficult to find ingredients. She was shocked but grateful when Harry had given her 5,000 galleons to get everything that she had needed. The Horcrux team started out with good luck. Aided greatly by the photos that Harry had been able to provide, Arthur and Sturgis had located the Hufflepuff cup within a week. They had been cataloging the contents of the Malfoy estate when they had come across the fabled cup. Podmore had stolen it from the warehouse and the next day it was sitting on one of the tables in Harry's library. After that, the trail had grown rather cold until Hermione took a look at the Black family tapestry as it was being taken down a week later. Regulus Alan Black, Sirius' brother, had been a Death Eater, but had been killed by Voldemort himself in 1980. Again aided by the photo that Harry had provided, Remus found the locket along with a pile of photos and other trinkets that Creature had squirreled away. Thus far their list looked like this. Horcrux 1 Diary, destroyed. Horcrux 2 Unknown. Horcrux 3 Ring, destroyed. Horcrux 4 Locket, found. Horcrux 5 Cup, found. Horcrux 6 Nagini, presumed to be with Riddle. Piece 7 Tom Riddle. They had no plans to go after the snake until they had at least located the others. Holding out some hope that Riddle was still unaware of their quest, they wanted to find the unknown piece before going after Riddle's pet snake. The fighting team had been given instruction during the days by Moody. Kingsley and Hestia gave them practical exercises during the evenings. Cadet Alex, who was invited into the order a few days after the Gringotts fight, soon joined Tonks, Fred, George, and Harry. Harry was surprised to find that after 2 years, Alex's fighting skills weren't much better than the DA members. She was initially a bit insulted by his remark, but justified herself saying, "Harry, mostly we've covered the law and principles of investigation so far. The practical exercises will be largely covered in the 3rd year." Gred and Forge mostly took turns volunteering to duel with the very pretty young woman. Her good looks generally worked to her advantage as both Fred and George invariably hesitated for a split second before attacking her. Harry and Tonks consistently worked together against Hestia and Kingsley, who were both good fighters. After 3 weeks' practice, they typically were able to fight to a draw. That was a substantial improvement over their starting point. Harry had regretted not continuing with the DA group in the last year, instead wasting countless hours practicing Quidditch moves against now meaningless opponents. The addition of nearly 4 million galleons to the Ministry coffers had taken a considerable amount of stress off of Scrimgeour's shoulders. The capture or death of 3 Death Eaters had provided proof that the Ministry, if not actually winning the war, was making visible progress. Scrimgeour had quietly freed Stan Shunpike and at Harry's insistence provided him with 5,000 galleons in compensation for his 11 months of false imprisonment. Scrimgeour had managed to keep the firing of the Granger house out of the wizarding press, and as no one had been actually hurt, rationalized that it didn't really matter. His only unpleasant bit of business had been attending Slane or Dale Dawlish's funeral. Aside from his fellow Aurors, there had been an uncomfortably small crowd in attendance. Only the other Auror instructor Bob Mann had spoken at the funeral. Apparently Dawlish hadn't taken the time to make friends outside the department. Voldemort was delighted when all 11 of the Death Eaters had returned back from the raid at the Granger home. It had been a while since he'd had good news regarding an operation. He had greeted them briefly upon their return, but sensing something amiss, quickly dismissed them. That evening he asked Bellatrix when she had the other raid planned on the Mudblood Wizard boys, the Creevies. Saturday the 12th. The first group took too long, but everyone did their job. I want to get the second group in and out much quicker. We will do better, Master, she said, certain of herself. I'm certain that you will, hissed Riddle. What time do you expect to start the raid at the Weasley wedding? 8 p.m. on the 19th. The ceremony will be over and the guests will still be seated for dinner. Since they won't be moving around, we will have the best opportunity to focus on the main targets. Riddle could find no fault in her plan and replied, good. Since the Dementors can't move too quickly, after your initial attack it will be your job to keep the victims pinned down for a minute or two until the Dementors can get in place and begin feeding. They will arrive from 3 sides, then close the circle around them. Use Wormtail to your best advantage. Bella nodded. Voldemort continued. It was obvious that he had other plans as well. While the Dementors are finishing their work, the Death Eaters will return here to regroup and we will liberate our imprisoned Death Eaters the same night. I anticipate that the Dementors will inflict over 100 deaths, and no one will be available to answer the call to reinforce the pitiful guardians of Azkaban Fortress. By morning, the remainder of the Ministry will sue for surrender. Bella was stunned by the boldness of the plan, and equally nervous over the logistics of carrying it out. The Dark Lord was obviously relying on incurring few, if any, casualties at the wedding. It would be difficult enough to train the 20 newest recruits to survive the first raid, let alone a raid on the Great Wizarding Prison. Half of them still required portkeys, as they couldn't reliably apparate. Voldemort continued, I will have Severus and Draco plan the raid on Azkaban Fortress if you're overtaxed with the wedding. He knew that she would rise to his goad and accept the extra challenge. No, Master, I will carry it out as well. Perhaps Snape could teach some of the recruits how to apparate. He does have teaching experience. At least a dozen or more need additional practice. I will have him work with them. Are there any other tasks that you'd like to delegate upward? Realizing that his good grace was rapidly wearing thin, she said in a very respectful tone, No, Master. We will report back late early on the morning of the 13th. Harry wanted to spend some time alone with Ginny and knew that Hermione and Ron felt the same. None of them had left the Burrow or Grimmauld Place since Gringotts except to go to Hogwarts once for an order meeting. As much as he liked Hermione's parents and Ginny's family, he just wanted some time alone with Ginny. Remus and Tonks came to the rescue. Harry told him what he wanted and they complied. On Friday the 11th, 2 Ministry cars arrived at 5 p.m. The drivers took each of the young couples on a leisurely ride for an hour before arriving at side-by-side restaurants. One was an Italian restaurant, the other a Chinese restaurant. Tonks met them at the door. She was wearing a white linen shirt and jeans that looked like they'd been made for her. She said, one couple has a reservation at one side, the other over there. You pick. We will meet up at 9 and go to the Muggle movies across the street. Ron wanted to go to the Italian place and order pizza, so they parted ways. Harry took Ginny's hand and led her into the Chinese restaurant. Helping her to her chair, Harry said, I've never been to a Chinese restaurant before. Me neither, replied Ginny. The server was very nice. He suggested that they order the sampler platter for 2. They brought out huge portions of cream cheese wontons, hot and sour soup, chicken, beef and pea pods, soft noodles, fried rice, and dessert cookies. Harry and Ginny tried everything and had fun trying to pick up their food with the 2 pair of wooden chopsticks that the server had given them in addition to their other utensils. After dinner, Harry paid the server and they met up with Tonks and Remus, who had been sitting outside the Italian restaurant eating their own dinner. A few minutes later Ron and Hermione came out bickering as usual. It should have been obvious that it wasn't a wizarding restaurant. Obviously they wouldn't convert galleons to sterling. It was just lucky that Mum had given me some extra money just in case. I didn't. Don't worry about it, Ron, said Remus gently. He had been poor too much of his life to let his newly inherited money change his outlook. Plenty of wizards have gone out on dates without their money bags. Mad Eye, smirked Tonks and Harry together. They walked across the street and got in line to see the new film, Titanic. Harry bought everyone popcorn, pop and 2 extra treats for Ron, who was delighted with them. The film had something for everyone. Ron kept muttering, "Why didn't someone just do a reparo charm?" Hermione just shook her head in wonder. Ron was generally fun to be with, but with the exception of money issues, he could be every bit as arrogant toward non-magical people as Malfoy. On the way back, Ginny said, "Thanks for arranging this, Harry. I had a great time." She snuggled as close to him as possible. Remus said, "It was good for all of us to get out and have a fun evening." Harry nodded. He'd had a great evening like the others, but had a very early morning ahead of him. He sent Ginny back to the burrow several hours before she wanted to go. As Ginny was drifting off to sleep, Thomas Creevey and his wife Elsie heard the sound of voices in their front yard. Thomas, a milk delivery man, managed to get 4 rounds fired from his side-by-side double-barreled shotgun before his family was engulfed by the flames. Pansy Parkinson's cousins Esther and Pat were crumpled in the yard, while Crabbe's older brother Rut had lost an arm at the shoulder. He would die several hours later from blood loss. At 4 a.m. Tonks got up and put on the dragonhide pants and vest that Harry had bought for everyone in the order. The armor offered considerably more protection than anything that the ministry had purchased for its employees. It was obvious that Harry was willing to spend his way into safety to give them any extra measure of protection, and she was grateful. She went down to the kitchen and met Harry, who had made coffee and some toasted muffins. A few minutes later, Kingsley, Fred, George, Hestia, Moody and Alex joined them, having used the flow. They were going to snatch the 2 Death Eaters that Moody had tagged at the Granger house. As planned, they divided up into teams. Fred, George, Hestia and Moody were on the team that would go after Theodore Nott. Harry, Tonks, Alex and Kingsley would go after Blaise Zabini. Moody checked everyone's gear. Each of them had a spare wand, anti-apparition manacles, an invisibility cloak, emergency portkeys, a transport portkey and an owl. In each case, they would apparate to a spot a quarter mile from their home, get into position and wait until 7 a.m. They would release the owl and hopefully draw the target out of their home. Then the plan called for the raiders to stun the targets, capture them and use the portkey to take them to the Auror-holding cells. The Nott team left first. They quickly covered the distance between that apparition point and Nott's home. Fred, George, and Hestia found places to hide near the back door while Mad Eye scanned the house to make certain that Nott and his mother were home. The Zabini team left a few minutes later. They took considerably longer to get into position as there was much less cover to hide with. Tonks and Alex waited on the side of the house so they could see the front, while Kingsley and Harry waited in the back on either side of the back door. Kingsley was under Harry's cloak while Harry was behind a bush right next to the door. At 7 o'clock Alex let the barn owl loose. It tapped on the back window. As if on cue, Blaise opened the door and reached for the owl. As he looked at the owl's leg, he picked up a famous wizard card. It was Dumbledore. As Blaise looked at the card, Harry took careful aim and stunned the young Death Eater. The card fell to the ground, and the owl flew back to Alex. Moments later, Kingsley ran up, slapped the anti-apparition manacle on Zabini and activated the portkey. Harry made eye contact with Tonks and Alex, who were acting as backup, and activated his portkey. The 2 witches did the same a moment later. From the time of Harry's stunner until Tonks and Alex activated their portkey was 12 seconds. Moody would say that they had taken too long, but they would work on it. As Harry was walking to his back door, he saw Fred and George appear a few feet away, followed by Mad Eye a moment later. They all nodded at each other, and Harry said, "Come in. Let's have breakfast." They were met inside by Hermione, Dan, Emma and Remus. The Grangers looked to be a mixture of both worried and relieved. Remus knew that they were on a grab mission, but hadn't said anything to the Grangers. "Good morning," said Dan. "Winky has breakfast ready." Harry and the others went inside and set their packs down. After they had all sat down at the table, Emma asked, "If it's possible, could you tell us where you were all night?" As Fred and George were beginning to mouth and respectively, Moody replied, "We managed to capture and arrest 2 of the Death Eaters who were responsible for burning down your home and trying to murder your family." Dan and Emma were starting to say something when Hermione cut them off, asking, "Who?" Moody replied, "Nott's son, Theodore and Blaise Zabini." Hermione nodded sadly and Emma said, "Thank you. Thank you all. We don't know what else to say. The house held a lot of good memories for us, but we still have the ones that matter." Tears were running down Hermione's face. She had worked on an arithmancy project with Zabini in her 4th year, and last week he had tried to murder her. It frightened her that Voldemort and Lestrange could inspire such misguided hatred. An hour later, they were finishing breakfast when the news owl came to the window. Remus took the paper from the owl, put the nuts in its pouch and unfolded the paper to look at it. A moment later, he put it down and said, "Bad news." Harry had taken the deaths of Colin and Dennis quite hard. He smiled as he remembered little Dennis telling Colin, "I fell in," on his first trip across the lake at Hogwarts. Neither boy had ever hurt or crossed anyone. Harry was certain that Malfoy or Snape had selected the target, believing that they would be absolutely defenseless. Harry was glad to read that Mr. Creevey had taken 2 or 3 of the cowards out before succumbing to the fire. Harry's thoughts were interrupted the next morning by Hermione saying, "Harry, look at this. Reporter missing." Story by Sherry Mitchell. Famed investigative reporter and writer Rita Skeeter has been reported missing, according to Daily Prophet editor Reggie MacDonald. MacDonald is quoted as saying, "Ms. Skeeter hasn't been seen since the morning of the 15th of June, although it's not unusual for her to go missing for a week or more at a time. Skeeter had gone missing for over a month several years ago, so who knows?" MacDonald offered a 50 galleon reward for anyone who could provide information about Ms. Skeeter's whereabouts. Harry snorted a laugh and said, "It doesn't sound like this MacDonald bloke is too anxious to get her back." Hermione looked at him and asked, "Harry, what's so funny?" Harry replied, "There was a beetle in Director Hammer's office the day that I captured Borgin. Tonks accidentally squished it." Hermione's eyes grew wide. "You don't suppose?" Harry nodded and replied, "Right in one. It looks like snooping around, like illegally, finally caught up with her." Hermione looked worried and asked, "Oh dear. Did you tell Tonks?" Harry shook his head and replied, "There's no reason to make her feel bad. What's to be gained by it? Besides, it was probably just a beetle." Hermione nodded in agreement. "If not, there's one less person to write nasty lies about you, Mr. Potter." They spent quite a bit of time over the next few days helping prepare for Fleur and Bill's wedding. Bill had found Harry the Wednesday before. "Harry, I wanted to thank you for the opportunity that you gave me at Gringotts." Harry smiled, and replied, "Bill, I'm the one who should be thanking you. I wanted to have someone that I knew looking out for me." Bill nodded and said, "Thanks again. I'm scheduled to start the 1st of August. Harry smiled and said, "Let me know how I can help you." Molly asked, "Did something happen at work, dear?" Fleur said, "They have given Bill a big promotion. He is to be an account manager for their biggest London account." Harry winked at Bill and shook his head slightly. Mrs. Weasley said, "That's wonderful news, Bill." Harry decided to go look for gnomes out in the back garden. He didn't want to embarrass Bill. He looked around, worried that the hedges and trees which made the garden perfect for pickup games of Quidditch might make it easy for Death Eaters to sneak in without being seen. Based on his experience grabbing Zabini a few days earlier, Harry concluded that it would be an ideal location for an attacker to hide. He went to go visit Director Hammer. She recognized the danger, but could only spare a few Aurors for extra security. She had received an anonymous tip that Azkaban would be attacked the afternoon of the 19th. Riddle had taken young Malfoy's advice and allowed him to plant the misdirection regarding Azkaban. With each fewer Auror on duty at the wedding, the chances for success of his plan increased, and the risk to his Death Eaters dropped. Voldemort realized that he could maximize the impact of his attack if 20 guests were killed without the loss of any Death Eaters, or if there was a massacre regardless of his losses. He couldn't afford a kill ratio below 5 to 1. He simply didn't have enough potential followers, other than dark creatures. Unfortunately, the Malfoy boy had been so abusive to the young witches that there was a highly unbalanced ratio of witches and wizard followers among his generation. The attacks that Bella had led the new recruits on had been mixed at best. There had been no confirmation that any of the Grangers had been killed, and 3 Death Eaters had been killed in the raid on the Muggle deliveryman and his Mudblood sons. Riddle needed a win. At the groom's dinner, Harry gave Hermione, Molly and Arthur, Ron, Ginny, Emma and Dan the cases with the proceeds of the reward money from the Borgen capture. He gave Bill and Fleur the case that he'd received from the Bulstrode capture. Each of them protested and insisted that he take the gold back. Harry simply said, "I don't need it. I don't want it. You've been my family and I want to share it with you. Will you deny me that?" Arthur said, "Thank you, Harry. Surely there are others who need this more." Harry said, "I made Minister Scrimgeour take the other half of the gold that he tried to give to me to start the Dale Dawlish Memorial Ore Fund and also to offer some compensation to Stan Shunpike for false imprisonment." George said, "So it was you who got him released. We saw him the Lakey Cauldron the other day. I don't think he'll ever smile again." Harry said, "Maybe you could find something for him to do at the shop. He lost his job with Night Bus." Fred said, "I'll find him on Monday and see if he's interested. If not, we'll at least try out our new Cheering Charm products on him." The next day was partly cloudy. Molly had finally let Harry bring Dobby and Winky over to help. By noon everything was in place. The florist and other delivery men that Fleur's wedding planner had made arrangements with were busy setting up their equipment. Many of the guests would begin arriving in a few hours. 30 miles to the north, Voldemort was meeting with 200 Dementors. July 19th. Harry couldn't explain what made him do it, but he decided to wear his dragonhide vest and pants under his dress robes. It wasn't one of his dreams or visions, but he had an uneasy feeling regarding the wedding. Maybe it was his new responsibilities as head of the order, or his disappointment after talking with Hammer, but he was nervous. He also wore Godric's sword in the ceremonial scabbard at his side. Mr. Weasley had asked him to use it as part of the traditional wizard's blessing at the end of the ceremony. As the rightful owner of the heirloom, Harry would walk up to the kneeling couple and tap each of them on their left shoulder. Harry thought the whole ceremony had been vastly overblown through the combined efforts of Molly and Fleur's mother, Rihanna. Harry found Hermione talking with her mum and dad. She was wearing an ice blue backless long dress and by any objective assessment looked beautiful. "Hi Harry," said Emma. "You look very handsome in those robes." He was wearing light wool slate gray robes with crimson trim over his body armor. She saw the slight frown on his face as he looked over to Hermione and quietly asked, "What's wrong?" Harry fumbled over the words. "Hermione, you look beautiful. I mean your dress looks great," but he didn't know how to tell her the things he wanted to say. Hermione studied Harry's face for a moment and knew that he was trying to say something. She replied, "Tell me what's on your mind, Harry. Would you wear your dragonhide armor under some dress robes instead?" At first offended that Harry didn't like her dress for some reason, Hermione was ready to lay into Harry with some nasty comment. Then her normal rational thinking took hold and she realized that he'd never say anything to intentionally hurt her feelings. She thought for a moment, trying to interpret what he had really meant. Harry made eye contact, pulled out the puppy dog eyes and asked, "Please." Dan seemed to understand and came to the teen's rescue. He asked, "Harry, do you have any extra sets?" Harry nodded. Emma said, "If it's okay to borrow them, we all will wear them." "Hermione, is that okay with you, dear?" There were tears welled in Hermione's eyes, disappointment, frustration, anxiety, profound respect, and something else. She'd had precious few times to dress up and be a young woman, and hated the costs that the war was inflicting on them on a daily basis. She hated the idea of wearing body armor to a wedding, and knew that it must have hurt Harry to even bring it up. Realizing that he was just being careful, and grateful that he cared, she nodded and said, "I'll go get several sets for Mum and Dad to try on." "Thanks, Harry." Harry didn't know exactly how to take her comment, but said nothing. He was disappointed that Director Hammer had refused to assign more oars. "What are these, dear?" asked Dan, holding up a piece of cord that had been tucked into the pants pocket. Hermione replied, "They are emergency transportation devices, Dad. If you pull on them twice, they'll instantly transport you to the back garden here. Just leave them in the pocket. They'll be fine." A few minutes before they were ready to leave, Dan took Harry aside and asked, "How much trouble are you expecting?" Harry replied, "Any is too much. Trouble seems to find me." Dan asked, "If you're so certain that there'll be trouble, why, never mind, I see your point. If you can't live your life, in a way the other side has already won. Harry nodded. Dan looked at the teen for a moment and asked, "What can I do to help?" With a pensive look on his face for a moment, Harry replied, "Keep your eyes open, dance with your wife and daughter, but at the first sign of trouble get them away." Harry thought for a second and said, "I'll be right back." He returned a minute later with the American .45 pistol that Dumbledore had left him. Dan looked quite surprised and asked, "Harry, where did you get this?" "Pistols are illegal," Harry said. "Dumbledore left it for me. It has a special permit. If anything happens, I have millions to hire solicitors with. Better to be safe than sorry. Please. I have practiced with one before. I was in the service for a few years right out of dental school." Dan understood that Harry had his family's best interest at heart and nodded. Harry helped him adjust the shoulder holster. As Harry was helping Dan with his robes that Hermione had insisted her parents wear after the first discussion, Emma came in and asked, "Are you two ready?" Dan replied, "As ready as we will ever be. Let's go." Harry asked, "Should I say something to Ginny?" Emma asked, "Harry, have you ever been to a wedding before?" In truth, before this summer, Harry hadn't really been anywhere socially. He shook his head and replied, "No ma'am." Glancing at Hermione for a moment and seeing her cautioning look, Emma replied, "The bridesmaids all wear matching formal dresses. It wouldn't do to bring body armor up. I'm sure they'll be careful." Ginny adjusted her dress for what seemed like the 20th time in the last hour. She felt 11 again in the strapless gown, looking at herself in the mirror after seeing Fleur. Even Gabrielle seemed to fit into her dress better. "You look lovely, dear," said Molly to her daughter. She knew that Ginny would always be petite and loved her just as she was. Ginny looked at her mum, thankful for the words of encouragement. She tucked her wand into the matching bridesmaid handbag along with the emergency portkey that Harry had insisted that all order members carry. Ron was looking through the latest issue of Witch Broomstick, deciding whether to order the Firebolt standard model like Harry had or to go with the DLX model which contained enchanted unbreakable twigs. It was only 300 galleons more. The 20,000 galleons that Harry had given him last night was burning a hole in the teen's pocket. 1,200 galleons did seem like a lot for a broom, but he finally had the opportunity to get something that he really wanted. Ron ignored the fact that Fred and George had started a highly successful business on about the same amount of gold as his intended purchase. He just wanted it. He wanted to take Hermione out for dinner again and not have to consider the prices on the menu and to have enough Muggle notes to pay, no matter where he went. With his new gold, Ron just knew that Hermione would see him in a better light. Harry and Tonks visited with the Aurors before the ceremony. They were mostly people that Harry didn't know. Harry noticed one and quietly asked Tonks, "Who's that?" The wizard had sharp eyes, and looked like a man who could take in every detail with just a glance. She replied, "Bob Sunset. He was in my Auror class. I'll introduce you." Harry walked over with Tonks, who said, "Bob, I'd like you to meet a friend of mine, Harry Potter." Bob was a bit awestruck, but quickly recovered. "I'm pleased to meet you, Mr. Potter, sir." Harry remembered seeing him from the Borgin capture, held out his hand and smiled. "Harry, just Harry, please. Do you have everything that you need? It's a big perimeter to cover." Bob looked at Harry and replied, "Yes, sir. 4 other Aurors are also on duty." Harry had previously seen Aurors Hestia Jones, Michael Wood and 2 others who he didn't recognize wearing their duty Auror robes. He replied, "It was nice to meet you, Bob." Bob nodded in agreement and replied, "Let's hope that the most eventful moment this evening is standing around watching Bill undoing Fleur's garter to give away." They smiled at each other. Harry and Tonks went to find their dates. Harry found Ginny a few minutes later. He caught himself staring at her hungrily. She looked like a special Christmas gift that was waiting to be unwrapped. The only words that he could manage to get out of his mouth were, "Wow, Ginny. You look brilliant. I'd hug and key you all afternoon, but I wouldn't know where to start." More than a bit embarrassed at his words, Ginny replied, "Thanks. You look rather tidy yourself, Mr. Potter. I wouldn't mind unwrapping you later." She no longer felt like a beanpole. Harry was a bit embarrassed at her words, even though he'd had the same thought. Harry had never seen anything like the ceremony before. Justice Abraxan from the Wizengamot performed the ceremony. Bill looked very handsome in his slate-gray robes. Fleur looked as beautiful as any woman could possibly look. She had ivory wedding robes. The gown was backless and somehow seemed to stay on magically. Ron seemed to have caught the full Vila magic blast and nearly made a fool of himself during the ceremony. After Justice Abraxan had spoken her words and Fleur and Bill had exchanged their actual vows, she nodded at Harry, who walked over. Carefully Harry withdrew the extraordinarily sharp weapon from the scabbard. Harry said the words that he'd repeated several dozen times. Fleur and Bill, may you both enjoy the luck drawn from Godric Gryffindor's own sword. As he gently tapped Fleur and tapped Bill on the shoulder with the flat side of the sword. Several wizarding cameras flashed while Harry was working. He heard some murmuring as he was saying his words. Harry had come to take the sword for granted, but within the wizarding world, it was virtually a mythical artifact. After Harry finished, Justice Abraxan walked over, out her hands on Fleur and Bill, then said, "May I introduce for the first time, Mr. and Mrs. Bill Weasley." Everyone stood and applauded. After meeting with the Dementors, Riddle sent them to the staging area a few miles from Ottery Street. Catchpole then called his Death Eaters. While Riddle seemed largely unaffected by the hellish creatures, he knew that the Death Eaters wanted little to do with them. At the wedding, guests were congratulating the new couple. Voldemort was beginning his prep talk, covering the final plans. "Wormtail tells me that by a stroke of luck, Scrimgeour, Hammer, and Potter are all at the same table. This will allow you to cast your killing curses from a greater distance. Should you miss one target, you will likely hit one of the others. Bella will cast the first spell. Do nothing until she has fired. The only thing that can go wrong with this plan is if the targets are alerted and have time to scatter. Don't let that happen." Voldemort walked around the inside perimeter of the circle that the Death Eaters had made, looking at his servants, sensing varying amounts of fear or confidence. He continued, "After you have fired your first killing curse, you may target anyone that you wish. The Dementors should appear within a minute. After they have arrived, apparate back here. Do not stay and engage the targets. The Dementors will begin feeding and finish your work for you." Malfoy's robes hid the extreme excitement that the young man felt at the Dark Lord's words. Riddle continued, "Wormtail, stay a few minutes and assess the damage that the Dementors are able to inflict." The balding man with the silver hand nodded, largely out of fear. Riddle concluded, saying, "By this time tomorrow, we will have freed our other faithful servants and brought the ministry to its knees. Do not fail me." Mrs. Weasley had lined Harry up in the wedding party receiving line and had him stand between Ginny and Ron. Harry truly wished to avoid the extra attention, but saw no way out of it without seriously hurting her feelings. People started coming up and spent as much time talking with him as Bill and Fleur, in spite of Harry's attempt at moving them along. Harry grew increasingly annoyed as almost every set of eyes flicked up to his forehead as they passed by. Several exceptionally rude people went so far as to ask for an autograph, which Harry politely refused and moved them along. Ginny whispered, "I'm sorry, Harry. Thanks for doing this for my mum." Harry smiled at her, and his anger immediately vanished. Minister Scrimgeour was next to greet Harry. "Congratulations again on stopping those two Death Eaters 3 weeks ago. It turned out that Death Eater Thomas Mort had been wanted for 3 murders, including Director Bones. The ministry is truly in your debt for stopping this killer." Embarrassed, Harry replied, "You've already done more than was needed, Minister. I was only doing what needed to be done. This is Bill's sister Ginny and her brother Ron." Scrimgeour nodded absently, and replied, "It's a pleasure, Miss Weasley." "Hello, Tom," and walked by. As Harry was greeting the next person in line, Ron was silently steaming. "Harry's always the hero. I coulda hit some bloke with a Reducto charm and gotten a pile of reward money. You don't need a scar to hit someone. I could do it too. Minister Scrimgeour didn't even remember my name. He's just like Slughorn, always playing favorites." In Harry's mind, the line seemed to go on forever. He was glad that he was near the end of the receiving line. Ginny tried to give him a playful pinch on the rear and, feeling his body armor, gave him a questioning look. He returned her look with a grim expression and nodded. The look on her face changed in turn from questioning to surprise to understanding, and she nodded back. After the guests had moved through the reception line and everyone had enjoyed a beverage or two, Harry had a chance to look around. The back garden was decorated with 32 tables that each held 10 people. Harry noticed that there were little name cards on each of the tables. Apparently Molly and Fleur had spent countless hours deciding who needed to eat with whom. There wasn't a head table common with Muggle wedding receptions. Several of the tables had a person or two from the wedding party. Harry felt quite self-conscious walking around with the Godric Gryffindor sword in a scabbard tied to a crimson sash around his waist, but some things couldn't be helped. Mr. Weasley had beamed at him when he'd used it to give Fleur and Bill a tap for luck. Ginny found Harry getting swarmed by Gabrielle and a half-dozen of her friends. Seeing her, Harry gave a relieved look, and politely excused himself. "Thanks. They were being ridiculous." Ginny replied, "That's what I'm here for." She slid under his arm. Harry was very aware of all of that bare skin, and careful not to slide her gown up or down. Ginny said, "We're at this table. Should we sit down?" Harry thought he'd be much more comfortable sitting and replied, "Thanks." Remus, Tonks, Hannah Abbott and Susan Bones were sitting at the table already. Harry glanced at the other name cards. Cards for Kingsley Shacklebolt and Director Connie Hammer were next to Ginny. Cards for Louise Scrimgeour and Minister Rufus Scrimgeour were next to Harry. "Hi Hannah, hi Susan. You both look really nice. It's good to see you again." Harry didn't ask, "How have you been?" as they had lost their parents and guardian respectively. He would talk with them later and ask how they were doing. Hannah had been staying with Susan for the holiday. Neither was comfortable living alone. Tonks had talked Remus into getting some new dress robes. Ginny smiled at Tonks, who said, "He does clean up rather nicely, doesn't he?" Remus looked about as self-conscious as Harry felt. Harry glanced at the next table over and saw Dan, Emma, Hermione, Ron, Charlie, his girlfriend, and 4 people who seemed to know Charlie. They all seemed to be the outdoors type, deeply tanned and if possible, even less comfortable than Harry in dress robes. Charlie was talking animatedly with Hermione's parents, soaring his hands, apparently describing how a dragon glides. The table on the other side of Harry had Fred with Angelina, George with Alex, and some other family friends that Harry didn't recognize. George seemed to be very attentive to everything that the pretty young Auror cadet had to say. After the food arrived, Charlie stood to make the toast. "Bill, Fleur, everyone here wishes you both a lifetime of happiness, health and prosperity. We wish you a family of your own and a lifetime of peace." As the couple keyed, everyone raised their glasses. The dinner was fantastic. The guests had a choice of a roasted beef and baby potatoes, or Atlantic cod with garlic potatoes and French cut beans. There were carts of cakes and fancy breads. Everything looked great. At Harry's table, Minister Scrimgeour said, "Susan, I was telling Harry that he had stopped the Death Eater who was responsible for your aunt, Amelia's." Mrs. Scrimgeour whacked her husband on the arm and said, "Really Rufus, this isn't the time or the place for such a conversation. Save it for another day." She gave him a look that indicated that she clearly meant business. Fleur's sister, Gabrielle, stood to make the second toast. Though she spoke slowly, her English was nearly flawless. "Fleur, I think that you have found the perfect partner in Mr. Bill Weasley. You like each other as friends, as partners, and as lovers. Bill, I hope that my mother and I can make you feel as much a part of our family as you parents, brothers and sister have made Fleur feel in yours." "Oh, no," the young woman pointed a second before the first spells were launched. The 45 Death Eaters had moved into position by walking the last mile to the woods that edged up to the Weasley property. Moments before, Bella had modified the instructions slightly. "Get Scrimgeour and Hammer first." There were thick hedgerows on either side of the property and the front was effectively blocked off with serving carts, and the raised platform that had been set up for the wizarding dance band, the Charmers. Their equipment filled the platform. Standing on the platform while delivering her toast, little Gabrielle had seen the Death Eaters emerge from the edge of the woods and managed to give everyone a 2-second warning. Oh no! Gabrielle saw the wands being pointed a second before the jets of green light began to fly. With one fluid movement, Harry dove from his chair, dragging Ginny and Director Hammer to the ground with him. A dozen Quidditch matches and countless hours practicing had sharpened his already quick reflexes. A second later, Harry completed his lunge, knocking Hermione and her parents off of their chairs and overturning their table. Feet away from where he was originally sitting, Rufus Scrimgeour's life ended along with his wife as they were hit with a combined 26 Avada Kedavra curses. As Harry was accidentally groping Emma Granger, Tonks had pushed her lover to the ground, knocking Susan Bones down with her. Sitting nearly behind the minister, Hannah Abbott was hit with 8 killing curses that had missed their original target. The next 10 seconds was pandemonium. Within moments of the first jets of light, the Death Eaters made a running charge for the 100 feet or so that separated them and the closest tables. In the 5 seconds that it took the Death Eaters to reenact the charge of the Light Brigade, most of the witches and wizards had whipped out their wands and begun firing back. "Stay down," Harry hissed at Ginny as he stood to defend his loved ones. "Reducto, reducto." 2 idiots fell over. They would be dead within a minute. Bella had found the table in an attempt to get Hammer and Potter. Avada Ka. Bang. The Sperry-made .45 service pistol had not had a round fired in the last 52 years, but still functioned flawlessly. There was a small hole in the front of Lestrange's forehead. The back side was missing. Hammer and Harry nodded at the enraged dentist, as they each pointed to another target and fired. For some inexplicable reason, Sybil Trelawney had always been one of Bill's favorite professors. She had been delighted to receive an invitation to the wizarding wedding of the summer. In reality, she had very few friends and had always counted herself fortunate that the good-looking red-headed man had chosen to remain friends with her after leaving school. Apparently her ability to predict the future failed her, as she was quite surprised when the purple slash hit her across the chest. She died moments later with her bottle-thick glasses lying beside her. Hermione fired a stunner and dropped a Death Eater. He fell stunned next to her mum. Not to be outdone, Ron saw a Death Eater behind Tonks and fired, reducto. Unfortunately his blast was poorly aimed and hit Ministry Director of Magical Law Enforcement Connie Hammer squarely in the chest. "Oh no," cried Hermione, who had seen Ron hit Hammer. Tonks made a vain attempt to stop the massive bleeding and to keep her boss breathing. Remus fired and dropped a Death Eater. Next to him Fleur Parent's best friends Sean and Shauna Lumine lay bleeding badly, hit by cutting hexes. Charlie noticed something was wrong when Harry dove off the table, protecting his little sister and the others in the process. He was closest to Fleur at the time and did the same with his new sister-in-law. Seconds later a dim-witted Death Eater made a charge at Fleur. Charlie demonstrated a flame-cutting spell on the Death Eater that he had used many times with his dragon-keeping job. Apparently the Death Eater was impressed by it. He spent the remainder of his life contemplating its effectiveness. Feet away, Bill nodded in appreciation. Hagrid, the normally gentle man, saw the Death Eaters kill one of the people at his table. Lisa Lerone from Beauxbatons had been at Hogwarts during the Tri-Wizard tournament and had come to know Hagrid. As he saw her slumped head first at the table, rage filled the man. He got up, and ran at the attacking Death Eater, picked her up and threw her against the trunk of a nearby tree, snapping both her back and the tree in the process. Hagrid went back and picked up Fleur's friend, looking in vain for somewhere to take her to get help. Molly Weasley was outraged. Her son's wedding was ruined and she wouldn't let these hooligans get away with it. She stunned the first Death Eater who came close to her, ran up to her and kicked the helpless woman over and over, beating her into a broken mass of black robes and a bloodied mask. Within 20 seconds, 34 of the Death Eaters were dead, seriously wounded, or had been stunned. It looked like a route for the light side until the first chill hit the air. Behind the bandstand, someone screamed, "Dementors!" As Riddle had planned, everyone's attention had been so focused on the Death Eaters that the Dementors were nearly upon them before anyone noticed. An unholy chill filled the air. At that instant the remaining Death Eaters decided that it was time to leave and take their chances with an enraged Dark Lord. 10 Death Eaters managed to use their portkeys and leave a certain fate for an uncertain one. Auror Michael Wood was the first casualty of the Dementors. Surrounded by a dozen, he had thoughts of his parents' murder at the hands of Death Eaters. Unlike the Order members, he didn't have an emergency portkey. The 12-foot Dementor picked up the unconscious Auror and set him down 10 seconds later before moving on to its next victim. Blood was everywhere as Harry hurriedly checked on Ginny and the Grangers. Harry didn't see his best buddy Ron getting stunned and manacled by the young Or Bob Sunset. Harry stood up and yelled, "Use your Patronus charms. Expecto Patronum." A beautiful silver stag flew from his wand and began charging the Dementors 50 feet away. Other people stood to cast their forms. Unfortunately, few were able to. With the horror of so many Dementors so close by, most of those who knew the charm were unable to cast anything more than a silver formless mist from their wands. Dozens of people were on the ground retching from the bad feelings. Percy had insisted in believing Hammer's assessment that there was a low risk of attack at the wedding. Like Hermione, he had a blindness when it came to the decisions made by his superiors. His last worldly thought as he was being lifted up by a pair of rotting hands was that he'd failed his first boss, Barty Crouch. Holding Percy by the neck, legs kicking wildly, the creature raised its hood with the other hand revealing a dead-looking face. There was nothing where its eyes should have been. The only discernible feature was a large toothless mouth. With a great intake of breath from the 12-foot Dementor, Percy's soul was irresistibly pulled from him and he knew no more. Someone ran into Harry, knocked him over and accidentally knocked his wand out of his hand in the process. Harry searched in vain. The Dementors began circling, apparently focused on his area. The fuzzy white noise of his mother screaming in the moments before her death returned with concert volume and crystal clarity. As one of the vile creatures put its long-fingered decaying hands on Harry's forehead, Harry pulled the sword from the scabbard and plunged it into the Dementor's throat. The foul Dementor let out a last unholy scream and vanished in a blast of grainy dust and muck, leaving Harry covered in a black cloak and putrid slime. Realizing that he wasn't dead yet, Harry got up and lunged his sword into the next nearest Dementor, then another. Within 30 seconds the crazed teen had felled a dozen of the foul creatures. Harry would later learn that in the recorded history of wizarding, no one had ever killed off a Dementor before. "Harry!" Hermione screamed as the evil creatures had picked up her mum and Ginny. Hermione tried, but was unable to get more than a wisp of vapor from her wand. Bang, 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 bang. Dan emptied Harry's pistol at the creature that was about to feed on his wife. Unfortunately, the copper slugs had no discernible effect on the Dementor. He watched in horror as the monster raised his best friend to its mouth. Turning his attention to the sound of the pistol, Harry charged the Dementor. "Gryffindor!" cried Harry as he pierced the unholy creature with the relic sword. Moments later, Emma was covered in the creature's empty cloak. Ginny was lying on the ground with her eyes unfocused when Harry felled the beast that had previously been holding her. As she was hidden beneath the massive cloak, Harry hadn't noticed her lying there in all of the confusion. Alex saw the raven-haired wizard running around waving the sword like a madman. One of the few people standing, she was able to cast a Patronus at the Dementors, one of the only forms that materialized in the last minute. It drove some of the Dementors away at least momentarily. Harry yelled, "Patronus charms," and several people seemed to wake out of their stupor. Moments later, a half-dozen forms emerged. Between the Patronus forms and the wizard who had felled over 20 of their number, the remaining Dementors glided away. 5 minutes after Gabrielle had uttered the words, "Oh no," Harry looked out at the once beautifully decorated back garden. Instead of a wedding planner's pride, Harry saw 30 overturned tables, and a sea of dead, soulless, wounded and dazed witches, wizards and Death Eaters. He slumped to the ground and wept. The Teen Witch Weekly magazine had not put out a double issue since November 1981. By chance, Saturday midnight was the content submission deadline for the issue that was to be published on Sunday afternoon. The young reporter, Alicia Spinett, assigned to cover the wedding, had been instructed to get a few pictures of the pretty bride. In all, she had taken 24 exclusive photographs. The first dozen were typical wedding photos: a blushing bride, the wedding party, several shots of Harry performing the blessing with Gryffindor's sword, the reception line and the 2 toasts being given. Alicia knew most of the Weasleys from years of Quidditch games and was on good terms with Molly and Arthur. The next few photos were hurriedly taken shots of the 45 Death Eaters in a line, a morbid shot of Mr. and Mrs. Scrimgeour slumped onto the table, an amazing photo of Bellatrix collapsing, and several photos of the Dementors. There was an incredible shot of Harry stabbing one of the hideous creatures. In the background, Tonks could be seen desperately trying to save Director Hammer. The final few photos showed dozens of meta-witches and meta-wizards on the scene while other workers were carrying bodies out. The final photo on the roll showed an astonished Department of Mysteries employee holding up an empty Dementor cloak. Alicia returned to her office at 1:00 p.m. after talking with several witnesses and being interviewed by Senior Or Nick Straighthand. She began writing her story. She had known many of the witches and wizards who had been killed and had unfortunately witnessed several of the murders from just feet away. Alicia, a rather tall, willowy blonde witch with a good heart, had helped comfort some of the wounded as best as she could. She was in tears as she heard Arthur Weasley tell the Daily Prophet reporter about helplessly watching Percy succumb to the Dementor, only to be interrupted by Molly's cry that the same had happened to little Ginny. Alicia remembered Ginny from Harry's DA club in her last year at Hogwarts. At 2 a.m. she filed her story. Teen Witch Weekly editor Erica Turnbull immediately gave Spinetta a bonus equal to 2 years of her salary for the story and photos, and ordered a triple printing of the issue. Alicia celebrated by going back to her flat, still wearing her blood-stained robes, and drinking herself into an uneasy dream-filled slumber. She had heard stories from Harry's dorm mates about his horrible nightmares. Tonight she had lived one and never wanted another. At Senior Or Kingsley Shacklebolt's specific request, she omitted any mention of the specifics regarding Lestrange's death. Chills ran down her spine when she recalled the Dementors and the sight of Harry doing everything that he could to prevent a total annihilation of the wedding party. She was fully aware that if they had been left to feed just another few minutes, everyone there would have been keyed. Approximately half of the survivors had been taken to the Hogwarts hospital wing while the others had been rushed to St. Mungo's. Of the 320 wedding guests, the Death Eaters had killed 31. The Dementors had keyed 70 and another 75 had been seriously injured. As Alicia was writing her story and every wizarding law enforcement official in Britain was either at the holding cells, the Weasley property, or Azkaban, Voldemort made his final move of the evening. He and the 10 remaining Death Eaters had apparated to the ferry site in Sutherland closest to the North Sea island of Azkaban. Snape and Malfoy quickly murdered the 2 guards stationed in the mainland and they took the ferryboat to Azkaban Island. Voldemort personally murdered 8 of the 12 guards while the others began opening the cells to search for the other Death Eaters. As he had predicted, some of the Azkaban guards had been recalled to help at the Ministry in London, and the fortress was nearly empty. In total, Riddle lost 38 Death Eaters that night, but had managed to liberate 8 inmates back from Azkaban. He lost a few novice Death Eaters and 2 of the convicts in the raid, but in all objectivity had improved his hand. In a cruel move, he left 1 guard at the prison alive, bound in a body-binding spell with his hands cut off and cauterized. The terrified guard looked into Voldemort's face expecting to be killed or further tortured. Riddle looked into the man's eyes as he voided himself and said, "Tell Potter that he's next." Alistair Moody felt like he had somehow failed his friends and colleagues. Hammer had recruited him to work a shift at the Ministry holding cells to allow several of the younger Aurors to attend the wedding. The canard Master Auror, Rhett, didn't mind helping out, but never wanted to miss a well-cooked free meal either. Hammer had personally promised to bring him back a takeaway meal. At 8:30 p.m. word had reached the Ministry that a massive attack had taken place at the wedding. The fight was over before they had been notified, but the first call contained frantic pleas for assistance from Auror Hestia Jones to send all of the healers. 15 minutes later, 15 Death Eaters were transported to the holding cells. Moody took no chances and personally rescued each of the prisoners. The job of stripping the prisoners, searching them, cataloging their belongings and placing them in a holding cell was time-consuming. Several of the prisoners were seriously wounded when they were brought in. Moody, apparently, failed to notice their injuries. As such, 3 of the Death Eaters were dead before their turn came up to be examined. If Moody felt like a failure, Harry felt 100 times worse. In the course of 5 minutes, his best friend had killed the Director of Magical Law Enforcement and Ginny had had her soul. He couldn't bear to think about it. He cursed himself 1,000 times for not bringing a second wand along. He allowed himself to be transported to Hogwarts with the other wounded. Once there, the adrenaline burned off, total exhaustion caught up with him and he slumped onto the stone floor and fell into an unconscious slumber. As Moody was tending to the prisoners, Wizengamot Elder Tiberius Ogden called an informal, emergency meeting of the ministry department heads. At the beginning of the day there had been 15 department heads. In the event of a call of no confidence or the death of a seated minister of magic, the department heads would nominate a candidate for the next minister. That person would be voted on by the combined vote of the department heads and the 50 members of the Wizengamot. Given the deaths of Director Hammer and Thomas Perkins, Arthur's previous workmate, there were only 13 heads. With Arthur indisposed there were only 12. There were only 2 candidates seriously considered to replace Scrimgeour. Kingsley Shacklebolt was considered a highly competent senior Auror, and was certainly believed competent to be a wartime minister or director of the Magical Law Enforcement Group originally headed by Amelia Bones, then briefly by Connie Hammer. Scrimgeour had assigned Shacklebolt to be special assistant to the PM, either to sideline a potential rival or provide the best possible bodyguard to the PM. Natasha Abraxan, one of the younger Wizengamot justices, was also considered extremely competent. A druid high priestess, she had a keen mind, skilled hands as a conjurer, and was famed at transfiguring metals. Stunningly beautiful, she rarely was unable to convince others to see her side of a debate. As the discussion wore on, everyone agreed that Justice Abraxan had the fire to recover from the evening's murders and lead the British wizarding world through the current crisis. By midnight the High Priestess had been briefed and had accepted the nomination that would be put to the vote the next day. In the event that Abraxan was nominated, she would nominate a replacement to the Wizengamot and appoint a replacement for Hammer's position. The full Wizengamot would ratify her nomination. If elected, she would be sworn in no later than Monday morning. Back at Hogwarts, Poppy was taxed to the limit. 30 of the wounded had been portkeyed to the Hogwarts Hospital wing and the rest to St. Mungo's. Fortunately St. Mungo's sent the Master Healer several Medowitches on loan. At the moment, St. Mungo's had more staff than beds available. Poppy was happy to see the former Hogwarts students again and was grateful for the help. Within an hour, everyone that was wounded had been examined, treated, and assigned a bed. Sunday morning Justice Abraxan was easily elected Minister of Magic and immediately sworn in rather than waiting a day. At that point, the job seemed like an insurmountable challenge. One task had been made simpler. With the sacking of Azkaban, each of the captured Death Eaters was tried, convicted of murder and quietly sent through the veil. Motivated justice within the wizarding world tended to be very swift. The death sentences wouldn't be announced for several weeks. Molly Weasley's happy world had literally collapsed on Saturday. Within 10 minutes of Gabrielle's toast, she had lost 2 of her children and appeared to be on the verge of losing a third. Ron had been portkeyed to the holding cells with the 15 Death Eaters. She had been in absolute disbelief when she heard that he had been charged with killing MLE Director Hammer. More than ever, she longed for the calming influence of Professor Dumbledore. "Arthur, what can we do?" She was certain that her husband would have an idea. He had been her rock for many years. Doing his best with the little that he had to work with, Arthur replied, "We'll get some news from Moody or Harry." Molly didn't want answers. She wanted her children back, and replied, "Arthur, Harry can't help us." Holding firm, Arthur replied, "He'll think of something. Remember, Minister Scrimgeour and Director Hammer were sitting at his table, not the other way around. Mad Eye will have the latest news. But Percy and Ginny are better off now. You know that we made the only decision that we could, allowing them to be euthanized. I'm so sorry, Molly. They were good children. They were good people. I just wish." He broke down and began sobbing into his best friend's arms. Even rocks sometimes cry. One of Lucius Malfoy's first actions as an escaped convict had been to send a parchment marked with a drop of his own blood to the head goblin demanding a replacement key to his trust account vault and a money bag that would allow him to access the vault's funds without physically having to visit the bank. Malfoy knew that this would be difficult because one or more of the Death Eaters apparently confused the meaning of Voldemort's message regarding the goblins. Under no circumstances are they to be targeted. 2 of the head goblin's sons had been killed by overzealous Death Eaters. As such, there was no way that Lucius Malfoy would ever see as much as a canute of the holdings in any of his vaults. Fortunately for the 2 Death Eaters involved, they had been killed by the wedding guests and allowed to die a quick death. Being the arrogant bully that he was, Lucius never considered that the Gringotts goblins would stand in his way. Malfoy had been somewhat surprised to receive a return owl within an hour. He untied the box and the owl quickly flew off. He opened the carefully wrapped box, picked up the parchment and spat as he read the brief message signed by Gringotts Managing Director Ragnarok. "Bite me." Lucius was smart enough to realize that Draco would have no better luck attempting to access the family vault, and realized that at the moment, he was unable to physically access the vaults, or sell any of his property because the deeds were in his vault, or access them remotely. Effectively, he was penniless. By Sunday evening, Harry still hadn't woken up. Many of the other patients had already been treated and released. Hermione and her dad were shuttling between the bed that had been set for Emma and the bed that Poppy had reserved for Harry. Emma had been given a dreamless sleep potion and a calming draft. She had come in with some cuts on her forehead from hitting a chair after having been released from the dying Dementor and was seriously shaken up. The standard remedy of chocolate seemed to have no effect on her, so she slept. Poppy had found a set of clean clothing for Dan and suggested that he shower and change. Dan had left his dragon hide and other clothing outside and Poppy came by to pick it up. She noticed the large gash on the back of the thick vest. When Dan got out of the bathroom, Poppy said, "Dr. Granger, would you mind if I took a look at your back for a moment?" Dan replied, "Not a bit. It does feel a bit stiff." She took him to one of the tables, and asked him to remove his shirt. When she came back a moment later and examined his back, she was shocked. There was a faint purple mark from his left shoulder blade to his right hip. She had last seen such a mark on his daughter and realized that he was extremely lucky to be alive. Poppy said, "Dr. Granger, would you mind if Hermione had a look at this?" "Go ahead," replied Dan, a bit perplexed that Hermione would have anything to say about his sore back. Hermione gasped as she saw the faint mark, knowing that her dad had been shielded from the same curse that had almost killed her a year ago. Unexpectedly, she hugged him for a minute, then asked, "May I see the vest?" Poppy showed it to her. There was a burn mark etched almost all the way through the thick dragon hide. Dan asked, "What's wrong?" Poppy replied, "Dr. Granger, you have a very good friend in Mr. Potter. His vest protected you from a most painful death. The curse that you had been hit with would have acted like a welding torch as it went through your body." She showed him the back of the vest again and he understood. She said, "Let me apply a salve for that mark. It should clear up within minutes. Were you injured anywhere else?" Amazed at his luck, Dan replied, "I don't believe so." "Thank you very much. How can I pay you?" Poppy shook her head, smiled and replied, "Perhaps you can assist Mr. Potter sometime in the future. You may get dressed in 20 minutes. You'll be fine. One of the elves will bring your clothing back for you." As he sat on the chair waiting just minutes for the burn to heal, Dan quipped, "Sure beats doing root canals." Monday's Daily Prophet was full of information. Sitting between her parents, grieving, Hermione studied the paper. The headline read, "Weasley, Delacour wedding attacked." The wedding of the summer was ruined by a full-scale attack Saturday evening as Voldemort's supporters, known as Death Eaters, staged a cowardly attack at the wedding of Miss Fleur Delacour and Mr. Bill Weasley. At 8 p.m., 45 Death Eaters launched an organized attack that led to the deaths of Minister Rufus Scrimgeour, MLE Director Connie Hammer and 29 others. The attack was countered quite effectively by the wedding guests until a second attack by a reported 200 Dementors brought fear onto the group. Bridegroom Bill Weasley was quoted as saying, "My brother Charlie saved my wife Fleur from certain death. I'll never be able to repay him." There were many heroes that evening. Susan Bones, who was at the table with Minister Scrimgeour, reported that MLE or Nymphadora Tonks made a desperate attempt to save the life of Director Hammer while under heavy attack from the Death Eaters and Dementors. Miss Bones was quoted as saying, "We were all sitting at the table. Harry Potter saw something and got as many of us to safety as he could. He saved Director Hammer's life and the life of Ginny Weasley. A split second later the Scrimgeours and Hannah Abbott were murdered over and over. It felt like it would never end. I was so scared, I couldn't even move. A second later, Harry pulled me down and helped the people at the next table." Ragnarok, head goblin at Gringotts, was quoted saying, "Tom Riddle's Voldemort followers have proven themselves to be indiscriminate cowardly killers. His known assets will be confiscated. 2 of Ragnarok's sons who were attending the wedding were murdered by Voldemort's Death Eaters. It was an evening where many ordinary witches and wizards decided to stand up for themselves. Lee Jordan was quoted saying, "I could never face Voldemort myself, but the Death Eaters are just punks in masks. I saw one unnamed witch take down a Death Eater and beat her to a pulp." Hermione gave a small smile knowing that Lee had referred to Mrs. Weasley. She continued reading. The 200 Dementors had never been assembled in a coordinated attack against the wizarding world since the 1627 treaty establishing the Dementors as guardians of Azkaban fortress used for 370 years to house Britain's wizarding convicts. The Dementors killed 70 witches and wizards without provocation. As that was happening, Harry Potter decided to take extraordinary action. MLE Auror Cadet Alex witnessed Potter single-handedly slay 22 of the Dementors, causing the others to beat a hasty retreat. Alex was quoted saying, "Mr. Potter led the counterattack against the Death Eaters and those monsters. The survivors all owe their lives to Mr. Potter." The exact method that Mr. Potter used to slay the Dementors was not disclosed. Mr. Potter could not be reached for comment. He had been taken to Hogwarts for treatment of a case of exhaustion. Arthur Weasley, Ministry Department head, was quoted saying, "It was a tragic evening. I wish to express my condolences to Fleur's family as well as the families of all who lost loved ones. I am equally certain that ordinary witches and wizards will be hardened by the knowledge that it is possible to fight back and win against those cowards who hide behind masks and call themselves Death Eaters." Hermione scanned the list of the dead and wounded with tears silently running down her face, splashing on the pages. She let out a sob as she saw Ginny's name listed. She would miss her best girlfriend. She would also miss Hannah and all of the others. Turning the page, she saw several articles on the other pages. Justice Abraxan elected Mom. High Priestess Natasha Abraxan was unanimously elected Minister of Magic on Sunday morning. Abraxan was sworn in early Sunday afternoon in a private ceremony. The editors and staff of the Daily Prophet wish Minister Abraxan much success in her new position. Abraxan's credentials on page 17. Straighthand appointed Director. Minister Abraxan appointed Senior Auror Nick Straighthand Director of Magical Law Enforcement. Straighthand was a surprise choice. Most insiders expected that Senior Auror Kingsley Shacklebolt would receive the tip. When asked, Minister Abraxan replied, "I have the highest respect for Senior Auror Shacklebolt. He currently is on an assignment of the utmost importance to the Crown." Nick Straighthand vowed to continue the aggressive stance against the Death Eaters and was quoted saying, "We will hunt them down like the dogs that they are and rid Britain of them." When asked to comment on the fact that he hasn't made a felony arrest in the last 4 years, Straighthand pointed out that, "Supply is an important area too. Earlier in my career, I made 3 felony arrests, 2 of which resulted in convictions, fines and the return of the stolen robes. The other was use of inappropriate charms on goats and was dismissed." Straighthand said, "Citizens are urged to continue to do what they can to protect themselves. I applaud Harry Potter and the others who did what was needed to protect themselves and others Saturday evening. The Death Eaters are apparently not invincible, although I have never faced one, and do not know that for a fact." The staff and editors of the Daily Prophet wish Director Straighthand much luck and success in his new position. "He'll need it," muttered Hermione. "Stan Shunpike might have been a better choice. There hasn't been a rash of Death Eater shoplifting, but if there is, it sounds like he'll be right on top of it. Don't any of the Aurors have military experience?" Another story caught her eye. Skeeter still missing. Former Daily Prophet and freelance reporter is still missing. Daily Prophet editor Reggie MacDonald was quoted as saying, "Rita hasn't been in the office in 5 weeks. We have cancelled her employment agreement and withdrawn the 50 galleons reward for information about her whereabouts." MacDonald refused to speculate regarding Ms. Skeeter's whereabouts. At least she won't be bugging Harry anymore, thought Hermione as she continued to wipe tears from her face. Finally, she was shocked to see a quarter-page article on the back page. Azkaban Fortress breached again, 16 killed as 8 prisoners escape. At 10 p.m. on Saturday evening, Voldemort and 10 Death Eaters led an attack on the venerable prison, freeing 8 convicted prisoners. The escaped convicts were identified as Lucius Malfoy, Rabastan Lestrange, Antonin Dolohov, Thomas Knott, Thomas Crabbe, Louis Mulciber, Vincent Crabbe, and Greg Goyle. Remarkably, Voldemort left a witness to the event. Auror Scott MacDonald was immediately transported to St. Mungo's. No other statement was issued. "Great," muttered Hermione. "They keep getting sent to prison and keep breaking out." She finished reading the article. People with any information regarding the escaped convicts are encouraged to contact Ministry Director Straighthand immediately. "Let's go back and see how Harry is doing," said Hermione with increased resolve. They finished their dinner and went back to the hospital wing. Harry was being treated for a high fever, but nothing that Healer Pomfrey was doing seemed to make any difference. He had been thrashing in his sleep as if fighting some sort of silent battle for over 30 hours now. Harry saw an image of his dad and his mum walking to greet someone. He recognized her as Ginny, but she seemed older, in her early 20s like his dad. They came closer to him and finally the Ginny image spoke. "Let me go, Harry. Don't you dare blame yourself. I got separated from the group that day. It was my time." "No, my fault," muttered Harry. "Harry, I'm with your parents now. When you killed the Dementor that got me, all of the souls that it had taken were freed. I'm happy now, Harry, please Harry, I need to go. Promise me Harry, kill that bastard, marry a nice witch and raise lots of green-eyed babies for me. I'll always love you, goodbye Harry." Her image faded. Poppy was worried. His fever hadn't let up and Harry looked like he was in a struggle from the way that his arms were flailing and his legs were kicking. He was muttering something. "Sorry, don't go, love you, I'll try, bye." He was dehydrated and obviously delirious. She did her best to carefully force some fluids down his throat, but he wouldn't hold still. Another image came to Harry. It was Dumbledore, the younger Dumbledore that Harry had seen in the Pensieve. He said, "I'm extremely proud of you Harry. You saved many people that day and found what you must ultimately do, look at memories in the Pensieve again. Your answer is there. We love you, Harry." Harry calmed down. For several hours his body remained motionless as he made little beeping sounds. Finally Dan could see his hand twitch. Emma and Hermione were awake, resting in the next beds. Dan got up from the chair and they both came over to see how Harry was doing. 2 minutes later Harry woke up. Seeing the movement, Poppy scurried over and shooed everyone away over their persistent protests. She took out her wand to examine her favorite patient and found nothing seriously wrong with him. She straightened his covers, patted him on the shoulder, and said, "It's late. Try and get some rest Mr. Potter. Your friends will see you in the morning." Meanwhile at the Ministry holding cells, Ron was terrified. He had watched the guards take the Death Eaters away. As they were being led away, one had seen him in the cell and said, "Thanks Weasley. You did our work for us." Several hours later, the guards had come back talking about how the Death Eaters had all been tried, convicted, and sent through the veil. He doubted that his dad could do anything on his behalf and waited his turn. He hadn't been allowed any visitors. While the Aurors guarding the holding cells may have normally shown Ron some pity, his causing the death of one of their own left them with nothing but contempt for the lanky teen. The fact that Hammer had been quite popular with the rank and file only worsened his chances. He shivered on the cement floor under the thin blanket and awaited his fate. Handing out the moneybags, Voldemort looked at the smaller, but more competent group that had encircled him. "You have done well this week. The new minister will prove less of a nuisance than Scrimgeour. We will continue recruiting. Those that refuse will be killed or put under the Imperious Curse to do our bidding." There were murmurs of approval from the Death Eaters. Each of them was in favor of indirect fighting rather than another set-place battle. He looked at them again and said, "Who can tell me about Bella?" When he woke up, Harry was alone in the hospital wing. He opened the letter that was on the nightstand and looked at it carefully. "Dear Harry, with your permission, we would like to join the Order of the Phoenix, which we believe that you are now leading. We have different skills than some, and may not be the best fighters in Britain, but we would like to help as we can, and believe that you can make use of us. Respectfully submitted, Susan Bones, Ernie Macmillan, Lavender Brown, Justin Finch Fletchley, Roger Davies, Lee Jordan, Padma Patil, Parvati Patil, Ernie Prang, Rolanda Hooch, Pomona Sprout, Cynthia Vector." Harry couldn't believe his eyes. He had completely failed the girl that he loved, allowed scores of people to get killed, and for some unfathomable reason, 12 people had just signed up to follow him into danger. Why? Harry put the letter back in the envelope and sat up. Poppy had laid out some clean clothing for him. She walked back and noticed him sitting up. "Good morning, Mr. Potter. You look much better today." Harry asked his usual question upon waking up in the hospital wing. "How long have I been here?" Poppy smiled at him and gave his shoulder a small squeeze. She replied, "About 37 hours. Do you remember how you got here?" Harry nodded his head and looked down pensively. One of the last things that he remembered at the wedding was staring at Ginny's vacant eyes. Poppy gave him a sad smile and said, "I'm so sorry that you lost your friend, Harry, and I'm eternally grateful that you were able to help so many others. Everyone who survived owes their life to you. I know those words won't bring Ginny back, but everyone knows that you did everything that you possibly could have." She was a lovely young woman. With tears welling in his eyes, Harry nodded. He couldn't find the words to say anything. Poppy said, "You're welcome to stay as long as you like. Some of the others are down having an early lunch now. You're probably hungry. Would you like to go down, or would you prefer to eat here?" "I'll go down, I guess." "Okay, I'll join you. Get dressed and let me know when you're ready." Miss Granger and her parents left the hospital wing a few hours ago. They're probably somewhere out on the grounds. Harry looked around for a moment and asked, "Where am I?" Poppy smiled and replied, "Your Dobby stopped by and took your armor, a pistol and your sword back to your home. He left you these to wear." She looked at Harry, smiled again, and said, "He certainly is a devoted little creature." Harry cracked a faint smile and nodded. He was hungry, but didn't really want to talk at the moment. After he showered, he put on the black jeans, dragonhide boots and a gray shirt. Harry noticed that the little elf had made him 2 new socks to wear. They walked down the hallways toward the great hall in companionable silence. Neither felt the need to chit-chat just for the noise. They reached the great hall and found Susan Bones sitting alone at one of the tables. She was the only person there. They sat down beside her and more food immediately appeared by them. Harry took a sandwich and a handful of crisps and began eating. She smiled and said, "Hi, Harry." Harry, assuming that she'd been badly hurt during the wedding, replied, "Hi, Susan. Were you hurt?" Susan replied, "Not badly. I broke my leg, but Madame Pomfrey made it right as soon as I got here. After Hannah, I really don't have anywhere." Her voice trailed off. She didn't want to add to Harry's burdens. Changing the subject, she said, "I saw a phoenix this morning." Harry, a master at redirecting a conversation himself, saw her maneuver and asked, "Do you need a place to live? I have plenty of extra rooms if you like. Hermione and her parents are there as well. I really wouldn't mind." Susan studied his face for a moment, and concluded that his offer was genuine and without any strings. She replied, "Thanks, Harry. I'd like that. I don't have anything else to bring. The Death Eaters torched Hannah's home last night. Everything that I had." Harry could feel her loss and replied, "I'm sorry about Hannah. I should have done more." There were tears in Susan's eyes, but her voice was steady. "There was nothing else to do, Harry. You did more than anyone could have asked. I'm sorry about Ginny, I know that." Both of their throats had lumps in them from the pain. She gave Harry a consoling hug, and for a few moments the pain seemed less. After a moment, Harry told her, "There's plenty of everything that you might need at the house. Don't worry." He took out a slip of paper from his wallet and showed it to her, saying, "This is my address. I'll be ready to go in about an hour." Poppy was watching Harry's generosity at work as the Grangers came back from their walk and found them finishing their lunch. Susan saw them and got up to hug Hermione as the others came over. She had a smile on her face as she said, "I've a place to stay at now. Harry told me that he has some extra rooms at his house." Dan winked at Harry and quipped, "As refugee shelters go, it's the best I've ever seen." Harry asked, "When's the?" He felt like he was chalking on the words. Susan took mercy and replied, "The services are tomorrow. It was in the morning paper. The actual burials were yesterday." Harry nodded and asked, "What about Ron?" Hermione replied, It didn't say in the paper that he's been charged with anything. His spell. Hit Director Hammer. I saw it too. Dan said, it was chaos. In the non-magical world, it would be called friendly fire. Unfortunately it happens all too frequently. What will happen to him? This time it was Poppy who replied, unfortunately the wizarding world sometimes holds itself to unrealistically high standards. At a minimum, his wand will be snapped and he'll have to leave the country. Susan nodded, and replied, Andy had to prosecute several cases like that. They all ended up in Azkaban. I'm not letting Ron go to Azkaban, replied Harry with steel in his eyes. They finished their lunch, and took the portkey that Tonks had left them back to Grimmauld Place. Molly and Arthur had the task that no parent would want, selecting burial clothing for 2 of their children. Molly decided on the bridesmaid dress that Ginny had worn that night. For Percy, they had selected a set of his grey dress robes. The services of the British Witches and Wizards was held Tuesday, July 22. Services were held at Silbury Hill within the Avebury Stone Circle. Unlike the more well-known Stone Circle at Stonehenge, which had been overrun with Muggle tourists, the Avebury Stone Circle north of Salisbury had been used for group wizarding gathering for 45 centuries. The collection of nearly 100 of the giant rocks had been placed there to provide a quiet place of reflection and beauty. The bodies had been buried or cremated according to the individual family's wishes Sunday evening, as wizarding tradition dictated that the body be taken care of within 24 hours. Most of the witches and wizards in Britain other than those who were responsible for the deaths had come, though not necessarily to pay their respects to Scrimgeour or Hammer. The Quidditch teams of Britain all came to pay their respects to Oliver Wood. Wilkie Tycross at one time or another had been the apparition instructor to hundreds of witches and wizards. Croker and Augusta Longbottom and Perkins had been very popular among the more experienced purebloods. Hannah, Katie, Angelina and of course Ginny had each made many friends at school. All would be missed. Natasha Abraxan looked out at the massive wizarding crowd and began speaking. Good evening. The law-abiding wizarding world was badly insulted last Saturday. The wizard who calls himself Voldemort ordered the murder of 320 good witches and wizards in an effort to crush the spirit of Britain's wizarding population. The crowd had become silent at her engaging words. She continued, "We are gathered today to honor those who fell trying to protect themselves, their friends and their loved ones. They tried to resist rather than simply flee. They tried to carry on rather than bow under, and I am proud to know them. I hope that each of you are proud to know them. They were our parents, our children, our sisters, brothers, friends, co-workers, neighbors or lovers." At his point, most everyone had tears in their eyes. Unlike Fudge, or Scrimgeour, High Priestess Abraxan could captivate an audience. A few minutes later she concluded, saying, "Let them serve as a reminder that fighting back is the right thing to do. We will continue to fight back, and ultimately, we will prevail. Please stand as I read the names. Hannah Abbott, student. Katie Bell, street. Mungo's training program. Michelle Edgecombe, Flow Network administrator. Connie Hammer, director magical law enforcement. Angelina Johnson, merchant. Augusta Longbottom, Department of Mysteries. Algie Longbottom, Department of Mysteries. Michael Perkins, misuse of Muggle artifacts. Cameron Scott, Dragon Master. Louise Scrimgeour, healer. Rufus Scrimgeour, Minister of Magic. Andromeda Tonks, merchant. Ted Tonks, accountant. Wilkie Twycross, apparition instructor. Ginny Weasley, student. Percy Weasley, Ministry of Magic. Michael Wood, senior Auror. Oliver Wood, Quidditch player. Harry was silent through the entire service. He barely heard a word that High Priestess Abraxan said, other than the names. His thoughts drifted momentarily to the statistics. Of the 101 people that were murdered, 18 were British. Ginny had mentioned that about 100 of the guests were friends or relatives of Fleur. Bill had said that their service had been the previous day. Others who did their best to defend themselves and will also be remembered. Minister Abraxan's concluding remarks were lost on Harry as he briefly glanced at Arthur, whose thoughts were currently focused on his youngest son. Remus felt terrible for Tonks losing her mother and father, but was profoundly grateful that the spirited young witch that he counted as a lover was among the survivors. His thoughts drifted back to the service that had been held for Lily and James. As was the case then, there were no words that the high priestess turned minister of magic could eloquently say that would adequately comfort those who were here. The unspoken thoughts on most people's minds were drifting around the edges of the miracle that Harry, the chosen one, had somehow been able to perform, which had kept the 219 survivors from joining their friends in a horrible death. Dan and Emma Granger stood on either side of their daughter. They knew that Hermione had lost her best girlfriend, and nothing could bring her back. They had also lost their home, yet at the same time, were grateful that they were alive and healthy. At that moment, Dan counted himself a lucky man, and gave Hermione a squeeze on her shoulder. After the service, Harry went up to Molly and they gave each other a bone-crushing hug. Out of habit, Molly reached up to flatten down Harry's hair. "She loved you so much, Harry. You made her so happy these last months." "Thanks, Mrs. Weasley. I'm sorry I wasn't able to attend." Harry decided not to relate the vision that he'd had 2 nights earlier. He felt a piece of his broken heart tearing away. Still hugging him, Molly replied, "Don't give it a thought, dear." For another minute they held each other in silence, each lost in their own thoughts. Finally Harry looked down at the woman who had been so very kind to him and asked, "What can I do to help Ron?" Not wanting to add to Harry's burdens, Molly replied, "I don't know if anyone can help him." Harry looked her in the eye and said, "I'll think of something." He was the head of the Order of the Phoenix. Harry realized that it was time for him to act like it. He went to look for Minister Abraxan. There were a lot of people searching and being sought out after the service. Minerva wanted to talk with Harry, who wanted to talk with Abraxan, who wanted to talk with Straighthand, who wanted to talk with Moody, who didn't give a rat's ass what the former supply clerk had to say. Professor Cynthia Vector and Susan caught up with Harry. Harry, realizing that the 2 witches hadn't come to talk with him regarding Ginny, was surprised when they both gave him a hug. Vector, a thin woman with shag-cut black hair, said, "Harry, I know we haven't had much of a chance to speak together before, but like the others I want to do what I can to help." Harry nodded and replied, "We'll be meeting tomorrow evening at 7 at the castle. Please plan on attending." Vector nodded and said, "Thank you for your faith. I'll do my best." Susan said, "I'll tell the others." They walked off. A moment later Harry was approached by the night bus driver, Ernie Prang. The short man with impossibly thick glasses said, "G'day, Mr. Potter. I appreciate everything that you were able to do for Stan. He's a good lad." Embarrassed, Harry said, "No worries, Ernie. It was the right thing to do. I didn't do very much." "You did enough, Mr. Potter. Stan starts a new position on Monday with them Weasley brothers, Fred and George." Harry was happy to hear that and said, "Say hi if you see him, Ernie. I think Susan Bones is looking for you. I'll see you again soon. Cheers." Harry saw Minister Abraxan and made eye contact. He was surprised when she came over and greeted him. "Hello, Mr. Potter. I wish the circumstances were better, but I'm always glad to see you." Harry replied, "Thank you. I feel the same. Congratulations on your new position. I wish you nothing but success." Sensing his sincerity, she replied, "Thank you. Perhaps the ministry will become your calling at some time." Harry didn't know what to say, and smiled. He said, "Minister, I wanted to ask you about Ron Weasley." The smile left Abraxan's face for a moment, and then she realized that Potter was making a genuine inquiry, not trying to force a backdoor deal. She asked, "What is your interest in the case, Mr. Potter?" "Ron Weasley hasn't been charged with anything yet." Harry looked puzzled and the minister continued, "That's not to say that he won't in the near future. The Aurors are still interviewing witnesses." Harry nodded and asked, "What's likely to happen?" "Depending on the findings, he'll be charged appropriately, ranging from reckless use of deadly force to capital murder. There are mandatory sentences in the case of death of an Auror. In the less severe situation, if found guilty his wand would be snapped, memory modified, and he'd be sent out of the country to live as a muggle. Based on what I've seen so far, most likely he will receive a 20 to 30-year sentence in Azkaban. If there had been any evidence of malicious intent, he would have been sent through the veil last Sunday morning." Harry didn't know what to say. He asked, "When will the trial be held?" Abraxan was aware that they were starting to gather a crowd, and concluded saying, "He's being held at the Queen's pleasure. I would expect that the trial will be scheduled to begin by the end of July. Director Straighthand will be responsible for bringing the case to trial. It was nice to see you again, Mr. Potter. Perhaps we can have lunch together sometime." She handed him her business card. It had a cellular telephone number. Harry looked at it and nodded. He still had the cellular telephone that the Grangers had given him. He wrote his number on a piece of parchment and gave it to her. She smiled at him and said, "I expect that a lot of young witches would love to have this information, Mr. Potter. I shall take good care of it." Harry realized that there were the spoken and unspoken words, smiled and replied, "Thank you, Minister." "Me too." She had just invited him to a private lunch to further discuss the case. While Harry and Minister Abraxan were conversing, Arthur was standing nearby watching, marveling that Harry had such easy access to power and silently hoping that somehow Harry might be able to save his son from a horrible death or life imprisonment. Arthur went back to his best friend and helped her home. When they got back to the burrow, Molly asked where Harry was. Arthur replied, "He's doing everything that he possibly can, Molly." She looked at her rock and asked, "Are you sure? Maybe we can draft a petition." Arthur shook his head, and calmly replied, "Molly, he was talking with the new minister when we left. He's trying to help us." Molly was sobbing as the balding redhead patted her on the back. Finally she said, "He's probably hungry. I'll bake Harry a pie." Arthur nodded, relieved that she had momentarily distracted herself. At Voldemort's headquarters, there was no offer to bake a pie. Several of the leaders of the Dementors had been killed, and the others were less interested in following the Dark Wizard. They had feasted well at the wedding, but lost 22 of their number, the first killed within the time of their memories. It was within their legends that they could be killed with a fabled sword. For hundreds of years they believed it to be lost, and as a band survived, slowly increasing their number. 2 days ago, their very existence had been threatened, and they knew that they had attacked the one who could end their existence. While they could not see Harry, several of the survivors had sensed him, though the 2 who had been closest to him had not survived. Riddle could not afford to lose such deadly allies. He appeased them by arranging to launch a joint attack on Hogsmeade the next evening, assuring them that there would be no one in their way this time. After the service, Harry, the Grangers and Susan went back to his home. He had invited Remus and Tonks to come. After helping Susan pick out a room and making certain that she had things to wear, they sat down to a light dinner, then went to one of the sitting rooms. Remus could see the guilt inked all over Harry and asked the question that many had asked themselves. He opened several butterbeers and a bottle of Napoleon brandy for the older people. After everyone had had some, he asked, "Harry, if you had to do it over again, what would you have done differently?" Harry wasn't certain that he knew the answer. The first few seconds were chaos, but they might have needed a dozen guards rather than the 4 assigned to provide a sufficient warning. He replied, "Based on how I was positioned, I reached for everyone that I could before the first killing curse hit." Harry glanced at Susan, guilty that he hadn't been able to help Hannah too. Remus said, "So in the first 2 seconds you saved Ginny, Hammer, Doctor and Dr. Granger and Hermione. 6 people in 2 seconds is quite admirable." "Then what?" Harry replied, "I started hitting the Death Eaters. I think I got 3 before Dan hit Bellatrix. It was chaos until the Dementors came." Remus pushed at the subject and asked, "Okay, then what?" Setting his empty bottle down, Harry replied, "I felt them and called for people to cast a Patronus charm." Thoughtful of Harry's answer, Remus replied, "But aside from the one that you had cast, hardly anyone else could. There must have been 30 people there who knew the charm, but aside from you, only a few were strong enough to get anything more than a wisp of vapor. They just swooped in on us all at once." "Then what?" Thinking for only a moment, Harry responded, saying, "I had helped someone a few tables away. Someone knocked my wand out of my hand, and I hadn't thought to bring my spare. Several of the Dementors grabbed me and somehow I stabbed one before it could get me. I was pretty shaken up." Realizing what her lover was trying to accomplish, Tonks said, "Harry, stop there for a second. Your Patronus was able to move some of the Dementors to the other side of the garden. Good for us, bad for the Delacours. There were so many Dementors there at that point most people had passed out. The Dementors were in the process of keying everyone there, and would have succeeded within another 2 or 3 minutes. Somehow you were able to kill some of them, which made them move away a bit. Then Cadet Alex and some others were able to cast a Patronus. It turned the tide. Remus asked, "What happened next?" Harry said, "I heard the pistol shots and ran to help Dr. Granger. I stabbed a few more Dementors, saw the other Patronus, and then they left." Tonks said, "Susan, what do you remember?" The somewhat soused Hufflepuff replied, "We were talking at the table. The curses started firing. Professor Lupin knocked me out of my chair. Somehow I broke my leg and all I could see was Hannah slumped over her chair. I saw Director Hammer get hit with a spell and there was blood everywhere. I thought I'd been hit too until I realized that it wasn't mine. I passed out when the Dementors came. The next thing I knew, I was in the hospital wing." Remus passed out more beverages and commented, "I was only able to hit one Death Eater before the Dementors came. I'm sorry that I wasn't able to do more, but I did the best that I could." Hermione said, "I only stunned one and I couldn't cast my Patronus to save Mum or Ginny." Before Harry could say anything, Tonks said, "I wasn't able to save Connie, or my parents." At this, she slumped down in her chair and dropped her head into her hands. Not willing to let her fall on her own sword, Remus hugged her and said, "You saved me and did what you could for Director Hammer. You're my hero." Setting his empty glass down he said, "Harry, you did everything that you could have and then some. Mourn Ginny's loss. We all will, but don't let yourself feel guilty because you couldn't save everyone. We could have just as easily all been killed. No one brought a second wand, Harry. It was supposed to be a wedding, not a war zone." Remus stopped and took several deep breaths. After a minute he repeated his original question. "So aside from the original security detail, what would you have done differently?" "Paired up, I suppose." Tonks said, "That's a great idea, Harry, but it wasn't a set-piece battle. It was an overgrown ambush. I was there in my party dress, not battle robes. Cor, how did you think to be wearing your armor? I didn't even have my knickers." Somewhat embarrassed by her last comment, Harry replied, "Dunno." Dan excused himself and came back with the scorched vest that Harry had loaned him. He said, "Harry, look at this." Harry took the vest that Dan handed him and felt the groove etched deeply into the thick dragon hide. "Harry, you might call it luck, but I'd call it exceptional contingency planning. I'd be in the ground right now if you hadn't loaned me that armor vest. I was able to stop some lunatic from hurting anyone else using the pistol that you loaned me. I'm not proud of having taken a life, but I'd do it again in a blink to stop those people from hurting any one of us." Tonks gasped, "Cor blimey, Dr. Granger. That was you. You stopped Bellatrix Lestrange." Harry reflected for a moment. Sirius and Ginny had both been avenged, but it didn't bring them back. He excused himself and went up to bed. The framed photo that Colin had taken of Ginny and him during the last month of school was on his dresser. He was hugging Ginny as she leaned up and kissed his cheek. Harry felt a huge lump in his throat as he shut off the lights. As Harry was trying to get to sleep Monday evening, Draco and his father were visiting Mrs. Bulstrode. Voldemort, who was in a serious cash flow pinch, had ordered the Malfoys to collect the monthly tribute a week early. It was a risky move. Lucius Malfoy's wanted poster was plastered all over the wizarding world, and the old lobbyist was too arrogant to properly conceal his identity. The Polyjuice prostitution operation was located in central London and was frequented by both muggles and wizards alike. As Lucius worked off a year of Azkaban-induced frustration with one of the house employees, Draco was counting the buckets of coins, splitting half with Madame Phyllis Bulstrode and taking the other half that came to 8,400 galleons. A few minutes later Lucius came walking towards the front office adjusting the buttons on his trousers. Draco had divided the gold into sacks of 400 galleons each as he had been instructed. In an incredibly stupid move, the younger Malfoy had decided to pocket 2 of the sacks for himself. Unknown to him, each month Madame Bulstrode had been instructed to place an advertisement in the Daily Prophet. After they left she sent the owl to the Daily Prophet with the advertisement. Bulstrode's Social Club, King's Cross. 84 lovely discreet young things waiting to serve your every need. Open 24 hours BJ, SM, 2-on-1, PJ, Visa, MCOK. While Lucius was reacquainting himself with some of the more natural human interactions, Riddle had summoned Pettigrew for 2 points of business. He examined Wormtail's pensive memory of the wedding attack twice before he saw what he was looking for. Watching from the far side of the Weasley's garden, he was watching in the direction that the shots would be fired from. Miraculously he did not curse Wormtail into unconsciousness, as it was the second item of business that interested him. "Wormtail, have you found where the Death Eaters were taken?" Wormtail replied, "There was a transport to Azkaban Sunday evening. Perhaps they were taken there." "What about the Death Eaters who were killed during the attack?" "I haven't found them yet, Master. I will continue searching for them." As he left the Dark Lord's presence, Pettigrew realized that the possibility of reporting back with the news that all or most of the missing Death Eaters might be dead could be a most painful message to deliver. They clearly needed a win. Riddle's plan was fairly simple: attack the village of Hogsmeade using more or less the same strategy as the wedding. This time Riddle would send in the Dementors first and save the experienced Death Eaters to finish off the wounded. They then would sack and pillage the town as a means of increasing his gold supply. The Dementors would attack shortly after dusk on Tuesday night and the Death Eaters would move out of the forest 10 minutes later. If some of the men wanted to have their way with some of the villagers, he would have no objection. It cost him nothing and raised morale considerably. With 175 Dementors he could have them attack from all 4 sides and begin feeding immediately. In the event that 1 or 2 of the villagers could cast the Patronus charm, the Dementors would still cause considerable mayhem with loss of life. At that point the disorganized stragglers would be easy pickings for the Death Eaters. As a diversion he would personally launch an attack against Diagon Alley. He had been enraged when the Daily Prophet editorial suggested that individual witches and wizards had a responsibility to participate in their own protection. He had a much easier time when the victims sat frozen in fear waiting in vain for help to arrive to save them. On Tuesday Minerva reviewed the enrollment for the fall term. There had been 460 students enrolled for the previous spring term. 60 students graduated in June even though there hadn't been a ceremony. She had originally received notification that 96 students had been withdrawn by their parents, which would badly impact their budget. Another half dozen had become Death Eaters, and 4 students had been killed over the summer break. Flitwick walked into her office and knocked on the door before entering. "Good morning, Minerva. How does the fall term enrollment look this week?" "Not good. I have only received 12 acceptances of the 62 offer letters that were sent. If things stand as they are, we will have 306 students enrolled in the fall." "It's not a reflection on you, Minerva." McGonagall snapped back harder than she'd intended to. "Of course it is. Enrollment held last year because parents were convinced that Albus would keep everyone safe. Hogwarts was supposed to be the safest place in Britain. Word got out that Potter wasn't planning on returning in the fall and the withdrawal owls came in flocks. At 800 galleons per student the budget will have to be revised again." Her frustration was getting out of hand. Perhaps he'd be willing to make some sort of announcement or have something put into the Prophet or the Quibbler. It would probably be worth 75 students. "It might be awkward for you to bring it up. I'll mention it tonight." Speaking of the Quibbler, Luna mentioned that Old Crow set up a Yahoo group. Can you believe it? Coming from her, who knows? Do you think Harry would be willing to help us? He hates publicity. The diminutive wizard thought for a moment and replied, "True, but sometimes it comes with the mantle of leadership. Have you identified a candidate for the defense position?" "No, there hasn't been one applicant. Do you have any ideas?" "Yes, but the best person for the job already has the weight of the world on his shoulders." "Good point. What about someone from the Order? I could ask this evening to see if anyone is interested." "That's a good idea. I'll take Potter over to the Three Broomsticks for a pint after the meeting." Nick Straighthand was finding running a law enforcement department in times of war to be a very difficult task. He had storerooms full of triplicate form parchment, which would have pleased former Minister Fudge, but only 2 of the Aurors on the street had body armor, and in both cases it was personal property. The cadet training classes were in disarray with the deaths of instructors Dawlish, Wood and Croker from the Department of Mysteries. Croker would be next to impossible to replace. Straighthand realized that the department had to have some tactical capability, and realized that he lacked the leadership skills to implement the critically needed changes. The assessments of the on-duty Auror's actions from the wedding indicated that the Aurors performed no better than the wedding guests, and in many cases less so. Of the 34 Death Eaters killed or captured, 10 had been brought down by a handful of students, 16 by the adults, 4 by the off-duty Aurors, and only 4 by the on-duty Aurors. The most notorious of the Death Eaters, Bellatrix Lestrange, had been put down by a Muggle. He was coming to realize that he was over his head as the director of MLE, but his pride would not let him admit it. On the other hand, he had enjoyed his previous job, which mostly entailed filling out forms and making sure other people filled out forms properly. He was good at that. More to the point, he wasn't as likely to get himself killed. It had just recently occurred to him that Death Eaters had murdered his 2 predecessors. He wasn't a coward, but he realized that he wasn't an inspirational leader or tactician either. Perhaps he could manage to get out of this job and get his old job back without losing too much face. He pulled out a parchment and quill and began to write. Dear Minister Abraxan, it is with the deepest respect that I make the following request. While I appreciate your confidence in me and am very grateful for my recent appointment as Director of Magical Law Enforcement, I believe that my talents are ideally suited to the position that I formerly occupied, Chief or Quartermaster. During my tenure at my current position, it has become apparent to me that there are other wizards qualified to make Auror assignments, but relatively few with the perspective and tenacity to competently direct the flow of paperwork that is essential for the smooth functioning of any successful organization. For the good of the entire wizarding community, I ask that you return me to that indispensable post. Faithfully yours in service to wizard kind, Nicholas Straighthand. While McGonagall was fretting over enrollments and Straighthand was considering his career choices, at Emma's suggestion Dan had taken Harry out to play a round of golf. It was a healing experience for both of them. Dan was a member at Cottesmore Golf and Country Club and had an easy time making a tea time for the two of them at 9 a.m. Dan drove Harry in his BMW and finally felt like he had the tiniest bit of control back into his life when they got in the car and took the M4 motorway back into Crawley. When Emma had suggested it to Hermione the night before, Hermione had been hesitant, citing all of the things that needed to get done for the order meeting the next evening. Emma convinced her daughter and ultimately Harry by telling her, "They've been through a horrible ordeal. We all have, but I think Harry needs another man to talk with. I know Dan enjoys his company. Let your dad do this, Hermione. He wants to help and giving Harry someone to talk with might be the best for everyone." Dan rented Harry a set of sticks and showed him the basics. They spent a half hour on the practice putting green, then moved on to the basics of chipping. At the driving range he showed Harry the short irons, then moved up to the long irons. Cottesmore was not a long course, so they played a 3-iron off the tee box and usually ended up in the fairways halfway to the hole. On the third fairway, Dan said to Harry, "I wanted to thank you for taking care of us last weekend. It got pretty hairy there for a few minutes, but you really kept your head. You're a good man, Harry." "You too, sir. You held things together." Harry was a bit embarrassed by the man's words, yet at the same time delighted to hear the compliment. Dan patted Harry on the shoulder and replied, "Harry, we've gone to war together and killed on each other's behalf. I think we can be on a first-name basis. Please call me Dan. You're up." Harry hit a 5-iron, swung too hard, sculling the ball as it cut through the grass, hit the pin and the ball bounced back just inches from the hole. Dan shook his head in wonder and said, "Great shot, Harry. That was an ugly shot, but you have a great position. Sometimes it doesn't matter how you got it there as long as it's in." Dan chipped to the green with the ball flying in a graceful arc and landing about 8 feet away. Harry noticed the differences between the sets and commented, "Your club shafts are made of metal, mine are made out of some sort of black material." Dan replied, "Your set is newer and the shafts are made of a graphite composite. Mine are made of stainless steel. Golf has been around for hundreds and hundreds of years. The first clubs used wooden shafts. Actually, the very first golf course isn't too far from your school, some 75 miles to the southeast. The very first golf balls were made of leather and filled with goose feathers. After 9 they stopped for the day, had lunch and a few pints." Harry felt completely responsible for the disruption to Hermione's parents' lives. He said, "I'm sorry that things have turned out like they have for you this summer. It's my..." Dan had been warned that Harry might feel this way, put down his pint glass and said, "Stop, Harry. Through luck, quick thinking on Hermione's part, generosity and good planning on your part, I've survived 2 attacks on my family's lives in the last month and we're here to talk about it over a corned beef sandwich, crisps and a few pints. What exactly are you sorry about? That some nutter decided to go after my family. That we were offered a safe place to go and stay. No, Harry, if I miss my next put because a duck quacks while I'm lining up my shot and get distracted, is it your fault that you didn't hunt down the duck before we played? No, I couldn't help that, Harry. You and Hermione helped put some men in prison last year. As I understand it, some of them escaped over the weekend. Is that your fault? Dunno, maybe." A bit sharper than he intended, Dan snapped back, "That's bull, Harry. You had nothing to do with it. If they go out and attack someone tonight, it is your fault. If I'd..." Dan was getting frustrated at the teen. "If you what? Were you going to act as their judge and jury and execute them last year?" Seeing Harry shake his head, Dan continued, "You have to distinguish between guilt, responsibility and opportunity. You're not responsible to protect everyone in Britain. If someone is killed tonight you shouldn't feel guilty about it. You won't have had the opportunity to protect them. But, Harry, you didn't end your friend's life. Do you blame Hermione for not saving her?" "No, of course not." Dan looked Harry in the eye and replied, "She does. She somehow thinks that she could have done something. That's crap. It just happened." Dan nodded, finished his glass and replied, "Right. It just happened. She couldn't save her and you couldn't either. It just happened. You need to hear your own words, son. Ginny wouldn't want you to feel guilty. You lost your friend Harry. You should feel sad, but you shouldn't feel guilty. Can you distinguish the two?" "I think so, thanks." "Okay. Next time we'll talk about investing and using a sand wedge. Moody told me that you always like to pick up the lunch bills, so I'll let you." Harry smiled broadly and replied, "No worries, Dan. Thanks for a great day." He felt much better. They drove back to Grimmauld Place to find Hermione working furiously at the study table in the library. After the house had been wired for electricity, Dan had gone out and purchased some electrical appliances including a television, a new DVD player, coffee maker and the latest PC, a 90 MHz Pentium 2 with a 512 MB drive, Windows 95 and the brand new Office 97. To complete it, he purchased a laser printer. Hermione was busy preparing agendas, spreadsheets and lists of assignments for the meeting and had just hit the print button when Harry walked in the room. Looking up, she said, "Oh, hi Harry. I wasn't expecting you back for another hour or so. Did you finish early?" "Hi. Dan gave me a few lessons then we played 9 holes and had lunch. He may have mentioned that I'd done quite enough damage to the course for one day." "Dan, it must have gone better than I'd guessed." Hermione gave Harry a curious smile and asked, "Did you have fun?" "Really quite a bit. We walked and talked a lot as we played. Maybe he'll take me again." Hermione was surprised by Harry's obvious sincerity. She hated the game. "I don't think you need to worry about that. He plays several rounds a week. You really enjoyed it." "Loads. Have you played?" "He took Mum and me a few times the last few years. Mum's okay with it. I think it's dreadful boring, but I'm really glad that you had a good time. You needed to get out." "It was good. We played the Griffin course. Maybe we can play the Phoenix course next time." Hermione frowned and asked, "Are you sure that it was a Muggle club? I never thought about the names before this moment." "Dunno. I didn't see anyone I knew. I could ask Bill Weasley to check on it." "What are you working on?" Hoping that he'd ask, she replied, "I listed some ideas for agenda for the meeting tonight to help you along with a listing of the committees. Have you thought about which group you might want to have the new members fit into? I thought I'd explain them and let them decide which one they might like to fit into. The groups really don't have to be the same size, do they?" "Well no, but it was apparent that she thought they should be as nearly the same size as possible. I can't really see forcing Ernie Prang into the research group just to make the numbers even." Realizing that Harry had a point in regards to the nearly blind bus driver, she replied, "You're right. I also think we need to talk about the wedding, be certain that as many people as possible can cast a Patronus, and think about how to strengthen our position with the new Minister of Magic. The Order is a secret militia. I don't think it can have an official position within the ministry. They can know about us and tolerate us, but they can't recognize us. I'm having lunch with Minister Abraxan tomorrow. I'm trying to see what we can do to help Ron." Thanks, Harry. She wasn't certain about her personal friendship for the lanky redhead, but didn't want to see him suffer. After all the new members had been voted in, Harry began the meeting on time. "Good evening. Welcome new members. Welcome back everyone else. There are several things that we should discuss and work on this evening. First, a number of the members were involved with the combined Death Eater and Dementor attack that took place at the Weasley wedding ceremony last Saturday. As about half of the Order had been guests at the wedding, it made sense to bring it up so everyone knew the same facts. The best numbers that we have indicate that there were 45 Death Eaters involved in the attack. I think it's okay to assume that Voldemort sent everyone that he had at us. 34 of those Death Eaters were either killed or captured." Tonks cut in, "Excuse me, Harry, all 34 of the Death Eaters are dead. 15 were sent to the Ministry holding cells. 3 of those died of wounds before they were processed. The other 12 were given trials, convicted and sent through the veil on Sunday." Harry asked, "Were their deaths reported anywhere?" Tonks thought for a moment and said, "No. We should treat that as confidential information." "Thank you, Tonks." Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. It was hard enough fighting a Death Eater, but few wanted to fight the same one over and over, and it was apparent that the prison system wasn't really secure. Harry continued, marveling at the statistics that Hermione had put together for him. Unfortunately, of the 320 wedding guests and a handful of Ministry Aurors who were on duty, the light side suffered 101 deaths and about 75 injuries, primarily due to the follow-on attack from several hundred Dementors. A substantial number of those killed or injured were guests of the Delacours. Order member Ginny Weasley was murdered by one of the Dementors, as were most of those killed. Order member Ron Weasley was arrested for the death of MLE director Connie Hammer. Harry purposely avoided looking at either Molly or Arthur as he continued reading the names that Hermione had provided for him. He was aware how painful the conversation must be for them. It was ripping at his heart too. Hestia asked, "What's likely to happen to Ron?" Moody replied, "I've seen a dozen of these cases in my years and was the investigator in half of them. The answer is, it varies. There is a minimum sentencing requirement in the wrongful death of an Auror that was put in place after the First War as a means of forcing a sentence on those scum who killed an Auror then claimed that they were under the Imperious Curse. In this case, there is no doubt in my mind that Weasley just fired without aiming and hit the wrong person. Most likely he'll be sentenced to 20 years in Azkaban. If he has the minister's ear, he could get his wand snapped, memory modified and sent out of the country to live as a muggle. In my experience, if he is found responsible, the Wizengamot will follow the sentence recommended by the minister." At least 3 people in the Order had seen Ron fire the explosive blast into Hammer. Arthur stood and asked, "Harry, you've spoken with the new minister. What do you think?" He was nearly desperate for a solution that might save his son. Harry replied, "I think she's a reasonable person. I'm supposed to have lunch with her tomorrow in her office. My concern is Ron's ability to survive if the Dementors are returned to guard duty at Azkaban." Moody nodded and said, "Good point. Most people didn't last their second year. If it gets filled up with Death Eaters again, he won't stand a chance. Dementors are not." Molly was visibly weeping, but didn't say anything. Arthur asked, "Harry, you're his best friend. What do you suggest?" Harry thought for a moment. He'd planned an answer assuming that this question might come up. He replied, "Arthur, it's not my decision to make. I was told that Sirius lasted longer than most in Azkaban. He told me that he was able to maintain his sanity because he knew that he'd been falsely imprisoned and because he could turn himself into a dog for long periods at a time. Ron wouldn't have either of those advantages. If he had the chance, I'd hope that he could be free to live a normal life even if it meant leaving the country and all memories of the wizarding world behind." Kingsley added, Molly, wouldn't you feel better knowing that your son was living a normal life even without magic than hoping that he'd somehow be able to last another night in prison, even if that meant that you couldn't see him? He could be in high school in Sydney or Brisbane to start the fall term. Moody replied, "It's moot. He won't be given a choice unless Potter can get him off the hook. What else is on the agenda? The old Auror was never known for finesse." Harry replied, "Just a few things. For the new members, we have 3 subgroups if you want the opportunity to get more involved. There's the research group that Hermione leads. They also help by being able to provide first aid in the event of an attack as well as being able to defend themselves. Several of the injured guests owe their lives to Luna and Arabella for the treatment that they received before being sent to St. Mungo's. There's a search team that also doubles as a backup fighting team. Remus leads that group. Finally, there is the fighting group led by Alistair." Harry let everyone have a moment to find the groups that they wanted to be in. Then he concluded, saying, "Last but not least, let's practice the Patronus charm once. The incantation is Expecto Patronum. It requires that you think your happiest thought as you are casting it." Harry recalled keying Ginny on the train. His Patronus flew out bright silver but quickly faded. About half of the group was able to cast a fully formed Patronus. Among them was Cadet Alex, whose horse form shined brightly. It was a nice way to end the meeting. Moody said, "The fighting team will be meeting immediately afterwards at the 3 Broomsticks." Aberforth gave Moody a strange look. Moody replied, "I prefer to drink out of a glass that's been washed this decade." Aberforth replied, "What's the difference? You drink out of your flask anyway and stick someone else with the tab for your dinners. I've got a good room in the back. It's nice and private." Moody shrugged and began walking out the door. Harry picked up the Gryffindor sword that he'd brought and put it back in the hard-sided shotgun case that he'd picked up in London. Hermione said, "The research group will meet in the library." In addition to the Horcruxes, she also wanted to research if another sword might work on Dementors. Remus said, "The search group will meet in this room." Seeing the disappointed looks, Remus added, "There's been a change of venue. We'll meet at the Hog's Head pub in 10 minutes. There were many nods of approval. They followed Moody's group out the door. Harry was pleased to see that Cadet Alex had joined the fighting group along with Lee Jordan and Parvati. Looking behind him, he could see that Ernie Prang, Ernie Macmillan, Lavender, Justin, Roger, Hooch and Vector had joined Remus' group. Remus had an uneasy feeling as he walked with the others to the Hog's Head. He couldn't place it, but his werewolf senses had him on high alert. The feeling didn't go away as they reached the door of the pub. The bartender gave them the key to the back room, which contained 15 chairs and was about as clean as the bar rags. Remus bought a round for the group and they settled in. He enjoyed the leadership role and enjoyed having enough gold to be able to treat for beers. After everyone sat down on the dingy chairs, Remus said, "There is little to do tonight regarding the Horcruxes. Hermione's group hasn't come up with any new leads on the other Horcruxes." He continued, "I would like to mention that Harry was able to destroy some of the Dementors using his Gryffindor sword. Should we find ourselves in that position again and Harry happens to have his remarkable sword with him, we might want to try and drive the Dementors towards him using the Patronus charm." Ernie and Lavender weren't sure of that idea and Ernie asked, "Professor, Remus, I heard that Harry drove all of the Dementors away last week. I doubt that they'd come back so soon." Arthur shook his head and sadly said, "Ernie, Lavender, I only hope that you never have to witness anything so terrible in your life. They only need a few seconds to beep, to do their deed. Please don't underestimate them." He never got to finish his thought. Screams could be heard from outside the window. While the Dementors were gathering around the village of Hogsmeade, Tom Riddle went on a 5-minute killing spree beginning in the Leaky Cauldron. As Tom was at the order meeting his longtime assistant, Nob was behind the bar, saw Voldemort walk in and had the good sense to immediately duck down into the beer cellar. His uncharacteristically quick thinking saved his life. Riddle left 4 dead in the pub and immediately went to the office of the Daily Prophet. The only 3 people at that time of night were Cheryl Whiteheart, a self-styled Rita Skeeter wannabe, and the 2 printers. Crucio. Whiteheart went out like a light, screaming in agony. In an act of either extreme bravery or absolute stupidity, Gordon and Dundee fired stunners at the intruder, not knowing that they were firing at Lord Voldemort himself. Riddle put a full body bind on Gordon and an instant later cast Imperio on Dundee. A moment later, Riddle revived Whiteheart and said, "You will get quite a story this evening." He handed Whiteheart the camera that was on her desk and said, "Watch this." A moment later, Dundee picked up the ink-spreading blade that was in the ink bucket and slit his workmate of 22 years' throat with it. Riddle had Whiteheart take several photos of the dying man, himself and the man who had just killed his friend, then told the shaking witch to sit down. As calmly as if he were ordering dinner, Riddle told Whiteheart, "You will tell that sniveling editor Reggie MacDonald that defying me is a very unhealthy practice. Can you do that?" The terrified reporter nodded. She was scared witless and expected Dundee or herself to be murdered at any moment. Instead, Riddle recast the body-binding spell, immobilizing both of them, and calmly walked out the door. He took his time walking to Ollivander's old shop, then cast the killing curse at a young wizard who happened to be walking down the street at the wrong time. Riddle cast the dark mark over the Daily Prophet building and waited until he heard the telltale sound of oars apparating in. He cast the killing curse at one of the oars and enveloped a cloud of smoke around himself before disappearing. As planned, the oars would spend the next 20 minutes searching the alley for a wizard who was already gone. By the time they were certain that he was gone, Hogsmeade would be sacked. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.